Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back and welcome in to Everyday with Jay, otherwise known as Cooterville headquarters, where we keep them slam shut and the tea piping hot. Welcome in. Please hit the like and subscribe if you haven't already. It's good to see you guys on this hump day. How y'all doing? I feel so together. I got my Christmas lights on. I got my Christmas decor going on. I didn't find it all yet, but I'm getting with the program here. I'm getting with the program. I got a new boom arm, so I don't have to look around the old white one. Things are happening. My audio's back. I mean, what could go right today is already going right. Let me know if my audio is okay, though. If I'm loud enough, too loud, 5 by 5, 8.5 by 11, 12 by 14, whatever it is, whatever size you're feeling today. Oh, and the new Christmas theme on the stream. Linda, you sent me a Venmo. Thank you. Do it, lady. Thank you so much. I'm trying to get my tip line working, and I'm having a little bit of problems. So bear with me. We'll have it going in the next day or two. But we're going to start our Cooter Chats, and that's going to be a way where you can send a donation. It goes 100% to me. You bypass the YouTube 30%. And we're going to stop and do a little segment where we read the Cooter Chats. You burned your cooter once with oh, ouch. Yikes. Sin, that sounds painful. That sounds painful. Great sound. Thank you. You sound great, kid. 100 by 100. I'm always trying to improve. Hello, Ishi. Hello, Crash. Penny Farthing. Good to see you. Thank you. Hybrid. Giving the cooter salutes. Coconuts. Good to see you. And we've got Nina, the boomer cooter. I love that we have a self-proclaimed boomer cooter in the house. That's amazing. That's amazing stuff. So I want to thank the moderators. We usually just get right into it, but I'm feeling a little chatty today. And I feel like they don't get enough credit. And I feel like I don't say it enough how grateful I am for my moderator group. You guys, this group of moderators is probably the best people that you'll find on YouTube. And I'm not saying that because they're my moderators. I'm saying that because I know their hearts, I know their ethics, I know their values, and they really are just great people. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being moderators for me and sticking around even when things, get a little hairy around here. I think that you guys are so resilient, and I don't think I say that enough because you guys have been through the ringer with things here on YouTube just as much as I have, and I just wanted to say that. It's been on my mind, and I just really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Kels. I'm horrible at looking at my phone. I apologize. I don't see anything on Cash. I don't see anything on Cash App. But I don't want to, miss anything and not thank you guys either. Linda Walker. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Linda says, you're the best and don't you forget it. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry I said your name. I'm so sorry. Linda. And Jan, I've got to thank Jan. Jan, 23 hours ago, sent another Venmo. She says, thanks for your Lowin. Joan content could not make it through her lame third grader book, but good on you. I wish they would go away, but Kool-Aid drinking Mormon women are like nasty flies on their channel. Thank you so much, Jan. That is so freaking nice of you guys. So sorry that I didn't see those earlier. Let me check. Pauline. Thank you so much, Pauline. I know that I don't have your YouTube name here, but She's new. And thank you so much. Oh, and Kels, the real Kels, yesterday for the PayPal, and Rhonda for the PayPal December 2nd. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sent at 1:30. Okay, let me go back. Oh, I see it now. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Kels. That is so nice of you. Thank you so much. Sister of the Moon, because I just went live, girl. I haven't been live long. Thank you so much, you guys. You guys are so nice. Tammy Clips. I knew I heard the little Christmas jingle. There's our Tammy. She says, don't be needy or she'll tell you to get the fuck out. Who's that? Me? Thank you for being a cooter for 10 months. Thank you, Cindy Roberts. Bueller. I feel so much better with my audio working and stuff. Oh my gosh, I was so worried because I told you guys yesterday, but I don't know if you guys were all here. But I told you guys yesterday that freaking Bella was wrapped around my this cord. Hi Tara. And she tore it out and it fucked up the headphone jack. Tammy, are you upset about something? Is that why you said that? But don't be needy or she'll tell you to get the fuck out. Is that me? Is that directed at me? I don't think I've ever told anyone to get the fuck out. Kels is the bomb. She is. Happy hump day. Real Angie B. I can't stay. Finishing cooking. Got to get the kids off the bus. Have a nice evening. Well, you have a nice evening too. The dog, yeah, she did. And it bent. Like the plug-in thing was bent. Now the little jack doesn't work, but I problem solved. Thank God for Amazon and their overnight delivery. I got a little USB thingy that I plug my headphones in, so now I can hear. Because I called a computer place here in my town, and they were like, yeah, it's $90 diagnostic fee. I'm like, I know what's wrong with it. Okay, so if you're done with the drama, why are you here starting drama, Tammy? I don't understand. Oh, Bella's fine. Yeah. I wasn't worried about Bella because she yanked it out and got yeah, she was fine. It wasn't around her neck. It was like around her foot. Oh my God. Save the drama for your mama, girl. I didn't say anything to you. God. I can't. Merry Christmas. Here, this is for you. Who doesn't do drama.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Kiss my ass. Kiss his ass. Kiss your ass. Happy Hanukkah.
For someone who doesn't start drama, you just did. So, congratulations. So anyways, yeah, I don't know. This is grown ass people talking about discords. God damn. I didn't ask you to not be friends with anybody. I'm a grown person. You made your choice. Enjoy it. I didn't do anything to you. All right. So, anyways, I don't like negativity either. We've got snowflakes. We've got Clark Griswold.
And when Santa squeezes his fat white ass down that chimney tonight, he's going to find the jolliest bunch of assholes this side of the nut house.
So today, you guys, we are going to get into this Mormon Stories. And I saw a few of you saying it's long. I know it's long. Hey, Tanya. Can you tell me how I'm saying your name? Is it Tanya? Tanya? I hate saying names wrong. Just gotta be seen, baby. Here's the spotlight. So we're going to go into Mormon Stories today. Let me shrink me down. shrink me down to the level that they've put me on. And we're going to get through as much as we can today. I can't promise anything, but we have tomorrow to finish up whatever we don't get through today. That's your favorite Christmas movie? Me too. Me too. All right. So let me introduce you to Mindy. This is the co host of the Mormon Stories with John DeLynn. And I think that it's going to be interesting to go through this today because we just read the book. So that story is like fresh in our heads, right? You predict a lot of Lauren lies. I'm predicting that these stories are not going to mesh, but that's just my prediction. Hi, Chalice. Good to see you. Good to see you. Jana Lynn, good to see you as well. I am here for fun and enjoyable Jay and Cooters. Thank you, Belinda. Coming in a little late. Hey, Ostrich, you're not late at all. We're just getting started. I think Lauren is very rude to Mindy as well. She gives her very condescending looks. If you look at the thumbnail that I made, that's one of those looks. That's where I got it. So I know it's too fresh, right? That was rough to get through, but I'm glad that we did. I'm glad that we did because now it's under our belt. We don't ever have to look at her book again. You know what I mean? You're a boomer too, Crochet. I love that. I love my boomers. All of my siblings are boomers. I'm the youngest and I'm the only Gen Xer. So boomers got my heart. Hello, Tracy Burton. Happy Wednesday to you. Mindy is cute. There will definitely be discrepancies. I already know it. Yeah, she's probably jealous of Mindy. Of course, she's jealous of any female, I think. Especially if Mindy's happily married, which I don't know anything about Mindy. But if she's happily married, oof, you can bet there's going to be some jealousy. So, they're introducing Lauren as a true crime superstar. You might need a barf bag. Hello, Betsy. Oh, yes, that's really important to say too. Thank you, Cindy, for that. Mindy has spoken out. She made a post on Reddit with a statement. And she has, made it known that she is not in agreement with these things and that she looked back in hindsight and things like that. You're the back end of the boomers. I still can't believe her lawyer tried to change his kids' last names on the sly. I know. You don't claim the boomer? You're 80 years young, Nikki? Good for you. I don't know where the boomers end. I just know that I'm a Gen Xer. And I love being a Gen Xer. Is a 59-year-old a boomer? Probably. I think Mindy's husband is a very well-known doctor. Oh, boy. No, Angie, you're a Gen Xer, 73. Oh, you're 73 years old? I thought you were born in 73. Honey, you look freaking good. I thought you were saying 1973. I'm like, no, you ain't no boomer. You're an ex-gem and a boomer, CLR. You just turned 73. You're not the oldest. I think it stops at 1964. See, I'm confused. Is it 64 years old or 1964? DD. Thank you. So I don't know what years are Gen X, to be honest with you. 59 is Boomer City. But we love our boomers. We're here to walk you guys through life because you guys walked us through life before we got to our age. So we owe the boomers little doses of reality because I think the boomers have been through a lot since COVID. I know my brother and sister-in-law were extremely affected by COVID and conspiracies and all kinds of things. Did you guys experience that as well? I mean, they were like freaking out. You just Googled it and apparently you're Gen X. You must be on the on the line. Kelly Mack, it's good to see you. And Sharon Purcell, it's good to see you as well. And Cheryl and Anders. Thank you guys for being here. If you haven't hit the like button, hit it right meow. And we are going to go ahead and get into this review. You have a son that's almost a boomer? Well, my oldest brother, I'll give you a little deets about me. I'm the youngest of 6. My oldest brother is 15 years older than me. So he is, oh my gosh, he just turned 67 a couple days ago. 67? Oh my God, Jeff is 67. Corn Dead, I'm so sorry to hear that. The silent generation. Tara Lee, thank you for 10 months. My Gen X mind says F off drama. Boots, 53 and cooterific. You are cooterific. I know, I hate that. And COVID was so horrible. You couldn't go visit people. You couldn't, did you really crochet? My brother too. My brother's 6th birthday was the day that, Kennedy was shot. He turned 6 that day. I love boomer women too. Hey, Ishi. Thank you for 15 months. Welcome to Cooterville. Welcome to Cooterville. She's only the chamber president. She's not only a client, she's also the president. Moments. That's funny. You saw the Beatles in person when you were 3. Wow. Hey, Ruth Ann. Not that Ruth Ann. Okay, are you guys ready to get into it? Let's go.
And if y'all don't know, we also have back with us in studio, part of our dream team. We have Mindy Caldwell back as my co-host for today. Hey, Mindy.
Hi. So happy to
Hey,
be here.
Mindy.
Yeah, I think us combined with Megan are maybe best known in the Mormon Stories family for our coverage of Visions of Glory, Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow.
Remember, they're the band, right? The band gets back together. Megan.
Jody Hildebrandt, Ruby Frankie. We've covered a lot of those stories, which you've also covered.
Oh my gosh, look who's here. Hello, Miss Kathy P. I just want to thank you personally for what you said the other day. I know it's just your truth, but I appreciate you a lot.
On Hidden True Crime Podcast. But I guess we have to say we love you, Megan. Is that fair to say as well?
Yes. We miss Megan. The band doesn't feel the same without Megan here.
We
So
love
we got
Megan.
part of the band back together. But
We love
anyway.
her.
All right. So anything that you want to add, take away, or correct from my intro, Lauren?
No, I superstar's a little much, but a true crime podcaster, yes.
Yeah, and I think
I want to say thank you.
Why is this acting
making
so
it
funny?
happen. Thank you.
Tara Lee, thank you so much for your generous
Merry
$49.99.
early Christmas. Love your HTC content. Also, thanks for the Kick Watch party last night on Diddy 2.
Thank you so much, Tara. That's so kind. Merry Christmas to you and your family as well. And yeah, that's a reminder. We watched the new Diddy documentary from Netflix last night on Kick, and it will be up on Kick for 30 days. If you guys don't have Netflix and you want to watch it, you can go watch it on my Kick channel for the next 30 days. It was really good. It was really well put together. It's disgusting. It reveals some new footage that we never saw, and it's definitely worth watching. Thank you again, Tara Lee, for your generous Christmas present.
the titles that we kind of brainstormed in the outline, sort of like how true crime has interplayed with your, Mormon upbringing and your Mormon faith. Yeah, just kind of your epic Mormon journey. And that's what we do on Mormon Stories is long form. And I'll just let people know the current tentative plan, we always try and go with how the interview is going, is probably to do a 2-parter on this episode because there's so much good stuff. So part 1 is going to be sort of Lauren Matthias's background leading up to her decision to start the Hidden True Crime podcast. So that's kind of all about her background. And then depending on how it goes, we'll have a part 2, which is sort of the beginnings of Hidden True Crime podcast, its evolution, and, where things are today, what it's been like to cover so many important true crime stories, many of which are within a Mormon context.
Does he look jerky to you guys? Like, is he kind of, like the quality, like, is it kind of jerky?
And then maybe some Q&A at the end. So that's kind of the rough plan and the outline. Does that sound good?
Why does it look so weird? Is it because I have it sped up a little bit?
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll just get comfy and yeah.
So let's all settle in. You ready,
Let's
Mindy?
get comfy.
All right, let's do it. All right, so
You guys got
Lauren
your
Matthias,
tea?
where does your Mormon story begin?
Well, I guess it begins before I was born, right? My ancestors. But I do want to say this before I even start talking why I'm doing this. And you asked me a long time ago. And yeah, you've asked me if I've ever wanted to do this. And I thought, you know what? I don't think so. Like, it just felt a little overwhelming. People have expectations of who I am, and I don't want to disappoint anyone. And as a journalist,
Yes, he has a really nice voice. So it is kind of like that for you guys as well? Weird.
on my
And Elizabeth, yes, this is where she had stated he had to do so much editing because she could not stop coughing. She was coughing, right?
Psychopathy.
my podcast, Hidden True Crime, I don't tell people what I believe, or I don't tell people where I am, because I just want to relay the evidence non-biasedly. And while I'll share about having an LDS background, that's all I will say in order to let them know
Hi, Andy.
I am relaying the evidence and nothing more, or the knowledge they need to have, about the LDS faith that I know of, because I cover a lot of LDS-centered crimes. And yet, as a reporter and a journalist for over a decade, 15 years, I have encouraged people to tell their stories, because I
Let me see if it's like that if I put it on normal speed.
do believe that stories change us. They change humanity. They humanize people, which is actually the opposite of crime. Crime is a dehumanization of people, and it's so important to humanize people. And I think that stories, and what Mormon Stories does, is so powerful, because stories change
Yeah, yours do.
our minds and our ideas. And that's important to me. And so I was just at Lori Vallow Daybell's third trial. There's been so many. And a couple came up to me and said they watched Hidden True Crime and said how much they had loved one of my particular interviews, and said that they had watched it 3 times. And I said, really, all 3 parts, because this was a very long interview. And they said, all 3 parts, please tell her she is very brave. And I'm so grateful that she was brave. And I think that was the moment. And I did tell this interviewee that, and I shared that with her. And that was the moment I realized, I think it's time that I should maybe try to be brave. And so that's when I reached out and said, I'm ready. So I just want to
Oh, that's why you reached out. No, we know why she reached out and said she was ready, because she had to get in front of this whole mess that was about to implode.
lay that out why I'm doing this. I am nervous, because I don't like disappointing people. And
Oh, God.
so I think about that. I think about expectations people have of me and what they might learn about me. But I also want to own my story, and rather than, just
play the movie.
authentic.
Yeah.
Play.
That's beautiful. What a beautiful intention.
Oh, so
And,
beautiful.
I'm so
Fuck.
super confident that we're just going to have a great time and a
It's
heartfelt
gonna be a fucking
connecting
barrel
time.
of monkeys.
as friends. And I'm excited to learn about your story.
Thank
Me
you.
Lauren,
too. Me
because you've
too.
made a big difference in a lot
This
of people's
version.
lives and in ours.
Mhm.
And it's kind of a sacred honor to be a part of this.
Do it, lady.
So,
Absolutely.
yeah. All right. Well, that's a great intention. I guess
Hey,
what's good for the goose is good for the
Thompson
gander, right?
Yes.
So now, where does your Mormon story begin?
So my
So,
mother is from the East Idaho area. That's where she actually was born in Hollywood.
my mother's from the East. So her mom was born in Hollywood.
California, but she grew up in East Idaho. And my grandfather there, her father was a chiropractor and a bishop in Pocatello.
Oh,
And then
how
my
sweet.
father is from Arizona. He was born in Casa Grande, mostly raised in Oregon, though. And long line of LDS ancestors on both sides. While my grandmother, my dad's mom, was a convert. Other than that, Paces, Johnsons, people being baptized in Kirtland.
Oh, so her brother's named Pace after a last name. So she's related to the Paces and the Johnsons. Well, she was a Johnson, but I didn't realize Pace was the last name.
One of my great great grandmothers on my mother's side has a painting in the St. George Temple of her carrying, legend has it, hundreds of people across the icy Platte River to save souls. People ask, well, where were the men? I said, they're getting owned by my grandma. And then and then on my dad's side, I even have some that actually were in the Mexican colony, I think with the Romneys. I mean, there's a wide.
What's the Mexican colony with the Romneys? What does that mean? My mother was born in Hollywood, but she was raised in East Idaho. She went from Glamour to East Idaho.
Range, but I am LDS blood through and through.
Oh.
And then I am LDS blood through and through. And then my parents met at BYU. That's how you meet. And then I was born
love story
in New York City while my dad was attending Columbia Law School. I was a mistake. They already had 2 boys.
I remember this now. I remember her saying, I was a mistake. That was very telling to me. As the youngest of 6, this was very telling to me. I was a mistake. For you to call yourself a mistake, you have to feel pretty shitty about yourself. I was a surprise. Okay. And I was the best surprise they got out of all 6 fucking kids. That's how I present it. She presents it as a mistake. Hey, Jeff H., you edited a commercial for Mitt Romney's presidential bid. Oh, wow. Hello, Emmy Joe.
While my dad was attending Columbia Law School, I was a mistake. They already had 2 boys in a very small apartment.
And she smiles about it. I was a mistake.
In New York City. And so I came along. So I had 2 older brothers. Then we lived in Brooklyn for a while my dad practiced. And then the family actually moved to Romania for a time. My dad had a Fulbright scholarship there, studying international law because it was a communist country at the time. It was under the dictator
That could
Ceausescu.
be mannequin.
And
attention
so a lot of
seeking.
stories growing up of how he had to hold me. I was a toddler at the time, in food lines in order to get food.
Oh.
How there were spies everywhere and they had to slip a Book of Mormon to someone underneath the table that was interested.
Wow,
How they had to
Kathy.
bribe doctors with cigarettes to
12
treat my older
kids,
brother.
13 kids.
And so there was a lot of lessons when I was younger about how important freedom of religion is and accepting everyone. And then in New York, though, too, and I love this about my parents, how they taught diversity. My dad would always teach about respect of other religions, too, while he was proud of our LDS heritage. He would always tell the story of being in this small apartment, student housing in New York City, and our neighbors were Orthodox Jews and how they helped.
What? What did I miss, Andy? How to bribe doctors with cigarettes? Wait, hold on.
Ceausescu. And so a lot of stories growing up of how he had to hold me. I was a toddler at the time, in food lines in order to get food. How there were spies everywhere and they had to slip a Book of Mormon to someone underneath the table that was interested. How they had to bribe doctors with cigarettes to treat my older brother. And so there was a lot of lessons when I was younger about how important freedom of religion is and accepting everyone. And then in New York, though, too, and I love this about my parents.
Oh, the communist country. Okay, let's go back a little bit.
To Romania for a time. My dad had a Fulbright scholarship there, studying international law because it was a communist country at the time. It was under the dictator Ceausescu.
She said Romania. She said they lived in Romania and it was a communist country at the time.
And so a lot of stories growing up of how he had to hold me. I was a toddler at the time, in food lines in order to get food. How there were spies everywhere and they had to slip a Book of Mormon to someone underneath the table that was interested. How they had to bribe doctors with cigarettes to treat my older brother. And so there was a lot of
They had to bribe doctors with cigarettes to treat my older brother. What the fuck does that mean? Anybody know?
Of lessons when I was younger about how important freedom of religion is and accepting everyone. And then in New York, though, too. And I love this about my parents, how they taught diversity. You know, my dad would always teach about respect of other religions, too. While he was proud of our LDS heritage, he would always tell the story of being in this small apartment, student housing in New York City, and our neighbors were Orthodox Jews and how they helped one another. And they didn't want to operate machinery on the Sabbath. And so they would come over and they would knock, not ring the doorbell, but knock on my parents' door and say, can you come push the elevator buttons for us? And my dad would go out and push the elevator buttons for them on that Sabbath day so that they could keep their Sabbath holy. And so I was also I always grew up with the idea that you did say happy holidays and not Merry Christmas, and that you respect everybody's religions, and that we kept coffee in our cupboard if we had friends come over that were visiting that drank that. And so it was more of I think I had a lot of LDS pride and a lot of like heritage kind of a feeling to it. Like, this is us and someone else might be Jewish. And so that's something I want to kind of put out there too, because I think that formed a lot of how I thought about my faith. And then we moved to Salt Lake City. That's where I started kindergarten. And from there,
was it the early mid 80s that you were in Romania,
Mm-hmm.
basically?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the early mid 80s, she was in Romania. Early to mid 80s. Now, I don't know what year she was born, if she's 45, but that gives you a little more to go on.
And then we moved to Salt Lake City. So neither of my parents are from Salt Lake, but that's where I was raised for the most part. And we settled right in Salt Lake City. My dad's legally blind too, so he could never drive. So we always lived in a downtown area. So, you know, this is before remote working. That wasn't a thing, right? So,
okay, so Andy is saying nope. Hey, Jules the Thought, Merry Christmas to you too. You already have a migraine?
We always lived in a very downtown sort of central area for the most part so that he could.
She said her dad got a scholarship to something in Romania.
Ride his bike or catch a ride to the office or sometimes even walk. And so we lived in Salt Lake City. And
can I just say, legally blind, Columbia Law School, Fulbright scholar, that's a lot.
I don't think Dylan's really buying it. He's like, this seems like a lot.
Yeah. My dad is I love my dad. And I say that because
my dad is, I love my dad. Your dad is what? Your dad's a scammer. Your dad is in a RICO. Your dad rips people off. Fulbright scholarship. There you go.
Yeah.
I want to know how they adopted a Chinese baby. Or not baby, but I want to know how they adopted a Chinese 11-year-old. Does anybody know? Oh, shit. Andy's going through the roles of the Fulbright scholars right fucking now. Does anybody know how they came to adopt an 11-year-old Chinese girl? Her parents? I know. I love Andy. She's cracking me up. She has mommy issues for sure. T. Adams.
There'll be
some twists and turns.
But I love my dad. Yeah. And he is a remarkable man. His dad did not go to college. So.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah. So he
Hey, E-Curb.
he is a really neat. He is a really neat guy.
He's a really neat guy. Oh, okay. Did you hear that sigh?
So he was a really neat. He is a really neat guy.
Was he legally blind from a young age, or
who cares?
I have the journal entry. It's fascinating when he finds out that he's legally blind. So he went on a mission to the Philippines. So right before, he was being raised in Oregon and he couldn't see as well in high school. So they did eye tests on him and they noticed that glasses weren't helping it. Something was wrong. And they did a bunch of tests and they later learned that he had what is called Stargardt's disease. And it's a hereditary macular degeneration.
Stargardt's disease?
Of the eyes. And so it gets worse with age. And then he did get his driver's license when he was 16, but he went on a mission. Then when he came back from his mission after the Philippines, and I talked to mission companions of him, they say, I just remember him as the elder that couldn't see. Mm-hmm. He came back from his mission and could not get a driver's license at that age. He could not see. And they said, you are legally
darn.
blind. So he was 21. And so he wrote in his journal, it was his mission journal. He said, the wildest thing just happened. I just found out I was legally blind. This is crazy, but hey, you know what? I'll get great airline tickets. You know, I could, like something.
Huh? How do you not know that you can't see? And then what is he talking about? Airline tickets.
Thank you for making it
Wake and
happen.
Bake, thank you for your
Thank you.
super chat. Jay, your coverage is funny as fuck. Your laugh makes me laugh even harder. Thanks for getting me through the workday. Thank you, Wake and Bake, for being here. I love your new picture. Thank you for your super chat as well. Happy holidays.
Thing about, this is going to be okay. He's very optimistic. But yeah, when my mom and dad dated, my mother would drive and would have to pick him up, and he never drove growing up. So my mother, bless her soul, like she had to drive everywhere, every road trip, and
Bless her soul.
she'll have 6 kids total later on. But yeah, so yeah, it was interesting growing up with a dad that didn't drive. I remember though, sometimes he'd be like, we needed to get to church. And I remember him getting in the driver's seat once and just like freaking out as like a 7-year-old. He didn't do that later on because it got worse. His eyesight is pretty bad now.
So you moved to Salt Lake City.
Moved to Salt Lake City, and I remember every Sunday, usually walking, because that story didn't have that happen. Like
She made it sound like he got it through Columbia, that her parents met at BYU, but that he got the scholarship through Columbia University. Dominique, that's really wild.
once or twice, but we would walk down an alley to get to our church building, and it was an old historic church in Salt Lake City, and it had a beautiful stained glass window at the front of the chapel of Christ knocking on that door without a doorknob. And so Christ, and by the way, I just loved that. I loved that stained glass window. I loved having Christ there in the chapel every day and that symbolism.
Tell us what the knob not being there.
Yeah,
means.
that Christ is knocking, but you have to let him in. You have to let him in. And
Keep on knocking,
yeah.
but you can't.
And so it was beautiful. It was a small ward. It was a close-knit ward. I was actually the only girl my age in the ward. And then I only had brothers. And so when people say, what was it like? There weren't really other girls in the ward to say, oh, we were being taught roles because I was the only girl in my family. I was being taught roles. Trust me, like I was being called difficult and the tomboy, and I was getting left out of my older brother's activities. Like I felt it. I think I was a born kind of feminist and frustrated that I couldn't I couldn't hang with the boys, but there weren't those things being taught.
Well, you made up for it. You hung out with lots of boys when you became an adult. Your little spiral notebook with all their names and says thank you next to them. Yeah.
Church in my early years. I was marrying the nativity most often every year, and it was just a very close.
She was marrying the nativity. Guess what? One year, I was a Mary in a nativity at our church. I think I have pictures of it too. I was actually a shepherd one year, and then I was I was Mary. I know it's hard to believe, but I looked like a very innocent Mary too.
Caring ward. And then my best friend, I just needed one good friend, and I just had one best friend, and she was not LDS. So, so it was good. And we were, we both were very, my dad spent a lot of time with my older brothers. My mother was really nurturing. I was the youngest for 5 years, and I had 2 younger brothers, and she spent a lot of time taking care of them. I helped her take care of them. And so I just went and found friends. And this friend, Abby, actually was a big part of my childhood. And we would just play out in the gully in Salt Lake City and just be imaginative. But she didn't, that's something I want to say, she didn't, so she was not LDS. And so in some ways, I think that I might have even questioned God before I questioned Santa Claus, because I'm being taught in church that this is true, but my best friend in the world doesn't believe it. But it was.
So she didn't believe in God.
I don't know if she believes in God or not, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I'll tell this story first, and then we'll get into my questioning of God.
She wasn't actively religious.
Yeah. I don't know what religion, right. I didn't know, but she came to church with me a couple of times. We invited her, and she came to primary, and it was really fun for me. And I do remember one Sunday morning, we went every week. We went all 3 hours every week. I was a 3-hour girl, right? We can say that. Walked uphill both ways and went to church 3 hours.
3 hours.
And And Abby came with me a few times, I remember. And then I remember one Sunday morning, everybody's getting ready. And my mom stopped me on the stairs and she said, "Hey, sweetheart, you know how Abby has come to church with you on Sundays?" And I said, "Yeah." She said, "Well, what Abby does on Sundays is she swims. She was a very good swimmer. She was on the swim team. And so they've invited you to go swimming today. And you are going to go with Abby today because that's what Abby does on Sundays." And so that was sort of the way my
I
parents
remember the
taught
Stations
me.
of the
Like
Cross.
so it was just very okay. And I was like, great, that's fun for me. And so I got to go swimming with Abby. So that's how I remember my parents sort of teaching us to sort of respect and love everyone's differences and how I grew up.
Did you ever feel a pressure that you needed to, proselytize to Abby, or do you recall, were you too young to maybe have those feelings? Or I just recall having, friends who were not LDS and maybe feeling some pressure internally or externally to recruit my friends to go to church. I wonder if you ever felt that way with Abby.
I didn't feel that way with Abby. I do remember having visitors from out of the country
I bet Abby's not even a real person.
visiting us and me singing "I'm a Child of God" and them saying, "We don't believe in God, don't sing that." But I remember thinking, oh, okay, oops. Like I remember feeling embarrassed, but I don't think I ever felt the pressure to proselytize to her. No.
It sounds like your parents were just very globally minded and it sounds like they didn't have the sort of provincial Mormon bubble mindset. That's what I'm getting so far.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's what I want to express too, because, people wonder, and I'm happy about that part of my childhood and how they did that. Yeah, they did. They had a global mindset. And so while I didn't feel pressure to proselytize to Abby, I think though, realizing that I would go to church and my best friend didn't, I have this very clear recollection of being 7 years old. I was in the bathroom and
Oh, Lord.
having a moment of like thinking how happy I know that the church is true, that I did think this is the truth. We know the truth. I have this true church and I know that I'll be with God and I know that I'm safe and that God loves me. And and for a split second thinking, but what if I don't know? What if it's not true? And the fear that enveloped me as a 7-year-old, thinking that for a split second, I will never forget, because it was so palpable that I quickly was like, it is true. Like I just shut it off. I was like, it is true, because it was so scary to me to think there might not be a God or this might not be right. Because I think looking back now, I just had an absolute fear of death. Like, I mean, I think most human beings probably, experience that at some point. Like,
At 7 years old, no, you shouldn't have a fear of death. Salty, thank you so much for your super chat. It's good to see you today. I don't know at that time anyone would be interested in what Lauren has to say, but this guy interviewing looks like Beau Bridges, the actor. He kind of does. Velvet, a 7-year-old.
Like
well, John's wearing, tights and being Batman. She's thinking about death. Okay.
I'll die. And I just couldn't go there. And I think, honestly, when I look at that moment, I think that also maybe even was the transition into sort of being fascinated with true crime. I was fascinated with true crime as a child because
What? She was fascinated with true crime as a child? This just gets more disturbing.
I think true crime represented death and my fear of death and the evil of humanity and what is real. And like we have this safety and this comfort in God and heaven and being with our families forever and a plan and a purpose and we're special and it's
Wow, thank
all
you,
going to be
Canvas.
okay.
And we're protected.
And we're protected.
We just got 5 gifted cooterships from Canvas and Crime. Tanya, Sunshine, Elizabeth, Presley, and Messica. Thank you. And happy holidays, Canvas.
Right?
We're protected. And true crime is saying there is actually evil in this world. And this is humanity. And this is being mortal. And someone could kill you tomorrow. And it could all be gone. And I remember the first show I started watching, it was like 7, 8, 9, was a show on TV called Rescue 911. People my age will remember it.
I remember that show.
You remember it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Before Unsolved Mysteries, there was Rescue 911. And and also I think my mother was too busy.
No, bitch. Unsolved Mysteries came out in the 80s. You don't know what you're even talking about. She's saying that Rescue 911 came before. Before Unsolved Mysteries. No, Unsolved Mysteries was there well before. Wowen. Thank you for 16 months as a cooter as well, Canvas. Thank you so much, and enjoy your holidays. Hey, SC girl, come on in, and everybody close them. Hit the like button.
With the younger kids, and my dad was an incredible musician too. Yeah, my dad, he's an incredible musician, and he taught my older brothers how to play music.
That's where Clark gets it.
Yes, yeah, my brother Clark, and yeah, I have a very musical family. I'm the black sheep in many ways. That's one of them.
Okay, so we have 22 minutes in. I just want to make note of this. 22 minutes in, and she's already called herself a mistake in the family and the black sheep in many ways.
My brother Clark, and yeah, I have a very
her brother Clark.
And when Santa squeezes his fat white ass down that chimney tonight, he's gonna find the jolliest bunch of assholes this side of the nut house.
Clark.
musical family. I'm the black sheep in many ways. That's one of them. Again, I just went and found friends, but I would watch this show. The good news is everyone was rescued, hence Rescue 911, but it's how they would call 911 and get rescued. Like I remember
That's not true crime, Lauren. That's fucking emergency calls. Okay. Those are emergency calls for help. That's not true crime. She's so stupid.
this day watching where someone comes in the middle of the night, an intruder, and they come up and start attacking a little girl's dad with a knife. And the little girl runs down, calls the phone, calls 911. She's crying. They're playing the 911 call on this thing. She's saying, help, my daddy is getting murdered. And they're doing the B-roll. And so you see the guy with the knife over,
the reenactment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm thinking, hurry, hurry. And 911 calls. And that was the episode that just stuck with me because I thought if she didn't call right then, he was about to be killed. The reenactment was so like suspenseful back and forth, and how close her dad was to death and that she saved him, and how frightening that there could just, this be this other side, the opposite of what faith teaches us, church teaches us. And so I became a very fearful child. And
I wonder why.
Whenever I'd go to bed at night, I would think, where's the phone? So I can call 911. What if someone comes in the middle of the night?
Oh, shut up. 7? I don't believe that.
I would practice hiding in my pillows. Like, how would I hide? They would check under the bed. How would I hide? And I would practice, and I would put my stuffed animals on me. How would I get to my little brothers to save them? Where's my escape route? I would be up in the middle of the night thinking, do I hear something? Wanting to scream. And I say this because this is a big theme in my childhood that lasted years. I'm jumping ahead. Like I remember being 11 and screaming for my dad in the middle of the night.
Oh my God. I'm jumping ahead. I remember being 11 and screaming for daddy in the middle of the night. Stop. Rescue 911 did not traumatize you.
And he had to run upstairs. And I just thought someone was in my house. So this started very young and lasted a very long time, which we'll get into. And so looking back with adult eyes, I just think I was processing my fear of death. Like what this contradiction to what I'm being taught in church and what the world.
Well, before you feel sorry for her, you have to remember that she's told many, many renditions of her childhood or like how she grew up.
Really is. And I also remember in elementary school going to the playground and having girls say, oh, look, there's Satan coming out of a house. It was recess, and taking it very literally and fearful. And then someone saying, well, if you look in a mirror in the middle of the night and say Bloody Mary, Satan's going to appear. And being absolutely afraid of mirrors at night for years, like just so afraid. And my mother started noticing. My mother was very aware. She was very nurturing. And I remember my dad was out of town and she went and she bought me Cinderella actually just to watch at night because I could not sleep. And I still have Disney's Cinderella memorized.
Oh,
like I can recite almost the whole thing still because I would just watch it every night, which is interesting because I think I saw her in this very abusive situation. Because that's the thing. I know that everyone's like, oh, Cinderella just gets rescued. And that is a problem because that did affect me. But they started with she's being abused by her stepmother, and
Oh
these
my
people are horrible
God.
to her, but she also, doesn't stop dreaming and perseveres and, saves herself, I guess, through her beauty and kindness. We'll get to that, but
Wasn't there a murder attempt in Cinderella, or am
I think the original, well, yeah. And the wicked stepmother completely dehumanizes her and like wants to kill her when she finds out she's in love with the prince. And you know what I mean? It's
there's
like,
some true crime in there.
there's some definite true crime in Cinderella. Yeah. But she's kind and she's beautiful. And, of course, yeah, then she falls in love at first sight. And I know all the problems with Cinderella. But I would watch that show, and yeah, so I think that was a big part of my childhood. Oh, and then I even remember, like, in first grade, this was like the era of McGruff the crime dog. I mean, they talked about kidnappers in first grade. Like, you're going to be kidnapped. And I remember a McGruff the crime dog.
McGruff the crime dog was take a bite out of crime. That had nothing to do with being kidnapped, did it? I don't remember McGruff being the kidnapping thing, was it? Katie entered Disney into the saga. I'll email it to you if she emails it to me, Andy.
Police officer coming in and talking to us in first grade, like as you walk home from school, because we all walked home from school alone then, there were no surveillance cameras. When you walk home from school, look for the McGruff crime dog house. They're the safe houses. And I remember thinking, that is bull. Like, if I was a kidnapper, I would be like, make me a McGruff crime house.
Wait, what?
Or McGruff dog crime house, so that the kids will be lured in. So I remember I would walk past.
Wait, what? So she was sus of the people that had the stickers. Oh, this is an interesting psychological thing going on in her head. She's claiming that at a young age, she was sus of the people that had stickers that they were a safe house. That she thinks they would use those stickers to lure the kids into their house. Instead of them being safe places, she looked at them like, oh, those are probably the bad guys wanting the kids in there. Holy fuck. Whose brain even thinks that way?
As you walk home from school, because we all walked home from school alone then, there were no surveillance cameras. When you walk home from school, look for the McGruff crime dog house. They're the safe houses. And I remember thinking, that is bull. Like, if I was a kidnapper, I would be like, make me a McGruff crime house or McGruff dog crime house, so that the kids will be lured in. So I remember I would walk past houses where I'd see McGruff the crime dog in the window and just think, dude, that's freaky.
Hey,
like,
Cynthia.
just be scared of that house. Because like, I know who they are. They're playing one on me. So yeah,
That's
so
really fascinating that you would work that out. You know what I mean? Kind of twist it to be like, it's a trap.
Yeah, that's where I went.
Yeah, that's a really weird thought for a little kid.
Yeah, it's so interesting to hear you talk about the fear of being kidnapped. I don't know if young kids now have that same fear, but I think growing up in the 80s, we heard a lot about kidnapping and stranger danger and the milk carton kids were missing kids, and it was a big fear. Maybe that's just
Pauline,
intrinsically a childhood fear, but I don't know. I felt that a lot.
Did you?
PayPal.
Yeah.
Is it more a girl thing? Or a
No,
boy
for
thing?
sure. But I also just want to note, for your particular story, there's a combination of, I would say, precociousness in the sense that you're pondering existential things at age 7. But also, I don't want to pretend any diagnosis, but there seems to be a high level of anxiety.
Probably.
That then, when you start learning about the dangers in the world and the realities of the world, you internalize that and process it in what I would say is a very sophisticated way relative to what probably I and lots of other kids might have done. But there may be a teeny bit of
Andy,
scrupulosity in the
emailed
story as it
you.
unfolds. And that's what I was mentioning that to Grayson before we started.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just high level of conscientiousness.
Oh, Grayson went with her? Wait, why would Grayson? Hold on a second. Why is Grayson there with her? Grayson is her producer. I'm sure they have their own producer. Why'd girlfriend have to tag along, huh?
The realities of the world, you internalize that and process it in what I would say is a very sophisticated way relative to what probably I and lots of other kids might have done. But there may be a teeny bit of scrupulosity in this story as it unfolds, and that's what I was mentioning that to Grayson before we started.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just high level of conscientiousness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And that sounds like fear, right?
Yeah. Well, to what you just said, I just think that's interesting. I think I want to say this as far as intention goes too. When I said at the beginning of this interview, like a lot of people wonder what I believe. I think a part of this is finding out what I believe too. And so you pointing out those things to me, like you're the Mormon Stories expert. You're the podcast. I appreciate that. I just want to say, like, okay, let's go on. Like, tell me more. So,
well, I don't know anything, but I'm just kind of observing as I go, and I'll float a thing here or there. But you're the expert on your life, not me.
Well, you're the expert on Mormonism, so fill me in. Fill me in. Yeah. From there,
McGruff the crime dog.
I know. Yeah, that was an interesting.
No, but you noting that the type of person, it's just kind of like who is often, drawn to be a Boy Scout leader. People who would abuse Boy Scouts, right?
That's
like
true.
You noting that as a kid, that a stranger danger or a McGruff crime dog sticker might actually be a warning sign, not a safety invitation, shows a real intense level of sophistication for a young kid.
Sophistication.
I thought it was kind of twisty, but okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So that leads me to baptism. So I was very excited to get baptized, age 8, because it was special. I had my white dress. Again, I always kind of felt special. I was the only girl for the majority of my life. My family did adopt my sister at age 22, but I grew up the only girl between.
So she was 22 and they adopted her sister. This is the one they adopted, I think, from China. Maybe she'll talk more about it, but I don't know. Yeah, inner psychic, or maybe a little bit more than that. I mean, they're pretty tight, inner psychic. I don't know how tight. But it seems like you can't separate the two.
4 boys. But I was very much the only child too. People say, oh, were you so spoiled? I'm like, I was actually pretty much the only child, or the middle child, not the only. Like, I was very middle. But these moments, I got my pretty white dress but I remember being gifted a book about baptism, and I really wanted to understand it, and reading the book and liking it. I would recognize the book. But I did try to find it on Google. I can't find it, but I read this maroon hardback book. It had a picture of a boy and a girl in the front, a photograph, and it talked about the Holy Ghost and how the Holy Ghost would protect us. And the thing about baptism I was most excited about was getting the Holy Ghost so that it could protect me. And it said that it would give me warnings. And if I listened to it, it would tell me about danger. And that happened. Everywhere I went, I would be trying to listen. Is the Holy Ghost trying to say I'm in a dangerous situation? And even my prayers at night, I prayed every night. I would just lay down and pray. I wouldn't kneel, but I would always pray to God. I'm grateful for that, by the way. I think my prayers growing up were very...
Why doesn't she talk to her adopted sister, T. Adams? Give us the scoop.
It was like meditation. I would just lay in bed and thank him and ask and keep me safe. But I would owe it to God to always listen to the Holy Ghost. And so I remember like being on a bike ride and thinking, am I feeling that something's wrong? Is the Holy Ghost trying to tell me something's wrong on this bike ride? I remember thinking, jump off the bike. And I would jump off the bike. You're holding that. And I would just be like, it told me to jump, maybe a car was going to hit me. Maybe the Holy Ghost was saying this car was going to hit you, but you had to jump off the bike. And so I would do that. Or then it would be out and it would be, go home right now, go home. And so I think, was that the Holy Ghost? And I would go home right then. So maybe.
Ooh. Do you guys think that she has like an untreated mental illness? And I'm not saying this to be mean to her. This is wild.
That's what you were talking about. And so, yeah, there was sort of this obsession with the Holy Ghost protecting me, which is funny. I didn't worry about sinning as much. I just worried about it keeping me safe and listening to it. I think I would try to repent. The book said, if you do something wrong, you repent so you can keep the Holy Ghost. So I'm sure in my prayers, I said sorry for things so that I could always have the Holy Ghost. But the Holy Ghost was the ultimate goal, so it could help me and keep me safe.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think though, I want to point out this, jumping ahead though, as far as the Holy Ghost goes in teenagehood and in young adulthood, I think in many ways it may have helped me be more assertive because it actually became I can trust myself. I mean, because let's be honest, the Holy Ghost is your conscience and your internal dialogue. I know that.
Intuition.
Your intuition, your instinct. So I think actually, I want to point this out. While it might have been an obsession as a child, I think that as a teenager or a young adult, it allowed me to trust my intuition and know what I felt was real.
I like that.
So I want to give it that credit.
I like it.
But yeah, as a child, I was just like, yeah, avoid me, corrupt the crime dog houses, and the Holy Ghost will let me know anything else.
Jump off the bike.
Right. Jump off the bike. I'm going to get hit by a car. Well, I'd hear those in primary too.
Go
I
home
remember a primary lesson where they said that this boy was riding his bike and he felt that he should get off the sidewalk. And as he got off the sidewalk, a car came rushing, speeding by, and he would have been hit. That was a story I remember, taught in primary. Okay, like I've got to listen.
Yeah. Beautiful. I love it.
So I'm trying to think where next.
Journal writing.
Oh, journal writing. Yeah. Very avid journal writer throughout childhood, throughout teenagehood. If you want to hate yourself, be a young adult reading your junior high journals. I'm like, I don't know why anyone told me to keep those. Let's go burn those. But
why would your thoughts in junior high make you hate yourself? I would think that your thoughts in junior high would make you maybe laugh at yourself. She got uncomfortable and kind of shifted and everything there.
Journals. I'm like, I don't know why anyone told me to keep those. Let's go burn those. But
you didn't burn them.
I didn't. They're in the garage somewhere right now.
Right.
Yeah.
I always feel sad when I hear of people like destroying their journals.
Yeah.
Because there's lessons in there, right? It's cringy.
They're super
It's
cringy.
so cringy.
Yeah, it's so cringy.
Yeah, so cringy. Our poor kids now that write it all on social media. But yeah, so I always loved to write. And again, I was very sort of alone in my thoughts as a child. Like I said, I had this one friend, and Abby, though, I want to say Abby was
Always
this one person I connected
lonely.
to. She did move away at the end of third grade. I was very sad. In fact, I wrote a big essay about it in my journal when she moved away, about my sadness. And I didn't meet another best friend that I connected to after that for quite a few years. And so I was just a one friend girl. And so it was very kind of lonely after that. But again, I'm so glad I had her from kindergarten to the end of third grade. She was such a important part of my life. But I wrote in my journal. So again, I was sort of left out of what my dad and older brothers were doing. And my mother was really consumed with taking care of my little brothers. She took good care of me too. I don't want to say that, but I'm a middle child. There's this natural gap. Nobody's fault. It is what it is. The mistake born in New York City, you know.
There we go again.
Remind us how old you were when your little brothers were born. Did you say there's a 5-year gap?
Yeah.
Why'd she say it again? The mistake born in New York City. Does she want someone to say, no, you weren't a mistake? Quit saying that. Stop calling yourself a mistake.
My mother had a miscarriage, so she did not have my first little brother until I was 5. So I was the youngest for 5 years. So I was very nurtured. I think I have strong attachment because of that. My mother was so sweet with children. And then
my mother was so sweet with children. That's not a normal. My mother was so sweet with children. I sense that there's trouble between her and her mom.
I was very excited for my 2 little brothers. So they were both born 2 years apart. So one was 5 years younger. And then my youngest brother, Jamie, who I adored, was 7 years younger. And I was very close to them because my older brothers wouldn't play with me. And I love kids and I loved being playful. And so I was very close to my little brothers. I was their babysitter. We would be so imaginative and just have so much fun. But yeah, so there was a gap though. So they had needs that, my mother had to take care of. And so I was this absolute, like every night in my journal. My mother actually, bless her soul, my first journal entry is when I'm like 3 or 4 and she's writing, she's scribing it.
Oh.
And it's my words exactly. And I'm saying strawberry shortcake birthday. I love it.
She was journaling at 3.
I've seen songs
Wow.
and it's actually some of my favorite journals. And my mother did that. So
Oh.
there's probably a half a journal full of just my mother scribing my
Oh,
thoughts.
that's really meaningful.
Yeah.
That's
so,
next level
Yeah.
journaling.
Yeah. So I owe it to my mom for actually
He's like, that's next level journaling. I don't think he's buying what she's fucking selling here.
doing that for me. And
You and Joseph Smith had scribes in your journal.
thanks, Mom. But I think that there are a few reasons I was such a big journal writer. I loved writing. Taylor Swift writes songs. My brothers play music. I write. It's just sort of.
Huh? Why are you bringing Taylor Swift into this? Oh, Salty. This was just 4 months ago. Taylor Swift writes songs. My brothers play music and I write. Where does Taylor Swift fit in with you and your brothers, weirdo? She's a weirdo. That's weird.
My outlet. And I think that it was a way to express myself. And looking back, even though I want to burn a handful of them, they were probably really healthy. It was probably, I didn't have therapy growing up, but it was probably a replacement for therapy in many ways to sort of understand myself. But I also.
Okay, I'm going to try to refresh this thing because it's freezing up. We're at 38:54. Hold on. I'm just going to hit refresh.
In New York City, while my dad was attending Columbia Law School, I was describing it.
Oh.
And it's my words exactly. And I'm saying Strawberry Shortcake Birthday. I love it. I've seen songs.
Wow.
And it's actually some of my favorite journals. And my mother did that. So
Oh.
there's probably half a journal full of just my mother scribing my
Oh,
thoughts.
that's really meaningful.
Yeah.
That's
so,
next level journaling.
Yeah. So I owe it to my mom for actually doing that for me. And
You and Joseph Smith had scribes in your journal.
thanks, Mom. But I think that there are a few reasons I was such a big journal writer. I love writing. You know, Taylor Swift writes songs. My brothers play music. I write. It's just sort of my outlet. And I think that it was a way to express myself.
I loved
and looking
writing
back,
too.
even though I want to burn
Creative
a
writing
handful of
was my
them, they were probably
favorite.
really healthy. It was probably, I didn't have therapy growing up, but it was probably a replacement for therapy in many ways to sort of understand myself. But I also think I had a fear of being forgotten. And I think it went back to the fear of death again, that I was just dust, right? Like you live, you die. Like no one will remember me unless I write stuff down. And I say that as an adult looking back. I'm not consciously thinking as an 8-year-old writing in my journal, I'm going to die. So I have to leave this. And then I think the third reason were lessons in church though. We study the scriptures. Those are ancient journals. We talk about our pioneer ancestors so much. And what do we know about them from the journals they kept? And how precious. I remember a lesson. If Fannie Mae, I'd made that name up, but if you know, Annie Mae.
She said Fannie Mae. Isn't that like a mortgage lender? Fannie Mae? There was a little slip there. Fannie Mae. Isn't Fannie Mae a lender? Hey, Purple Ivy. Good to see you. Fannie Mae. And then we've got this Rico revolving around lending. I think that was a little slippage. Leakage. That was leakage.
About our pioneer ancestors so much. And what do we know about them from the journals they kept? And how precious. I remember a lesson. If Fannie Mae, I'd made that name up, but if you know, Annie Mae Simpson didn't keep that journal, we would have never known what really happened in the line.
Chocolates. Oh, Fannie Mae chocolates. But Fannie Mae is also a lender.
Lion House that day. You know, it's like, okay.
Maybe we
don't
want to
know. Yeah, that's probably
The
a journal
journal
I want to
writing was
burn.
very pushed. Yeah, I was very encouraged. I think
It's
for
like
Latter-day Saint kids.
pray, read your scriptures,
Yeah.
have a garden, do a food store, a 2-year food storage, and write in your
Write in your
journals.
journal.
Right? I mean, I've got like 6 journals from just up to my mission.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, right. But I remember 2 particular journals. I wrote a very long essay when Abby moved about my sadness. And then when my grandpa Manwaring died suddenly of a heart attack, that was the chiropractor in East Idaho.
I
At
think
65,
Abby
so I was
was her
89,
imaginary
writing a very
friend.
long journal about how sad I was. My mom didn't notice those. And she kind of encouraged me. She's like, you could be a writer one day. You like to write. And she pointed out to someone, she's like, look, Lauren's like writing essays about everything that happens in her life. And I remember her showing that to somebody and saying like, you could be a writer. You could be a journalist one day. So I do remember that.
And you had a Justice Warrior kind of slant as well, right?
Yeah. I actually, funny enough, even a year ago, I found an old box of.
How old are the Mormon scriptures, that the ancient Mormon scriptures? Don't they come from fucking Missouri? How ancient can it be?
All of these old like writings from elementary school, and I open them up and it's all, I was a justice warrior. It was like I was talking about endangered animals in 3rd grade. We need to save endangered animals. I was talking about how much I hate.
Shut up. I'm done now. I'm done. After hearing John's dating profile where he was in fucking tights, or no tights, but a Batman cape, saving an injured cat on the roof. I don't think that was his dating profile. I think she wrote it. I think she wrote that and said it was his dating profile. I think that was a whole ass lie. Oh, I was in 3rd grade saving endangered animals. And then his dating profile says he was rescuing turtles and fucking frogs and jumping on the roof in a cape. Stop. This is all her delusions, in my opinion. And he just sits by and lets her do it. I think she wrote all those texts. I think she wrote the dating profile. I think that she wrote everything.
Like writings from elementary school, and I open them up and it's all, I was a justice warrior. It was like I was talking about endangered.
She even said justice warrior. That's the superheroes. The justice warriors. And he was Batman. Stop it. I did, Corn Dead. Yep, I've covered that. She's lying. She wrote that dating profile, y'all. Good Lord above. Why do you lie so much? I just need to give you guys a little reminder today.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
An old box of all of these old like writings from elementary school, and I open them up and it's all, I was a justice warrior. It was like I was talking about endangered animals in 3rd grade. We need to save endangered animals. I was talking about how much I hated pollution, and I had like a factory with smoke. Like, we've got to stop pollution. I talked about, this was also 3rd grade, Martin Luther King and how he helped. It wasn't written in the best. I was like, it was a little cringy to read it, but my effort, my intention was there about how Rosa Parks.
Stop.
And so, endangered animals, those were the things that I would also write about in school. And
oh, so she brought up endangered animals twice. I think she wrote it.
I had undiagnosed ADD growing up. I know many women or girls are undiagnosed because the ADHD, the hyper isn't always as obvious. But I think I was just very imaginative. It was very hard for me to concentrate on things. I think that's actually one reason I don't play a musical instrument like the rest of my family, is because my mother couldn't get me to just practice. I was frustrated. I wanted to play right then. But somehow, and at school, I would miss assignments and I didn't know always what was going on. But whenever there was a writing assignment, I could focus on that. So.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right. We're getting a good picture of little Lauren.
Yeah.
I love it.
Did you keep in touch with Abby? Were you pen pals or anything?
Yes, still. Yeah,
Aww.
we still text. She moved
Good.
away to New Jersey and then she moved to Virginia. And we still keep in touch. I hope to see her actually this summer.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
All right. So where do we go from here? We go to kind of moving to Bountiful.
Lies.
Is that the next phase of your life?
Adolescence.
That was the next.
I hope to see Abby this summer. Where's the pictures of you and Abby? And why is her name Abby? She's weird, dude. I don't think this is true.
Next phase. So when I was 10,
Oh, God.
my family
Hey, Liz.
made a really big decision to just move away from Salt Lake City into the suburbs
Oh.
to Bountiful. My dad had a few friends and business partners moving up there.
Oh.
So he
Business partners, you say. Partners in crime. Partners in crime.
felt like he could hitch a ride to Salt Lake City to work every day. There was a house in the mountains, a new area. I mean, so this is in Bountiful, really high up in the
East Bench.
up high in the mountains. And these houses in the mid-90s were new.
Dear
They were all
Abby.
new. So also we lived in a historic neighborhood in Salt Lake. So this was very different than I was used to. So new homes, and we were the first people to live in this house, and it was big and it was white and it was modern. And so we moved in, and I think my dad did just have an idea that that his sons would plow this steep, driveway in this winter and, just do yard work. And I think he just thought, maybe I want my kids to, experience, a little bit more of the outdoors. And I don't know what he was thinking. Because I actually, go ahead.
Is Bountiful the wilderness, Mindy, as far as your East Bench Bountiful?
You guys are really roughing it up there.
That's pretty much.
I felt I was in the middle of nowhere.
It would feel that way at that time
Yeah.
when you had been used to living kind of downtown Salt Lake City. I can see how you'd feel that way, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, also, there's no internet. We only had 3 channels,
Oh
2,
my
4,
gosh.
and 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's no cable.
Basically for Great Depression era.
A big, beautiful home. So yeah, no Great
Yeah.
Depression. It was a very large.
Really, Lindsay? She did? Wow, it's on her Instagram. Okay.
Beautiful
Is it on Hidden True Crime or on Lauren Matthias Instagram?
fancy home. So there was no Great Depression. And I had a beautiful mountain bike that, I could go out and ride. And I read a lot and I played with my little siblings a lot. But there was no, I wasn't going next door to play with my friends. We weren't walking to church anymore. So,
Right.
so it was different from what, you're in Salt Lake City, you're like feet away from your neighbors. And so this is beautiful. You have land and it was different. And I think
They're not even buying this. They're like, what? What are you talking about? She's acting like they lived off the grid.
that Bountiful was really enjoyable actually for my older brothers. I shouldn't speak for them. I don't know. This is my own story, but it was very hard for me to move to Bountiful. And I felt, so all of a sudden there were 7 girls in my Sunday school class. Like I said, I had never even had a girl my age in my Sunday school class. And they were all so nice. Like I was invited to a sleepover the week I arrived from the girls in the ward. I was like, oh, and they were all sweet. But I remember, just feeling like, and this is so funny because it's not like there was a lot of diversity in my Salt Lake City class pictures. I look and we're all white. You know what I mean? So trust me, there wasn't a lot of diversity in Salt Lake City back then either. But I remember feeling in Bountiful, there's no diversity. I don't know if I knew that word, but I remember feeling like everybody is the same. No one understands me. Nobody's talking about things I want to talk about. I remember the gossip. I remember my mother meeting friends in the ward and they would talk about whose children were doing what. And I don't know. I just remember thinking like, and I feel so bad. Bountiful's great. I have so many friends from Bountiful. This is my personal experience. So this is just me as a 10-year-old trying to transition. I also didn't have any friends. And so I remember not feeling understood. I just remember not feeling understood and alone. And
She didn't have friends at her old school. She can pen pal with this Abby, but she can't keep in contact with her friends at her old school? Or did she not have any?
confused. And then
Can I just say you were raised outside of a Mormon bubble mindset? I mean, Brooklyn, right? Romania. And there is no thicker, bigger bubble than 90s Bountiful, Mormon bubble than 90s Bountiful.
Lauren, you were not raised in New York City. You were a fucking tiny baby, if that story's even true. She was gone from New York by the time she was 1. Oh, I know, Bountiful.
So you're like, where am I? What am
Like
I?
her
What is
cheeks.
happening right now? Right?
I
They're
think what I remember
bountiful.
feeling is the things that mattered to them didn't matter
Yeah.
to me. That's what I felt like.
I'm sure it wasn't all about Martin Luther King in your ward and
Right.
pollution in
Right.
in your ward, right?
No, it wasn't, right?
Like,
I'm sure it wasn't all about Martin Luther King in your ward and
Right.
pollution in
Right.
in your ward, right?
right. I just felt like a misfit a little bit.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I think you were being raised in a more progressive, LDS family than I'm sure you even realized at the time. But
Yeah, I didn't know
it
that.
felt normal
Yeah.
to you. But yeah, I
Kind of like her mom's from Hollywood.
can see going to a place that's way more homogenous even than Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
And you already feel like a misfit when you're how old were you, 10? When you're moving to a new grade school and trying to make friends, you already feel like a misfit. But then
Right. 5th,
Yeah.
6th grade for girls is not easy.
Right.
And I was changing and I wasn't the cutest. Like, I'm a late bloomer, guys. Like you look at these pictures of me, like I was awkward. Like it was,
Oh my gosh. I think where'd she say she met Abby? I can't remember. Where'd she say Lindsay Hendricks?
I love it. But, so I'm not coming in there like the cutest girl that everyone wants to become friends with either. Like I was quiet. I didn't know how to, I needed to meet friends. Like, yeah. So yeah. And by the time you get to a school in 5th and 6th grade, they already have all of their friends. They've all been raised there. So it's not anybody's fault. It was just hard for me. Like it's going to be hard for any 5th or 6th grader to move.
But it's a super Mormon area. I'm pretty
is
sure
super Mormon.
Jeffrey Holland, as an apostle, was living around Bountiful at that
Irene.
time.
An apostle? They have apostles that are alive?
Irene's daughter was in my class.
Who?
Yeah.
Henry
Irene's daughter.
Mhm.
Yeah, Mormon apostles chose Bountiful as a place to live in the 90s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's thickest and most intense, conservative, wealthy, affluent Mormonism.
Yeah. And it was really hard. And I don't think anyone was really noticing either.
They said that she was found dead on the side of the road, Marissa. They said she made it sound like someone hit Aunt Ruth Ann. And she was found on the side of the road dead. Weird, huh? She never talked about wanting to get justice for Aunt Ruth Ann. If someone did someone hit her? You know what I mean? It's weird.
Because my
It's
mother,
bad.
she's talked to me about it now as an adult. I didn't fully understand, but she was suffering from severe depression in Bountiful and suffering with hypothyroidism. And she was in bed a lot and just dealing with things. I also learned later that she started therapy, and I overheard her saying they're saying that all these LDS women are coming. So I think my mother was actually.
Her mom was in bed a lot. I have a lot of thoughts on what could have been happening in her mother's life at that time. Thank you, Vintage AF, for your super sticker or super chat. Thank you so much. Happy holidays. Yes, Aunt Ruth Ann with the important, powerful friends. Yes, her. Yeah, she was in a coma. That's right. And she kind of skipped over the whole time that the lady was in a coma. And then all of a sudden they said, come say goodbye. I haven't seen Crusha yet, Kylie, but she did have a good stream. I love those conversations.
Feeling the pressure too, looking back. And I think maybe for my brothers and my dad, it was great, Bountiful. But what I remember is there was a girl I really liked. She was very sweet. She was in my ward. I probably connected to her more than anyone. But whenever I'd go over to her house, so her older brother was friends with my older brother, and they got to do whatever they want. Whenever she was over there, she was the oldest girl. There were 8 kids in the family. She was always cooking and cleaning, and they were always like, sweetheart, do this. Sweetheart, do this. You got to do this. While her older brother was taking a nap and doing whatever. I think all of a sudden, this thing that I was shielded from, this female role, that,
Salty.
I was always called a tomboy. And I felt a separation between my brothers and what they got to do and what I got to do. But I could always push through. But I think in Bountiful, especially getting older too, it became very apparent that there was a separation between females and males. And it was becoming very clear to me and very frustrating. And then, of course, I'm getting older. I'm kind of awkward looking. I'm not meeting friends. I see the girls I would want to be friends with. They're not particularly liking me. It just, and then again, I remember hearing petty gossip between women at the ward. Even I'm just thinking why do they care about this stuff? And it was very hard. But it was the woman's role. And I remember this friend of mine, her mother actually became good friends with my mom, and they would hang out a lot. Very sweet family. But I think that even rubbed off on my mom a little bit, because then she started pressuring me, Lauren, can you babysit? And she's dealing with depression. I remember standing up to her once. I remember this day in Bountiful. Lauren,
she's dealing with
babysit,
depression,
my little brothers, and looking at her and going, why don't my older brothers ever have to? Why does it have to be me?
I was going to ask you that question. Were you starting to see these same gender roles formating in your own family?
Yes. And I think it was honestly too, it was affecting my mother too, I think.
Yeah.
She's dealing with her depression and all this stuff. And I go, why does it have to be me? And I fought back. Why can't my older brothers do it? I always have to be the one. And she starts crying. She has depression. You know what I mean? I'm sure, bless my mom. And it did not end well. I remember feeling guilt that I did that, because she's like, I need your help. But I think looking back, it was the pressure of how that's what I was feeling in Bountiful, was this division of the male and female roles.
Oh my God.
Very strongly for the first time. I even remember my dad cracking a joke about girls not having the priesthood in Bountiful. And he was trying to be funny. That's, he diffuses things with humor and trying to think, well, you don't have the priesthood. And I remember that thinking what is this? What is.
He diffuses things in humor. No, your dad's an asshole. Let's face it. Your dad's an asshole.
Is this? So I was I think I was very angry and defiant about this. So I was very angry and defiant about the separation of roles that I was seeing clearly for the first time. And I think I was pushing back a lot on my mom. And I also felt like I wasn't connecting to my mom as much as I used to, because we were close when I was a child. And again, she's dealing with her own stuff.
Right.
So that's probably part of it. I can't go back and see everything for what it was, but I remember longing for her and her understanding and her acceptance of me. And I think she was clearly wanting something from me that I wasn't giving her because I was rebelling. And I remember there was a day I hit young women in Bountiful, and I was, introduced into young women. And our teacher said that day, hey, I have had all of your mothers write you letters today, and handed out all the envelopes to us. And I remember being so excited because I think I was just longing for a connection that, wasn't there. And I opened the letter, and it was, I don't even blame her, but whatever was going on, she wrote about how she hopes that one day I can understand the difference between men and women. And she's like, there are different roles between men and women. And I hope that one day you will understand and embrace this. And I remember sitting there being like, I can't believe that this is like the letter I just got. And I remember going home that day and going to my room and going to the other side of my bed and sitting down and looking at the letter and like I would get very frustrated and like I was difficult, just like looking at the letter and just screaming and then just ripping it up and just like.
Did you see that? The air quotes, I was difficult. That's what her mother probably told her, and she probably was. Oh, have a good one, Cindy. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for letting me know about that. Jesus is here. Thanks. And thanks again, Salty.
Frustrated and like I was difficult, just like looking.
See that? I was difficult. I'm sure she's been difficult her whole life.
Like I would get very frustrated and like I was difficult, just like looking at the letter and just screaming and then just ripping it up and just like screaming and just like being so angry that's what the letter said. And I don't blame my mom for that. Like no. I think she was feeling it in Bountiful because what happened is my mom and I actually both did end up connecting, and we both fasted together and prayed so that we could find a home in Salt Lake and move back to Salt Lake. And I think when we moved back there, I did see my mom like start to lighten up too, I think a little bit, and maybe feel less pressure. So I don't blame my mom, but I just had a very hard time at Bountiful.
Was that letter basically your mom saying conform to stereotypical Mormon gender roles? Is that what I'm hearing?
I think so.
The intent of the letter being?
I think so. As I look back at my memories.
She's depressed and in therapy.
And she's depressed and in therapy.
As a Mormon housewife in Bountiful.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Right. Here, also overhearing her say, they say all these LDS women are suffering. Right. And she's struggling. And I think, like I said, I think there's this moment of this tension of me pushing back and saying my brother should be babysitting. And I'm seeing how my friends being treated. And I think I could be rebelling more than I even knew I was rebelling against whatever this was. But enough that
we're developing. Is another way to say
it. Whatever,
that is the question I have.
Somehow felt that this is what she needed to lovingly teach me in this letter, and it was just like the opposite of everything.
She's seeing, she knows what your future looks like, as an LDS woman, and maybe she's seeing these feelings of injustice sprouting in you, and just trying to encourage you to get with the program because
maybe
this is I don't know.
Yeah, get on the train or we'll run you over.
Yeah, right. Yeah, she sees these injustices creeping in on me, and she's like, "Yeah, get in line because this is your future." Yeah, maybe so. But we fast and we pray. That was how we did it. Why don't we do this so that
Dear Heavenly Father, get us out of Bountiful.
We fasted and we prayed so we could move. Even he sees how shallow that is.
Why don't we do this so that
Dear Heavenly Father, get us out of Bountiful.
Look at her grill, man. She's got all veneered up.
And we moved back to Salt Lake City. So yeah. So we went back to the Salt Lake City area.
Now, was that Washington Federal Heights at that point?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's where we moved when I was 12, middle of 7th grade. And I remember this. I remember we moved and I took the city bus to junior high and I didn't know anyone. And I remember being really overwhelmed. But I remember being very happy. I remember seeing seeing a dude that was like a skater and like all these people that not even I would hang out with. Cause I don't want to pretend that I was out hanging out with all these people that I valued diversity, but I was still in my bubble. Let's be honest. I don't want to pretend it. But I remember feeling safer around a diversity of people. I was just okay, this is good. I still ended up meeting
jammers,
girls similar to me that I hung out with, but it just felt a lot better and I felt a lot more relaxed. And our home growing up, I felt a lot better in the ward. The ward was so nice. They were everything just the difference is the petty gossip wasn't part of it anymore. People cared about things I cared about. I remember my home was sort of this open door policy. My dad would teach free guitar lessons every Sunday night to all the neighborhood kids. And then we would all watch The Simpsons together. It was a tradition at our houses on Sunday night.
Your dad offered free Free guitar lessons. Remember, we watched Jameis play the guitar. He offered free guitar lessons, and then they'd watch The Simpsons.
Every Sunday night, all the neighborhood kids, and then we would all watch The Simpsons together. It was like a tradition at our houses on Sunday nights. It was Sunday on the Sabbath. I remember my mom and dad started going out to eat again more on Sundays because that was like a thing. So in Bountiful, we didn't do that as much, but in Salt Lake, we started. So I think it was just like everybody was relaxing a little bit, and the ward was great. Like for an example, and I use this is my young women's teacher was like, I think that we should all go see Schindler's List together. It was in the theater. That's a rated R movie. And she's like, let's get permission from all your parents. We all got permission. We went. And that's how I felt about things. Like, I thought people that didn't watch rated R movies were weird. Like, it's an encouragement. We can know what we should and shouldn't watch. Like, use your brain. Schindler's List is a historical, important movie that we all need to understand. Like, of course we can watch that movie. So yeah, so that's just where it felt.
And whoever asked, yes,
Yeah,
my fridge
and I just,
works.
as an observer and as someone who knows a little bit about some of these areas, my cousin Brett Parkinson, who's a radiologist, he's in this ward up in Federal Heights. I'm pretty sure the Elizabeth Smart and her family was raised in this ward area.
Yeah, it's actually my stake. Okay. So I was, but yes, it's all the same ward building.
And it's all community.
The same.
It's like this community that's south. Is it south of the Utah Salt Lake capital?
So she said her mom's on hospice and she's in an old folks home on hospice in Utah.
And it's right down up the hill from like the university,
just right by the avenues,
hospitals,
east of the avenues.
And there's a lot of doctors there, a lot of non-Mormons that move from out.
A lot of doctors, you hear that?
There was a lot of leakage.
Just right by the avenues, east of the avenues.
And there's a lot of doctors there. A lot.
Yeah, that's Lauren goes where the doctors go. Hey, Hex. Lauren goes where the doctors go.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
A lot of non-Mormons that move from out of state. It's a very intellectual area.
University of Utah.
Yeah, instead of a super conservative religious area. And it's my cousin Brett would have lots of reasons to maybe not necessarily be an active faithful Mormon, but it's just this amazing ward and this amazing community of intellectually New York Times reading, progressive, tolerant, loving Mormons that make this area very special when compared to Provo, Orem, Highland, Alpine, and Bountiful.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Special. No, I agree. Thank you for saying that and explaining it. But I also want to point out too, like, as you say, it's special. Normal is what one is accustomed to. I thought we were just normal. Like, I thought that's what Mormonism was.
Yeah.
So I want to point that out too, because, when I watch Mormon Stories, I have to be honest, sometimes I'm like, that wasn't my experience.
Yeah.
And then of course, the more Mormon Stories I watch, the more I'm like, okay, so maybe I wasn't normal, but I grew up thinking that
totally.
That's what Mormonism is.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you're saying, no, that's special. I'm like,
that's a good question, Shannon. Shannon says she talks a lot about diversity. I wonder if her texts reflect her open-mindedness. Probably not. Thank you for being here, Purple Ivy.
Super educated ward and a thoughtful, globally minded ward.
Yeah.
And it's rare in Utah, in my opinion.
Very accepting, very welcoming, very humanistic too. They just a lot of.
Oh yeah, I do have it on 1.25 speed just for time.
Service. A lot of people think, there are, as you say, there's educated, there's wealthy people, but they're very service minded, good people.
Yeah. Yeah. Glad you got out of Bountiful. Okay. No offense, Bountiful people. Lots of Bountiful people end about Mormon Stories, by the way. So you draw your own conclusions about what that means.
Okay.
Sorry, Bountiful.
Also Davis County. A lot of Davis County people on Mormon
I'm
Stories.
listening to your story about going to Schindler's List. That just seems so foreign to me.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't imagine in the ward that.
Thank you, Sherry, for gifting 5. We've got Judgy McJudgerson, Katie K, Dominique, Deborah, and Patty. Welcome in, and thank you again, Sherry.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
That I grew up in Davis County, that would even make it to the drawing board, So it's just interesting. I think it's fascinating that you were able to have an experience with a ward family that was just so much more progressive and open-minded and globally minded. And I find that really beautiful.
About,
thank you.
Like I knew nothing about they couldn't watch rated R movies. I didn't know that. Do you think that they're even believing her? Because she doesn't look like she believes that Lauren went and saw Schindler's List.
Thank
And
you.
I feel like that's Mormonism because that's what you experienced.
Yeah. Again, normal is what one is accustomed to,
our
right?
own lens and our
Thanks for dropping 5 on it, Jack.
own experiences.
Right. So that's what Mormonism was for me. Was that?
Yeah. All right. So high school comes.
High school comes. So, yeah. So, while I was happy to be back in Salt Lake and I had some dear friends, a couple, like I said, I was just sort of like, I just had 1 or 2 friends here and that's all I needed. Transitioning from childhood to
1 or 2 friends.
being a teenager and a woman is always hard.
Oh my God. So she had a hard time going from elementary to junior high. Now she's got a problem going to be a teenager to an adult woman. My God. Does this woman have one positive memory she can share? Just one. I just want to hear one normal positive memory. God, you're not kidding, Corn Dead. She is Eeyore. Look at me. I was a mistake. I have no friends. And it's hard to feel sorry for someone who doesn't have friends when you can see they're just a shitty friend.
It was very hard for me. It was very hard for me.
What
And
isn't?
I think I transitioned like really honestly from like a little girl to a
Everything's
woman.
hard for
like,
you.
And so I was never like obese or anything, but I was not like this petite, cute little thing. I was just awkward. Maybe that's just the best way to explain it. I don't even want to it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter what it was. Maybe.
Why are you so fixated on looks, even as being younger? Jesus.
I was never like obese or anything, but I was not like this petite, cute little thing. Like I was just awkward. Maybe that's just the best way to explain it. I don't even want to it doesn't even matter. It doesn't.
As a woman, a grown woman now, I can say that I think everyone went through the awkward stage. It's called the awkward stage for a reason. We all felt it. You're not special. You're not unique. And you're not different in that way.
It doesn't even matter what it was. Maybe I was adorable. I didn't feel that way. I felt ugly. I felt unwanted. I felt misunderstood. And then, of course, you could just get into all of the unwanted. I felt.
Okay, there we go. So we've got mistake twice. Now we have unwanted. We had black sheep. There's some definite issues. Okay, all of these little words I'm saying are things that she needs to work on, in my opinion. And I got no credentials. Just call me Dr. J. If he can do it, I can do it. I'm Dr. J. He's Dr. John.
Felt misunderstood. And then, of course, you could just get into all of the hormones and everything going on. I'm sure, it all had to do with it. But like a lot of self-hate, I think, started to.
I did see something about the Wu-Tang. Like, what is going on? Right. I know, Andy. Weird.
Come and insecurities. And I think I also really resented. It was very clear to me how people were treating me differently. Like when I was a child, you're just special. Like you're just loved for who you are. And as a little girl, as you grow up into a teenager, that doesn't matter anymore. All that matters is what I looked like. And I felt that very powerfully, that nobody cared about me anymore. All they cared about was what I looked like. And I wasn't very cute. I wasn't as cute as my friends. Maybe that's a good way to compare it. I knew that.
Oh, God.
And just a lot of, I knew that God loved me. And I almost want to say that I think that was a transitional like object for me. You know how like a baby transitions to like a blanket when they don't have their mother as much, and it's like their transitional object, and that's why they kind of get so attached to this blanket, because it's sort of replacing the mother for a second as they grow up. I think that my deep.
No, Lauren, that's not the way it works. I don't think the blanket doesn't replace the mother. The blanket is just security. Okay, a blanket does not replace or mimic a mother. And the fact that you just compared motherhood to a blanket, it says a lot.
Deep like need for God during this time was sort of like a transitional object. I had no self-love at all, but I knew God loved me. And so God became no self-love at all. But I knew God loved me.
But I knew God loved me. I hate when she talks with that fake. It reminds me of Lori Vallow, Daybell, Lori Cox. It reminds me of her, the way she says, but I knew God loved me. It's like this little girl coming through. Hey, Dr. Macy. It's like this little girl coming through, but she's trying to be, have conviction. But she raises it to this little girl doe voice. I knew God loved me. It's just so bratty and so immature. Her brother bought the 4 million NFT from that Pharma brother Skrelly from the Wu-Tang Clan. Yeah, there's a lot of weird connections.
And was sort of like a transitional object. I had no self-love at all, but I knew God loved me. And so God became this safe place for me, even though I wasn't understood and I didn't have any friends understood me and boys weren't going to like me and I can't wear the same cute clothes my friends wear and I'm not understanding how to do makeup and, make things better.
Wah. Guess what, Walwyn? When I was in 5th grade, I wanted fucking Jordache unhemmed. And you know what my mom told me? Too fucking bad. They're too expensive. She didn't say fucking. My mom never swore. But you know what? We went to the store and she said, okay, we'll go look. She saw they were $50. She said, no, you ain't getting the Jordache non-hemmed. You ain't getting them. Sorry. You could get these Gloria Vanderbilts, but you ain't getting the fucking Jordache. I mean, I don't know if the Mormons are different. I'm sure they're, more about the looks and everything, but my goodness. I didn't get to wear the same cute clothes.
And I didn't have any friends understood me and boys weren't going to like me and I can't wear the same cute clothes my friends wear and I'm not understanding how to do makeup and, make things better. God loved me. And my God was a very loving God. I've learned that too. Like everyone interprets God differently, right? God is different to every single one of us. How do we interpret God? The God in my brain was a very loving God. It was a God that would laugh at me when I did stupid stuff and shake his head when I swore. Or like he was very loving and very forgiving. And this God loved me unconditionally. So I had a deep unconditional love from God. So even though I couldn't love myself. And
okay.
I guess things got so bad.
I know, Steph. I am traumatized from it, It changed my life that day.
That my mother started to notice, and my mother took me to a doctor, even like she could tell I was just very depressed. So anyway, it got to the point where I wouldn't get up for school.
Okay, your mom took you to a doctor. What did the doctor say? No more monkeys jumping on the bed. What did the doctor say, Lauren?
I went to East High School. It was 9th grade.
Which is where High School Musical was filmed, for those who don't know.
High School Musical.
Very iconic.
Yes, very iconic. I went there before Zac Efron did. I was pre.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so is High School Musical all Mormon too? Why would they film it at a Mormon high school? Ditto jeans? Ditto? I don't remember that.
Zac Efron. And
Zac Efron.
Starting like junior high was really hard. I mean, junior high was like just like really awkward and hard. But so I think I was very excited for 9th grade. Also, like my old neighborhood in Salt Lake, a lot of those friends from my elementary school were going to be there. So I think I had like high expectations, and it just was off. And like I said, like I'm in this new body because everything's changing. I don't have a lot of close friends. I don't know how to meet friends. I don't have confidence, self-loathing. So my mom asks if I want to do homeschool. And so I do homeschool for a while. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Funny enough, I never got credit for it. I only did it one semester. And then I just had to hustle to make sure I graduated on time. But
Okay, so we heard about this in the book. Thank you, Liz, for your super chat. I want to see her other face now. Whose other face? Walwyn's? It's a Salt Lake City school, not necessarily Mormon. It's one of the least Mormon areas of Utah. Oh. But she said she had a stint of homeschooling, remember, in the book? It was a stint. But she's like, I didn't get the credit and I had to go back and hustle. Hey, 9mm. Hey, YBE.
I got so depressed. My mother taught me for a semester and she was great. And actually, I still remember a lot of things I learned, you know?
So she was too depressed to go to school. Is that what she's saying?
From her that semester. You did good, Mom. But yeah, so.
Oh, wow. You did good, Mom. That was a little sarcastic. Listen.
Yeah, I got so depressed. My mother taught me for a semester and she was great. And actually, I still remember a lot of things I learned, you know, from her that semester. You did good, Mom. But
I think that was a little condescending. Considering her mother's on hospice, you think it would be a little more endearing.
Yeah, so, but then I decided I wanted to go back and try it. And I think that was like actually a perfect opportunity to just take a break. Cause then I was like, okay, I'm ready. And then when I went back the next semester, everyone was like, oh, where'd you go? Like, welcome back. And I signed up for creative writing. I signed up for drama. And I remember.
Is Victoria the younger sister? She was homeschooled.
Just loving creative writing. And I remember also having a hard time with the ADHD thing. I could not get good grades. Like that was also shame. Like all my friends were straight A students. I was like a straight C and I would take the tests. They would say, put Lauren in honors English. Like Lauren is an excellent reader. Lauren.
Yeah. I mean, you got to remember that she loves creative writing. She loves creative writing. A lot of people who are self-centered like her and they love creative writing, I feel like they love making up stories. When you find someone who's a compulsive liar who loves creative writing, you usually get the most bizarre stories out of those kind of people. Do you not agree?
Oh, they would say that my math, it was to the point, my husband's even said, like, maybe you had a learning disability because, like, my math, I would, like, be terrible. Like, I'd be like, oh, go put her in, like, beginning math. But my reasoning skills and.
Okay, no, you don't have a learning disability. What is she talking about? Why is everything got to be she's some kind of victim of something or, she can't just be bad at math, right? Sometimes you just don't get it. Like me, I just don't get it. It just doesn't calculate in my brain. Like I always liked English and grammar and subjects like that and art. It doesn't mean you have a learning disability, but she wants to have something to make up for this, what she sees as a deficit. She sees it as a deficit, so she's got to have a label for it because it's not my fault. This is not my fault. I have a learning disability. Not my fault. And you know what? I probably didn't apply myself like I should have, and I probably would be a lot better at math. But because I was stubborn, I did not think it was fucking necessary to, challenge myself at that moment, I guess, as a kid. But it is what it is. Can't stand her. She's always out of the ordinary. Have you noticed that? Everything she does is out of the ordinary. You could say it's not my strong point. Right. But she can't. Everything has to be her strong point because she's Walwyn.
And we would be through the roof. They're like, get her in honors English, get her in the top. And then I would go and I couldn't do it. And I remember like even like getting placed in honors English and listening. And I said, get me out of here. Like, I don't want to be here. And I asked to be put in basic. So I just couldn't get good grades. And I remember thinking like, I'm going to have a good start. I'm going to get good grades. And like doing a homework assignment in biology. And I did it with my friend did the same assignment. She was a 4.0 student and we took it together. She got an A and I got a C. And like, I thought that I did it. And I went to him, I was like, why? And I burst into tears. Like, so I just stopped caring about grades too. Like if I can't get A's, whether I try or like, I got the same grade, whether I tried or not.
You don't, Crystal.
So,
there might have been an anxiety element to that as well.
I got
Just
A's,
overwhelm.
whether I tried or not. Which is
like
it?
Total ability and horsepower, but maybe a sense of overwhelm that you maybe weren't given the skills to kind of manage some of that anxiety.
Maybe you were just bored.
No, I just remembered a story that actually pertains to all this. I did ask to be put, after I got back in 9th grade, in basic English. So they put me in honors. And then I asked to be put in basic. I was like, please. And my teacher, Mrs. Lake at East High, we just did journal entries, and she said, write about childhood. And interestingly enough, I wrote about my fear. I wrote about how scared I was all the time and how it slowly left me. We turned it in. And the next day at school, she was reading my paper to all of her classes, honors English. I remember girls in my ward that were a year older in honors English were like, yeah, Miss Lake is like reading your paper. She's like, you're going to be a writer.
Oh my
And
God.
I just want to, she's passed away now, but that I think was one of the biggest self-esteem boosts.
Of course she is, because she can't verify this story. Oh, she's passed away now. Just like Aunt Ruth Ann. No one can verify any of this bullshit. And the ex is probably too scared to fucking come out of the fucking woodwork to address it. She knows she's in the clear.
Boosters of that moment. Like I was so depressed, and to the point where like, please put me in basic English. And then I wrote this paper that she shared with everyone. And ironically, it was about how scared I was and McGruff crime. I was talking about
fucking McGruff again?
About my fear. And I think that never left me. I wish I could have thanked her for that, because I think that boosted my self-esteem.
Be careful.
And I think like, okay, I'm okay. Like I'm not
like
an idiot.
Like
I know I have some self-worth here. But yeah, I just a lot of I had friends in high school, it was great, but I really did have a lot of self-worth issues, self-hatred, self-loathing, but God was who loved me unconditionally.
I wonder if that's a bridge to your patriarchal blessing.
Yeah. Yes, it is. So because I felt lost and uncertain and I wanted a plan, I didn't know about patriarchal blessings until my older brother had gotten one.
Oh, so he had to get her back on track with the patriarchal blessings, which I have no idea what that is. I imagine you get blessed by a patriarch in the Mormon church. I don't know. But yeah. Okay. He got her right back on track, because she was all over here about self-loathing, self-worth, self-hatred. And he's like, okay, let's move on.
Was who loved me unconditionally.
I wonder if that's a bridge to your patriarchal blessing.
Yeah. Yes, it is. So because I felt lost and uncertain and I wanted a plan, I didn't know about patriarchal blessings until my older brother had gotten one. And he got one, I think, older than me. But it was so interesting to me that it felt like a future and like a path, and that good things were happening. I was so intrigued. I wanted one.
And for our Never Mormons, patriarchal blessing is just an old man who you're taught in your Mormon context has a direct channel to God.
Oh, hells no. A direct channel to God. But you know what? In the Catholic religion, we're taught that the Pope is closer to God than us. We are taught to confess our sins to a priest who's a man. So the Catholics have that same fucked up thought too. I don't agree with that. I don't think that anybody needs to confess their sins to any man. I don't think one man is closer to God over any other man, not even the Pope. Oh, God, my parents are probably like, Jennifer, what are you saying? But for real, I mean, I always thought that was blasphemous.
Lays his hands on your head and basically does story kind of fortune telling. He'll dictate by his own consciousness several pages worth of sort of like what is going to happen to you in your life. And typical things are you're going to, you're of the tribe of Ephraim, you're a choice daughter in Zion, and you'll meet a lovely man and be married in the Lord's temple, and you'll serve in the high councils of the church, and you'll have many children, and basically all the things the church would want you to do, somehow they magically appear in your patriarchal blessing.
Yes.
But sometimes it's formulaic, and sometimes it's deeply
I got the
meaningful.
Jennifer. You want one or
to the
two
people who
Jennifers?
receive it. But it's always several pages of fortune telling.
How many of them you want?
About what's going to happen in your life.
Exactly. And so, what?
Listen.
Is it one Jennifer or two Jennifers?
Hi, Jennifer.
As someone that grew up playing MASH, why wouldn't I want this, right? I was 14. I asked my parents. I don't even think my older brother had gotten his yet. But I wanted it. Like, it was so interesting to me. And I just wanted it. I said, I want to do this.
Is she talking about the show MASH? What's MASH? I was raised Catholic in Catholic school with mean nuns. Yeah, I had a mean nun too. What the hell was her name? Not Sister Rosalie. Sister no Rosalie was nice, but the other lady, God, I don't remember. Ruth, maybe.
I went for the interview. I was 14 years old. And I remember thinking it was so special to me. I was so excited. It was like the thing. And I remember the patriarch laying his hands on my head. And, you have a scribe that makes you feel special too. Someone's like writing it down. They're going to print it for you and give it into plastic. And this is it. Right.
And we're taught it's supposed to be scripture in our lives.
Wow. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. So
the Pope,
I actually was going to bring it here to read a paragraph and I forgot, but I think I might have a couple of these sentences memorized. But there was one line in it that affected my life greatly. It's not the worst thing. It's not the worst, but it says, and I think what I was really worried about too was because I hated myself and I didn't think I was cute and I was ugly. And because of the roles of women, I was already wondering, like, would I ever be able to be a mother or like ever get married? Cause like boys aren't going to like me. Like I'm like,
never heard of it.
What is my path? Like, I just wanted to be a mother. I did want to be a mother. I loved kids. I loved babysitting. I
loved kids. I loved babysitting. Not so much anymore. That's past tense. I love kids. I love babysitting. Your husband was born in Pocatello? Pocatello always sounds like a type of a mushroom. Is there Pocatello mushrooms?
Other desires and goals and aspirations, but I did want to be a mom. Like this idea of this fairy tale Mormon existence was attractive to me. So I go in there and it says, this is what it said. And that's a big thing. Wouldn't you agree, Mindy? Like, what is it going to say about marriage and kids? That's like,
you're just hanging on every word,
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. So it tells me,
Yep.
So it says, you will be married. Yeah. I have this memorized. This is great. You will be married to a good man, you will be married. Yeah. I have this memorized.
She has this memorized. You ready?
It's great. You will be married to a good man, a man of honesty and integrity, a man who will cherish you and whom you in return must cherish. Do not be impatient for this day to come. Let the Lord bring it at his appropriate time and make your life rich and fulfilling in the meantime.
Wow.
So, in other words, it gave me a lot of comfort. It said I would be cherished. It said not to worry about it. And it said, be patient. Like as in, like you do you, Lauren, like you're good and just go make your life like it's okay.
Huh?
And oddly, because we're going to learn I got married much later in life. I do think.
Wait a minute. She said she liked babysitting. Remember she was telling her husband in the book, I'll nanny. I can land a job nannying again. And she was nannying. She just kind of, brushed over that. Like, oh, I loved kids. I loved babysitting. You left off the fact that you said you were a nanny.
That it calmed me down a little bit. Like, it's not the worst thing for a patriarchal blessing to be said to a 14-year-old. I mean, it's weird. I know we're gonna get into the patriarchal blessing later. It's gonna play a little bit of a theme.
Oh my God, let him
but
run the show.
I think that helped me a little bit. Like I think it sort of formed something in me to know that like boys don't like me, I don't date, whatever. It doesn't matter because I'm gonna get married a lot later than my friends, and I'm not gonna get married soon, and I'm not gonna probably get married even until my late 20s or 30s. Yeah.
And you get married to a good guy, right? I mean,
and a man who cherished me.
Yeah. Okay.
Not just that, like, just like he would love me. So like someone would love me. Yeah. Like, I think that was really important too, because again, I didn't love myself. God loved me. Some guy was going to love me and see me for who I was, because again, I'm really resenting as a teenager that all that matters is my looks. And that really upset me, actually. That was like a very big, like feminist awakening too. It made me very angry. And maybe it was because I wasn't like the cutest teenager, but I really resented that all that mattered was the way girls looked. Women were sex objects, men were success objects. That's the patriarchy. And I didn't understand why people couldn't see people for who they were. And it was like a big theme in my teenager. Like,
oh my God. Speaking of seeing someone for who they are, I mean, you don't even look recognizable. Yeah, she does, Kylie. Chad Daybell is that what? Oh, that's where I've heard patriarchal blessings before. Chad Daybell gave Alex Cox one, and then he died. Right? Isn't that what he was doing on the phone with Alex?
Everybody likes me, everybody hates me. They want me to go eat some worms.
Why can't people just see me for who I am? I'm a kind, wonderful person, but nobody's going to love me because I don't look perfect. And that was very hurtful to me growing up and maybe very angry. Like I remember reading this book, Reviving Ophelia by Dr. Mary Pfeiffer. And, she was a psychologist and she wrote about adolescent girls. And I remember like just weeping at reading in my bed, like, okay, I'm not alone. Like she understands me. But then I put the book away, and the world that I was living in Salt Lake City, Utah, in Mormonism and East High School wasn't that. It was, no, like you have to conform. So I'd be like trying to conform because I wanted this Mormon fairy tale and I wanted to get married in the temple to be a good guy and have lots of kids. And then I'm reading Mary Pfeiffer telling me that like, yeah, you should be angry and this is hurtful and they are fucking with you. Like, this isn't fair. And like crying, going like, she understands. Like telling me that like, yeah, you should be angry and this is hurtful and they are fucking with you. Like,
wow, Lauren, they are fucking with you.
This isn't fair. And like crying, going like, she understands.
This isn't fair.
But then having to shut the book
me?
and say, but if I want this life, I have to just accept society's roles of what they want me to be and feeling that and feeling sad.
I wonder if while this was going on, pre-edit, since Grayson's there and all, I wonder if Grayson runs out periodically with like the cup, like a coach would do, like getting the sippy cup. Here you go. Hands her a tissue to dab her face, puts the lipstick on, and then like crouches over and runs back.
I can see how that patriarchal blessing that would provide a lot of comfort to you at that time, because it seemed to address some of your insecurities that you were having, and encouraging you to be patient, and also that, the time would come that you would be cherished. And you were talking about maybe if others didn't love me, God loves me. But I also am guessing that it felt like God sees me. He sees what I'm going through. And yes. That was, a message particularly for that time in your life. I can see how that would have been really meaningful, at the time, to feel like I'm understood. Maybe I feel misunderstood in other ways, but I feel understood in this moment with that.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Right. I actually just had a memory pop up. I even wrote the newspaper. I when you wrote those opinion pieces, I wrote in high school opinion piece about how angry I was that girls were, judged for what they looked like. And I remember they published it and someone in my ward saw it.
You submitted it to the local newspaper?
It was like Deseret News or Salt Lake Tribune. And then someone in the ward saw it. And I think I remember being embarrassed because there was a typo at the end and thinking, that's not what I said. But yeah.
Wow, Lauren.
So I was.
So you got feedback from somebody in your ward. Was it positive feedback, or were they like?
He said, was that you, Lauren, that wrote that? And I think I didn't know it had been published yet. I was like, oh yeah, that was me. And he goes, I saw a good job. Like he just,
Yeah.
And then I went and looked at it and I remember thinking I was a little embarrassed because again, there was like a word missing in the last line that like changed the meaning of my last line. That's all I remember. But yeah, I remember so I felt a little embarrassed after they published it. I remember feeling that, but yeah, I remember because I was angry about how women were judged for what they looked like.
Wow. That's cool. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is super powerful, and it really does help explain so much of your journey. I know your fans, your audience are going to love this detail. I'm loving it. So this is great. Super helpful. And yeah, I love how religion at its best can give us hope, can give us comfort, can give us, even confidence when we wouldn't otherwise have it.
Right. No, thank you for saying that. Like my little boy, I try to give him some faith for confidence too. Like sometimes when people say, oh, we all, think we're so special as Mormons, we do. But then I don't know if that's always bad when you're a child and you need to feel loved and comforted.
Absolutely.
It
can be a scary world.
Yeah,
I think that's where religion can shine. Yeah.
Right.
So you mentioned President Hinckley becoming prophet or president of the church in 1995. And that's so vivid for me because I was a huge Larry King fan. And, that's around the time I'm graduating from BYU and starting to pay attention to the news. And so like.
Is Larry King Mormon too?
Freaking President Gordon B. Hinckley appearing on Larry King Live. Like that was like
Carolina.
That was
like Mormon Super Bowl.
The pinnacle. I remember that.
So excited.
Mormon Perfect Storm Super Bowl. and you become a journalist. So like, I'm all here for it. Tell us about that.
Yeah, no, I remember it so well too. I just want to say, I love President Hinckley. I know that people have their issues with him and they call him the PR prophet, which maybe it's because I love PR. Like I understand PR. Like he was the PR prophet and he did a hell of a job. Like
he was brilliant.
I loved him. And, and I think it was the first time I really paid attention to a prophet. He was such a force. And yeah, I remember him appearing on Larry King Live, and he always just spoke about love. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it positive? And 60 Minutes actually came to my ward.
Mike Wallace.
Mike Wallace came to my ward. I sang, they prepared the young women to sing when Mike Wallace showed up at our ward.
That's
Wait, who's Mike Wallace?
epic.
For 60 Minutes, they ended up.
Oh, the 60 Minutes guy. She's dropping all kinds of What is this all about?
Cutting, as I wasn't in, but they had our ward, walking around for 60 Minutes. And so everyone was like excited. They're coming to our ward, 60 Minutes.
Oh.
Mike Wallace.
But these are the interviews where Hinckley is being asked on international television, what do Mormons think about polygamy? What about this Joseph Smith guy? What do you think about gay people? Like, Hinckley, what do you think about this belief that men could become God someday? Like, the heat was coming at the Mormon church by the early to mid 90s. And whether it's Mike Wallace or Gordon.
Yeah, this guy's a doctor, has a doctorate in psychology too, right? This John guy.
Mike Wallace or Larry King. Hinckley was getting the heat and he was taking the heat. And he was making Mormons look super good.
He was. And I loved him. And he made me feel good about being Mormon.
Yeah.
Like, I remember thinking, like, this is what it's all about, loving one another and, just love. It's like, we're good. Yeah. And his son was our stake president,
Clark.
and I knew,
Bye, Crystal.
I knew, his grandkids. Like, it just felt, I remember it feeling good. I remember being a proud LDS teenager.
Yeah.
Because of
this was 4 months
President
ago.
Hinckley, when I heard him speak and him saying, isn't it wonderful? Isn't that great? And I just remember, like, I haven't gone back and dissected what he
he's
said.
Jewish?
I'm not the Mormon Stories expert. I just remember what I feel and what I thought I heard. But I remember a feeling of it and just saying, like, it's just about loving one another. Just be kind. Just be good people. Like, just.
Thanks, Carolina.
That's what I felt from that era.
Yeah, like when he's asked the question around, like, is the Mormon church the one and only true church? He'd say something like, all we say is, check us out and maybe we can add a little bit to your life.
I know,
You what
exactly.
I mean?
I'm like, I love it. Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. My memory of that interview is somebody said, are you really going to tell us that God came to a 14-year-old boy, and there is a magic book buried in the ground? I'm slaughtering it. But my memory is.
Oh, that's how it started. That's how Mormons believe that God came to a 14-year-old boy.
That they're kind of asking him, in my opinion, kind of an incredulous stance. Like, you really believe that this happened? And he just smiles and said, isn't it great?
Isn't it wonderful?
Isn't it wonderful?
Isn't it wonderful?
And I think there's a part of, I think most Mormons, if they are honest with themselves, from an early age, you feel peculiar. We're taught that we're a peculiar people. And even if you're surrounded by Mormons, there's things that you're just like, oh, that's a little weird and stuff. So I think having like our prophet do this very public, interview or a series of interviews and just be out there, I just had such pride, and it made me feel less weird. Like he's like more mainstream. It's making Mormonism look like a little more cool. And so, yeah.
Cool.
He was a lovable guy. That was my interpretation.
Mormonism is not cool.
Yeah. Right. So he made me happy to be LDS and I think he was really a big influence in my teenager years of just feeling good. And I wasn't like, I love the church. I didn't graduate seminary. I didn't go to, I hated seminary. I didn't go, and I wasn't rigid in all these. I did get my like young women's medallions. I did what I wanted to do. And I think that's kind of President Hinckley's mentality. Like, just, isn't it wonderful? You can just do what you do,
Yeah. All right. So I'm dying to know kind of if there was a.
Why would anyone believe that? Like, a 14-year-old boy. What? Did the 14-year-old boy get married at 14?
Dating aspect to your high school experience or not?
Yeah, probably more of the or not. I was very friendly. I actually had a lot of guy friends because, again, I grew up with 4 brothers. There were many boys in the ward. They were my friends, but I was the girl that actually the boys would call to talk about my friends with. But
okay, Lauren.
I didn't date. I don't think boys really liked me that way, but I don't know if I even had the self-esteem to allow them to like me that way either. There was a lot of self-hate. Like I actually have, I was a journal writer, but I have letters to myself saying like, you are so ugly. Like people talk about you and they just say, Lauren is so unattractive. She should just lose weight. Like it was pretty extreme as a
you probably wrote them to yourself.
And young adult, like this self-loathing. So boys, I don't think genuinely really liked me in high school, but
you know what? You have a good point, CD. I love that. I fucking love that. You're so right. At least it wasn't an infant. But at least an infant is somebody new and fresh. You know what I mean? It's not a 14-year-old boy. But you have a fair argument there. I love that.
Even if they did, I don't think I could have allowed it because I just couldn't imagine one liking me either. So I was just not wanted in maybe their brain and my own. So, but I was curious.
Are, not wanted, unwanted, black sheep, the mistake. We're an hour and 28 minutes in.
It was like I wanted a first kiss. You know, I remember wanting that,
Lord.
and all my friends had that, but then my first kiss was awful. I don't know his name. My friend, I had many beautiful friends. They were always dating, and she was dating a boy from a different school. She said, "Come with me to meet him." And I came, and he met with a friend, and then they went off, which I think to go kiss. And so the friend kissed me, and I was like pushing him off of me, like it was very aggressive.
Oh, here we go. Even the first kiss was aggressive. You know,
Everybody likes me, everybody hates me. They want me to go eat some worms.
I'll tell you what. Christina knew what she was doing when she picked that song for the TikTok. I was pushing him off me. It was very aggressive. Like, I'll share my first kiss story. It was Tony Collins. And we were Christmas caroling. Me and my best friend. And him and his best friend. We were supposed to be Christmas caroling. And we were walking around in my town of Romeo. And when we went home and parted ways, we kissed. That's it. That's all. He was pushing me off. I was really aggressive.
Him. And I came, and he met with a friend, and then they went off, which I think to go kiss. And so the friend kissed me, and I was like pushing him off of me. Like it was very aggressive, and I hated it. So like, I also was like, what is this? Like I just,
what is this? I wanted it.
Yeah. I mean, and then
I wanted my first kiss so bad. But then, oh my God, it was so aggressive, and he wouldn't get off of me, and oh my God, I actually hated it. What is this? It's like, oh my God, you can't win with this chick. You can't win.
Off of me, like it was very aggressive, and I hated it. So like, I also was like, what is this? Like I just, there was, yeah, I mean, and then there was a later kiss in high school that was better, but other than that, really, yeah, no dating.
We cover a lot on Mormon Stories about modesty messages to young Mormon women. Was that a relevant part of your high school years?
Very much so. I was taught, just like many LDS women,
Now she's got John's
that
tongue.
we have to control men's thoughts. That's why we're modest, and being a sister to 4 brothers. I think I even they were taught that too. Like I saw anyway, but yeah, I was taught that we help them by, it's a selfless thing we do.
Yeah, she
we help
doesn't
them
kiss,
by
remember? I didn't kiss
dressing
that man.
modestly. But it was very, very confusing because here girls are, it made me so angry. Again, it was like the girls that got the attention were those that were cute and were tank tops and were, pretty. And I wanted to be that. And at the same time, I resented it and was told.
She still wants to be that. I think that's why she's so jealous of Christina, Janice, and Lindsay. They're young, they're hip, they're having fun. And she tries, but then she ends up with orange Clarks with short pants.
That were cute and were tank tops and were,
listen,
pretty. And I wanted to be that. And at the same time, I resented it and was told not to do that. I did wear tank tops. That wasn't a thing. But if
you dress cute or the way you want to, then you feel guilty. And then if you don't, then you're not dressing the way that feels good. So you lose. You kind of lose either way, right?
Yeah, it's a lose-lose. It's a double bind, a lose-lose. And so I do remember, though, one day putting on some shorts, just regular shorter shorts, and a tighter tank top, or not, I think it was a tighter t-shirt even. And looking at myself in the mirror and actually liking what I saw, like, oh, I look cute. Oh, my legs are actually pretty thin. Who knew?
Thanks, Peekaboo.
And feeling cute and walking out, and my mother seeing me
feeling cute
and thinking, oh no, that is too tight. Oh my goodness. And I think what she was saying is, oh, she's not a little girl anymore. Like, oh my goodness, like just sort of startled. She was on the phone actually. And she's like, oh dear. Oh my, but like, yeah, like I finally start to feel cute. And then I'm like shocking people.
God, stop.
So,
you're so sensitive.
What do you do? Yeah. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Oh my God.
So that was also really
Suck it up.
confusing to me. And then I remember,
her mom couldn't do nothing,
I said, I went from a little girl to a woman. So I had a larger chest in high school.
I went from a little girl to a woman. Don't we all? I had a larger
And
chest.
it was senior year and it was a dance. You get those dance photos before cell phones.
Sadie Hawkins
dance.
No, is that Ladies' Choice?
It was ladies' choice, but it was actually a class officer photo. This was a class officer photo. So, and so I was a class officer senior year, and I had a t-shirt on that said Gap on it.
I can't stand her. I honestly cannot stand her. Thank you, Crimology. Yay! 1 year of closing your legs. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate you. 12 whole months.
And we all posed, and I put my hand on my hip and actually did duck face before duck face was a thing. Like I didn't even know. Maybe I.
Oh my God. I put my hand on my hip and I did duck face before it was even a thing.
Started duck face. The kissy lips. And when it came back, it doesn't develop for a while. It looked like I was sticking like my chest out because it was a tighter shirt. And the ward boys that I was friends with told me, they're like, yeah, everybody's talking about, they think that you were posing like that to stick your chest out.
Oh, the boys told you that you were purposely posing? Shut up. What is she talking about right now? I'm about to punch my monitor.
And I was mortified because I did not want anyone to notice me. Again, so
I wore tight t-shirts and I didn't want anyone to notice me. I still have the Gap t-shirt in my drawer. Dr. John says I should hold on to it, that it's part of my transition into womanhood. So when I'm menstruating, I wear my Gap t-shirt and I stick my chest out. And I pretend I'm not bloated.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And I did not want that at all. And it was so embarrassing to me to think that people were talking about a way I had posed thinking I did it on purpose.
Oh my God, this sounds like the 9 hour. I just couldn't. People were talking about this.
And secretly, they love the photo. They love seeing you in your Gap t-shirt. And that's why the mixed messaging is just so harmful, because for them to point it out to you, it reveals about themselves. They're like, oh, I noticed that Lauren is a young woman, and has breasts. And it's just so odd that they would shame you for that or say that you're doing it on purpose. I just think it says a lot about them as well.
Yeah. So, but I think to this day, I actually just feel more comfortable in covering up. I often wear sports bras. Oh
my God. Can we insert the Gabby Petito picture where her titties are hanging out? Hold on. I think I've got it here. You are so full of it. I can't even believe how full of it you are. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I've got that mofo here somewhere. Hold, please. I thought I had it right here too. Darn it. Well, anyways, did you guys see it? I can't find it on my computer, but her boobs were hanging out. And when I showed it, everybody was like, oh my gosh, at a foundation dinner. Whoa, Win, what are you doing? What in the world are you doing?
It's
But
hard.
she
I
wears a
actually recently
sports
even
bra.
wore like a lower cut dress to a foundation dinner that like my husband wasn't even coming to. I
Oh,
tried
oh my God. Listen, she must have remembered. She lied and said that about the sports bra, and then she remembered that she had her tits hanging out at the Gabby Petito Foundation dinner. Yes, the one where Grayson looks like a little Bo Peep. She remembered. And she's like, oh, well, I did wear this one low cut dress one time at band camp.
feel more comfortable in like covering up. I often wear sports bras. It's hard. I actually recently even wore like a lower cut dress to a foundation dinner that like my husband wasn't even coming to. I tried it on for him before and he's like, wear that. You look beautiful.
Oh, please.
And like I wore it and like, so still today, just like, I just don't love. Yeah. So I'm sure it comes from that.
The grooves
What?
run deep.
Mm-hmm.
He says the grooves run deep. They sure as hell do, John.
So I'm sure it comes from that.
The grooves run deep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah. So then I
salty the blue dress.
I graduated and I went to college at the University of Utah. I was wishy-washy. I think I was very afraid.
I was wishy-washy. That's not a was. Yep, she did correct it, didn't she? I'm so comfortable in a sports bra, except that one time. John said I looked so beautiful, so that's the only reason I wore it. I wore it for John, but he wasn't there. He wasn't there. The cleavage runs deep.
Of what I was going to do with my future.
Wait, I want to hear him say that again.
I'm sure it comes from today, just like, I just don't love.
She wore low cut. Listen what he says.
I'm sure it comes from that.
The grooves run deep.
The groove right between your boobies runs deep.
Yeah.
So
awkward. Look at her. Look over at Mindy. Like, really? Did he just really say that? Did he just say what I think he did?
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
The grooves run deep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah. So then I graduated and I went to college at the University of Utah. I was wishy-washy. I think I was very afraid of what I was going to do with my future. I think I felt the pressure actually of my patriarchal blessing, like make your life rich and fulfilling in the meantime. Like, what does that mean? Like in the end, I don't know if I can have a career and I want to have the Mormon fairy tale. Like it was very clearly, I wanted the Mormon fairy tale. I wrote my future out when I was like 9 and it consisted of like 4 kids and it was, and we had a wishing well and we were going to
return missionary husband.
Return missionary. I don't know if it was
Temple
return
marriage.
missionary, but he was LDS and he was an attorney. It was not a return missionary, but an attorney.
Temple marriage.
Probably. I don't think I wrote that on this thing, but I had the layout of the house. There was a room for the pets and we served at the homeless shelter. That was a thing. We served at the homeless shelter and we had 4 kids and they were good at sports. And I just, I wanted to be a mother very much so, but there was this pressure of make your life rich and fulfilling. And I don't think I knew how to do that or what that meant. And I also thought, well, men don't like successful women. So, I don't want to intimidate a man. So I think I just went slowly through college because I was almost afraid of graduating and becoming a full-fledged adult that had to work 9 to 5. And so, but I started college and, I did a few things. I studied abroad in Israel.
Ooh.
I did an internship in Washington.
Hold on. You did what?
A full-fledged adult that had to work 9 to 5. And so, but I started college and, I did a few things. I studied abroad in Israel. I did an internship in
She studied abroad in Israel.
Washington, D.C.
She did an internship in D.C. Wait a minute. Wait. Didn't the book say that her ex lived in D.C. and he was sleeping on Evan's couch? And she dreamt of having a job in D.C., but never went there. Never went to D.C., but she did an internship there now. You can't forget what you wrote in the book in 2019.
I went to Australia for one semester with a friend. And I remember thinking all the time
She went to Australia with a friend for a semester too, she says.
in the back of my mind, should I go on a mission? Should I go on a mission? And I wanted to go on a mission purely because it was what my older brothers had done. And when I was going on a mission, women weren't necessarily encouraged to go. We went when we were 21. I was over the age of 21 now. But I wanted to experience it. I wanted to know what it was like to serve for a year and a half, but I also didn't want to go to the temple, which you would have to do before you served a mission. And I didn't want to miss out. I guess I was having FOMO. Like I just didn't know if I wanted to spend 18 months. And I didn't want to miss out. I guess I was having FOMO.
Oh my gosh. I guess I was having FOMO. I'm going to slow that down so I can get that as a sound bite.
Like I just didn't know if I didn't want to miss out. I guess I was having FOMO. Like I just didn't want to miss out. I guess I was having FOMO. Like I just didn't know if I wanted to spend 18 months away from home. So I was really uncertain. Nobody was forcing me to go. My dad said, don't go. He's like, you don't need to go on a mission.
Her dad said, don't go. And then he went to prison.
But it did not leave me. And so I remember like I kept sort of escaping. So I could say all those things I was doing, there were sort of like these little escapes. Like I just didn't know what to do. And I just was kind of prolonging college graduation. And I remember my friend that I was living with in Australia, she said, you know what? I like this boy. I'm going to go home and get married, but like you should go on a mission. Like, and I said, okay, I'll go.
Huh?
And so I was 22 when I went to my bishop and I said, you know, I think I want to go on a mission. And my bishop.
When did you do your internship in DC? That's what I want to know.
It was actually Elder Kevin Pearson at that time. He's a general authority now. And he was very surprised and happy. So nobody was like, you should go. Like nobody was pressuring me. He said, I was surprised. I remember he said, oh, you know, I didn't know that. I just thought maybe you'd want to come talk to me about something else. And that's wonderful.
What are you talking?
He was expecting you to confess sin.
I guess so, which I had never done. Yeah. I just remember him being like so happy. And so I started the process of filling out the paperwork. I remember I filled out I was so hesitant to go. I felt like I should.
Yeah, because I'm going to break into this
really
library.
Also didn't want to. It was weird. And it was all on my own. It was like my internal, like, should I not? Nobody was making me go. Nobody was expecting me to go.
They wanted to get
rid of
your
I just think I should go. You know, I would do ignorance is bliss. I need to go. I need to understand this. I should, you know, I'll have to go.
Hold on. Here, we're going to take a little breather. Look at this. This is the woman right here, Lauren, second from the end here, that likes to wear sports bras. She's most comfortable. That's Lauren Matthias, most comfortable in sports bras. You'll see her wearing sweats, nothing low cut, nothing showing her belly. Only sports bras and modest outfits.
For the temple, it's okay. Let's figure this out. Grow up a little bit. So I remember just thinking, well, I'll learn a language. I'll go to a different country. And so I remember like highlighting Australia and Korea and all these things on my mission, hoping that I would go somewhere extravagant and learn a language.
To Ohio.
And, I just kept telling people I don't care where I go as long as it's not Ohio. I don't know why I said Ohio. I think it sounded like Idaho, but it was like a little bit more not.
You're such a liar. I don't care where I go as long as it's not Ohio. And then you get sent to Ohio. Liar. Yeah, the group picture, she's way out, but you get the gist.
Not Idaho. So I said, I don't care where I go as long as it's not Ohio. Like if I go to New York or Maryland, fine, but not Ohio. I don't know. I had never been to Ohio. Is it a flyover state? I don't know.
Midwest. It's
Midwest.
you want coast.
Right.
Coastal. East Coast, West Coast, international.
Yeah. So I as I was going, so before I submitted my papers, this is an interesting story. I want to tell the story about Elder Kevin Pearson. So you have to have a few interviews before you go on a mission. And so I don't know if this was my second or third or whatever. It was like I was submitting the papers. It was the last one. And so he asks me all of the questions to make sure I'm worthy to go on the mission. I don't know what they all are. You might remember, but one of them is, do you keep the law of chastity? And I said, yes. And he just stopped and he looked at me and he said, Lauren, he goes, by the way, if any bishop or stake president or leader ever asks you another question about the law of chastity beyond what I just asked you, he shouldn't do that.
Wow.
And I go, okay. And then he goes, I don't know why I just told you that, but I just want you to know. And I said, thanks.
Wow.
And, I know he's,
right.
He's rising up there in leadership and, people have good and bad things to say about him, but I'm grateful that he said that to me. And I think it says two things. I think it means that he knows there's issues.
Right.
Like he knows that there are leaders out there that might push limits.
Asking creepy, detailed sexual questions to young or, youthful girls.
Yeah.
Or boys.
Yeah. But I felt it was a moment of somehow really caring and wanting to tell me that.
That's super nice.
Yeah.
That's so nice.
So, yeah.
Around what year is this?
Early 2000.
I love how he's
2002-ish.
nailing her to years.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? I think that's the year Elizabeth Smart was abducted.
Yes.
And I ask you that for two reasons. One is you're a true crime person. And the second is she was living in your stake, if not in your ward.
Correct.
Did that story hit your radar at all? And if so, did it influence your true crime development?
She was taken the day I got my mission call. So it's a very, very profound memory. So I was obviously older than Elizabeth. I did not know her personally. But yeah, she was in our stake. She was
which for Mormons, never Mormons, that's your neighborhood in Utah. Like
and
a couple streets down, right?
Yeah, and this stake is very tight knit. It's you talked about it already. We go to the same building. We overlap. Like we are all close. I know your cousin. Wow, like this is a very
You were close, but you didn't know who she was? This is from 4 months ago, and there's a lot of edits, yes.
sort of united stake.
So the Smart home was a couple streets down from your street, right?
Yeah.
In your neighborhood.
Yeah. And we all knew right away in that morning. And I wasn't supposed to get my mission call this day either. It came a week early. So it was just shocking. It was absolutely shocking. We all knew that morning. News spread like wildfire. It was so shocking and heartbreaking. And it was like my worst fear as a kid became another little girl's fear in my neighborhood.
Reality.
Yeah, it became her reality.
Yeah.
And I was like, what in the world? And nobody knew. And I remember, first I got my call, but while I waited, I remember babysitting for free while everybody searched, and all of us were doing whatever we could. But on the day she went missing, it was this really, it was so shocking to all of us. And
she was babysitting for free on the day that Elizabeth Smart went missing.
My worst fear was this little girl's reality. And I remember thinking, where is she? Is she going to be okay? We were all preparing to go to a prayer meeting at our ward. We were all gathering to pray for Elizabeth, not believing that this happened. And I learned that my mission call had arrived. It wasn't supposed to have come that week. It came a week early. And my parents told me, by the way, you've got a mission call waiting on the table. So I was going to go meet my family at the ward. I wasn't home, but I decided to run home first. And I looked at it at the table and everyone was getting ready. And I just grabbed it. I said, I'll meet you at the ward. And I ran up to my room, my bedroom, to open it alone really quickly because there was going to be no opening party. That just felt inappropriate. It was so sad. So I grabbed it. And things that don't age well, I turned on an R. Kelly song. But nonetheless, I opened it. And
now she's brought R. Kelly into this.
I read, you have been called to serve in the Cleveland, Ohio mission. And I actually thought it was a joke. I said, this is a joke. I'd heard of this. Everybody knew I didn't want to go anywhere but Ohio. This is a joke. It came a week early. Someone sent me a fake call and I looked, I'm like, this is real. And I remember just in that moment, and I had to hurry because everyone was already at the ward. I remember just thinking I don't want to go. I'm not going. This is, oh my gosh, no way. This is a joke. And I threw it and I ran down the stairs because I had to get to the ward, and I sat right next to my mom in the pew. And she said, did you open it? And I said, I did. And she said, are you okay? And I looked and I saw where I was and what we were doing and how I was safe and blessed. And I said, yes, I am so happy. And that was it. And that was that moment. It was just, I'm supposed to go. And then I just chalked it up as a humbling learning moment that I needed to accept. But I want to tell Ohio that I actually loved my mission and I loved, and I mean this sincerely, serving stateside, because I actually don't know if I would have been great at learning a language. And it allowed me, and I'm jumping ahead because there's some mission preparation, but it allowed me to like just focus on the people and myself and
She is insufferable.
some doctrine that I wanted to understand rather than struggling with language. So I also am a believer that we need to understand more about what's going on in our own country sometimes than we need to understand what's going on in the world. I shouldn't say that, but I think that it allowed me to open up my eyes to some things going on in my homeland, you know, that I needed to understand the people and the world a little bit better by understanding my own country more. But I loved Ohio.
I loved Ohio.
Well, Never Mormons will be interested to know that the Cleveland, Ohio area and the mission that it covers is sort of a central geographical location for some really important Mormon history, because it's one of the areas where the early church settled, you know?
Very. Yeah. And so when I'd opened my call and saw Cleveland, Ohio, I didn't understand that quite yet, because I guess that sisters that get called to the visitors center in Kirtland, Ohio, got a different call. I was pure proselyting. This is when they divided it.
I think so, Teresa.
And then, so mine didn't say Kirtland. So I didn't know that. Someone had to teach me that's the Kirtland, Ohio mission, which is a very,
people and shit.
as you point out, big deal. The irony to that, though, too, is right before I got my call, the internet was in full force.
Full force.
And my friend and I, the one I was in Australia with, we hated polygamy. We loathed the idea of polygamy.
Oh,
and we started Googling polygamy. And I remember being on the phone with her. Like, you know, we were both on a phone. I don't know. It might've been our new cell phones. Cell phones were a thing. The internet was a thing. And we were Googling, she was at her home, I was at mine, and we were Googling polygamy together. Just like, oh my gosh. So what is it? What is it? And learning that Joseph Smith was a polygamist at that moment, and that I hadn't been taught that in church. Like, it had always been taught that Brigham Young was a polygamist, and, you know, going across the plains, oh, Joseph Smith is a polygamist, what? And I was preparing to go on a mission. I hadn't received my call yet. And she had said to me, Lauren, I'm going to get married, but like, you got to go on a mission and figure this out for us. Like, what is this? I said, I know. Dude, right?
Like, return and report.
No pressure, no pressure.
Yeah, return and report. Figure this out for us. I was like, I got you. I got you. And so it was so interesting to realize I got my call where polygamy started.
Yeah.
Like this, I mean, this was so interesting. So I literally get a call, the place polygamy began. And this is a big part of sort of some faith journey for me. I was
going to say, isn't that Joseph Smith like a pedo? Didn't he hurt children? And she didn't know this? She's a micro limited public figure. So she was allowed to go to Ohio just because she's micro.
No way. And when you show up on the mission, the first thing you do is you go to the School of the Prophets and you dedicate your mission, where Joseph Smith taught the word of wisdom and all this stuff. And they take you to Kirtland and you learn about your ancestors that are there. And then you learn, you know, that you're not allowed to tract in Kirtland. You know, I never actually served in Kirtland because of all the tension. And it was the most interesting mission for me, though.
Just to give a tiny bit of detail, it was in Kirtland, Ohio, that Joseph Smith had sex with domestic help. So that basically there was
He had sex with domestic help? What?
Had sex with domestic help. So that basically there was
Listen to her. She probably has COVID.
Had sex with domestic help. So that basically there was a teenage girl who was working.
Wait a minute. Did you just you're a doctor in psychology and you just called it sex when a teenage girl who's working in a home that's sex? Hold on. I need to give him the opportunity to finish.
Domestic help. So that basically there was a teenage girl who was working for him in the home as kind of a domestic help. Her name is Fanny Alger. And what history now tells us is that he basically had an affair with her.
An affair? Really? He sees this as an affair? Can we call it what it is? Rape? Teenage girls can't consent, Mr. Psychologist. He called it sex, and then he said an affair. Ew. Dude, I no. Don't like it. Don't like it, dude. And this guy's a professional. Domestic help. Had sex and affair and she was a teenager. This dude calls himself a professional. Sorry. Not liking it.
It was the most interesting mission for me, though.
Just to give a tiny bit of detail, it was in Kirtland, Ohio that Joseph Smith had sex with domestic help. So that basically there was a teenage girl who was working for him in the home as kind of a domestic help. Her name is Fanny Alger. And what history now tells us is that he basically had an affair with her.
Okay, so he's talking modern day and he's still calling it an affair. Sorry. Maybe back then it was acceptable. It's not acceptable now. And he shouldn't be saying this as current term. Oh, now, we figured out it was an affair. No. You don't have affairs as a grown-ass man with a teenager. Sorry. I don't know. Maybe you do, sir, but I don't consider that okay in any stretch of the imagination.
For him in the home as kind of a domestic help. Her name is Fanny Alger. And what history now tells us is that he basically had an affair with her while she was in the home. And later it's been characterized as his first polygamous marriage. But at the time, it was just understood to be an affair by everyone, including Oliver Cowdery, Joseph's assistant. And so this all took place in Kirtland, Ohio, which was where you were called to. So I just want to give a tiny bit of, this is the land of Fanny Alger and Joseph Smith.
Right. This is Kirtland. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So to go back actually before my mission,
there was another
as I'm
edit.
preparing to go to my mission, I have to go to the temple.
No, because when you say things like that, it normalizes it. When this man irresponsibly sits here and calls that an affair, it normalizes it. And I'll be goddamned if I'm going to sit here and let this guy normalize it as we watch this on my channel. And I don't care if I'm not saying he's taking up for anyone. I'm saying this says a lot about his character. When a man calls that an affair, he should call it what it is. It's not okay. And I expect more from people with credentials. And you guys should too.
Well, this all took place in Kirtland, Ohio.
And there's nothing funny about it. It's gross. It's disturbing. I thought he left this because it was disturbing. I thought he didn't like the Mormon religion because of their beliefs. Or is it because he didn't move up to the top notch in the Mormon religion? He's salty. And that's why he left. I have questions. I feel like he was rejected and he left and he still has that same mindset. I do too, Teresa. And you know what? Megyn Kelly called it kiddie porn the other day. I don't like it.
Cowdery, Joseph's assistant. And so this all took place in Kirtland, Ohio, which was where you were called to. So I just want to give a tiny bit of, this is the land of Fanny Alger and Joseph Smith.
Right. This is Kirtland. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So to go back actually before my mission, as I'm preparing to go to my mission, I have to go to the temple. It was the thing I was avoiding. I did not want to go to the temple. I had no desire to go to the temple. In fact, I felt it was a sacrifice I was doing. I wanted to go on a mission. I didn't want to go to the temple, but I had to do the temple. I didn't want to wear garments. I didn't want, I just didn't want to go. So I didn't go until the week before I entered the mission training center in Provo. And I took temple prep classes from a wonderful couple in my ward. They were great. They sort of just said, it's great. It's just is what it is. And they're wonderful. And I went to the Salt Lake Temple and I actually liked Washington anointings. I thought it was actually really lovely
No,
sweet.
this show is supposed to help rescue people and tell their stories from people that have left the religion. Words do matter a little bit, Elisa. I might be a little bit petty, but I don't miss a whole lot when I listen to things and I pick up on a lot of things.
Look, I don't know the history of it or whatever, and I know a lot of, it was whatever it was that day. I remember thinking the blessing was sweet. It was oh, that's kind of pretty. But that was about it. My mom was like, do you want me to get you a temple dress before you go? Do you want me to get you temple clothes? I actually said, no, the dresses are ugly. I don't want to do my laundry. I don't want this stuff. I'll rent, we're good. No. And I waited, like I said, it was 3 days before I entered the MTC, just in case. I think there's like, if I change my mind on my mission, like I won't have gone to the temple. And so I went. It was like a miserable kind of a day. I was actually on my period. The last thing I want to be wearing is white.
Oh my God. Do we need to know
but
that?
I think of him just like a little distant. I have a migraine. I remember my older brother taking me up to the circle, and I remember appreciating that because he was trying to the prayer circle, because I think he was just trying to say, hey, I'll take you and I'll help you. It was a kind gesture. I still see that as a kind gesture today. But I did not like the temple. And
can I ask you a question about that, Lauren?
Yeah.
I think so much of, our practices in Mormonism sometimes are like modeled by our family or our parents or something. Were your parents like temple attending, or did they, some families are just so much about the temple. They plan their family vacations around going to see temples. Okay. Yeah.
So that probably makes sense. Yeah. Temple wasn't like
wasn't a big thing
in our house.
About. Okay.
And they were very big on serving in other ways.
Sure.
Like we were very active, but the temple wasn't a big thing for my parents.
I'm not surprised based on what you've told us, kind of about your upbringing.
Big heart.
But I just find that interesting.
Yeah.
That you had kind of an.
Wait a second. What are you talking about? Why is this big heart there? It's blocking comments? I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't got no big hearts on my screen.
Version to it even before you went.
Yeah, that's true. That makes sense. And I've actually never even thought about that. But yeah, no, they didn't go a ton. Like that wasn't a thing I remember. I don't ever remember my parents like going to the temple. I'm sure they did, but I don't remember that at all. Yeah. So
you waited until 3 days before and you did the washing and anointings. Your brother took you to the prayer circle. Do you have other memories of that day?
Just that you didn't love it.
Just that I didn't love it. I think I've even just blocked a bit of it out.
Yeah.
But I remember the garments. It was the garments that I really didn't want to wear. And so I do remember walking more than the temple. I remember the aftermath, walking into my house, walking in my bedroom, taking off my clothes and looking at myself in garments in my full length mirror. And I just started crying. And I walked out into the hallway, just in my garments, into my parents' bedroom where I knew my mom was sitting. She was working in there. And I looked at her and I just burst into tears and I fell on her. It was very dramatic, but I fell on her bedroom floor in the fetal position and just started crying. And I said, I hate these. And she was really sweet. And she's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know. You'll get used to them. And
okay.
Maybe I can help you. She didn't shame me or anything.
To me
but
too, Daz.
I just remember that moment. Yeah, it was probably very dramatic, but that's how I felt. Mm-hmm. And when I went to the MTC, I told my MTC companions, I don't like the temple. I don't want to go. I had to go once in the MTC and they were really sweet. They're like, well, we'll stay with you and it's okay. And then I didn't have to go on my mission because there was no temple except for the Kirtland Temple, which belonged to the Community of Christ. In fact, I actually, my heart sunk a little bit that when they sold it to us. I actually really loved that it belonged to the Community of Christ. But I didn't have to go on my mission. So I've just never really gone to the temple much. There you go. That's it. I'm not a temple goer. Never have been.
Wait. When does she talk about breaking into the library then? You know what, Jayski? You're right. No benefit of the doubt when it comes to children. Words matter. Hello, Miss Vogue.
And yeah. And I stopped wearing my garments, I think a couple years after my mission. So I just decided they weren't for me.
I thought that she said she didn't do it. Did she go on a mission or not? I'm so confused right now.
Anyway, so I get on my mission, and one thing I loved about my mission, again, is it allowed me to really learn and study all of this deeper doctrine that I had no idea about the church. For me, the church was simply, God loves us, we'll be together forever. This, I knew the basics of the kingdoms, but I really got to delve into the deep doctrine. I got to learn a lot. I read the Doctrine and Covenants multiple times. I love the Old Testament. That's my book. I actually didn't read the Book of Mormon very much in my mission. I'm not a big Book of Mormon reader.
Okay, Lauren.
One interesting thing though was there were Community of Christ members. That's the reorganized Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. People that wanted to learn. There were Community of Christ members that wanted to learn. There were Rigdonites. So oftentimes we were teaching about Brigham Young and not Joseph Smith. There was a wide range of Mormonism. And there was one couple that we were teaching who were Community of Christ members, but they were actually reorganized Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints members and disliked how the Community of Christ had given women the priesthood because they wanted everything to be just like Joseph Smith. They wanted everything to be pure Joseph Smith. And so they got into the fact that they were interested in getting baptized, and we were teaching them and it was going really well. And they also got into the fact that they were upset that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints was saying that Joseph Smith was a polygamist because they did not believe Joseph Smith was a polygamist. They believed that it started with Brigham Young. And I thought, I mean, here I am full circle. I'm like, oh, here come my Google search results. And
Really?
so we said, well, we really do think you.
Wait a minute. What year was this? Google search results. Hold on. Google search results. I call bullshit.
Was, according to some history books. So what did I do? So we left, and we scheduled another appointment to come back. They enjoyed talking to my companion and I, and we're really trying to search. And so I said, we have to go to the church building. We have to go get into it. It was a little branch, and I said it was Chardon, Ohio, and try to get the list of Joseph Smith's wives and bring it to him. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Like, that was probably like the last thing they wanted, but I'm sitting here thinking like, I've got to do this good deed for them.
That'll convince them.
You're going to find it in the church library.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Of your local branch building.
Yeah, I remember we got the keys to the ward. It was late at night. The library was locked, but we knew how to break into the library. You get an extension cord from the vacuum, and you remove the ceiling tile, and then you put the extension cord through the ceiling tile, and you twist the doorknob. We did it. We did it.
Wow.
And we got into the library. Well, it was all for a good cause. Like, we got.
You had the keys to get in. She's an idiot.
Into the library. Right. And we made ourselves comfortable in that branch library. And they had all of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints history books there. We just pulled them down and found it. We found it. We found it. We found all of his wives. And then we made Xerox copies of it. And like thinking that this is going to be like, here you go.
Here you go.
I'm trying to know what book in the 90s lists Joseph Smith's plural wives.
Well, this was 2000. This was 2002, 2003.
Could have been In Sacred Loneliness, but I'm just trying to imagine.
Well, it was like
In Sacred Loneliness.
It was like it was the church history. It was
Oh yeah, she just found her sister. They didn't had all the. She's smarter than everybody else, guys.
Encyclopedia, all the.
I know, but
all of the LDS.
I think we all felt like that history was hidden from us as Mormons. So normally we wouldn't have found. I'm not doubting you, because you found it, but I'm just saying I'm surprised because most of us reached our 20s and 30s not knowing that Joseph Smith ever had plural wives, right?
Yeah, well, I think that maybe that's like actually why I've always been a little bit of an apologist when it comes to people saying that, I was taught that Joseph Smith was a polygamist, but when I wanted to know, I found it in the church building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think that I've always been like, well, no, it's there for people. At least it was for me in this little tiny branch in Chardon, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You just had to use an extension cord.
Do you hear him going,
Me in this little tiny branch in Chardon, Ohio. You just had to use an extension cord to get in.
And you mentioned having Fawn Brody's book in your home growing up.
Yeah. Fawn Brody's book, No Man Knows Our History, was on our bookshelf. I didn't know what it was until someone mentioned it was like anti-Mormon literature, and I was like,
she lists Joseph Smith's plural wives.
Does she? Well, that was in my bookshelf growing up, and I said, oh well, we have that book. So I never like read it, but I was like, yeah, it's in our bookshelf. And my dad also, he bought me a Quran for one of my teenage birthdays too. We just, my dad really taught just us to be open and learn and be curious and interested in other worlds, cultures, and religions. So I remember when I said to my dad, birthdays too, we just, my dad really, he bought me a Quran for one of my.
He bought me a Quran?
Teenage birthdays too. We just, my dad really taught just us to be open and learn and be curious and interested in other worlds, cultures, and religions. So I remember when I said to my dad, oh, Fawn Brody's book, he's like, yeah, isn't it interesting? She's a scholar of church history. But
Ooh, look at that pause game. Some of the wives were under 14. That is disgusting. Ugh.
I pulled Joseph Smith's wives from the Chardon, Ohio branch.
Awesome.
No, you didn't, Lauren. No, you didn't.
It's a great story.
That is a great story, especially the entry into the building.
Yeah.
And you gave it to this couple.
We gave it to this couple, which probably wasn't what they wanted. I mean, it was a nice lesson. They were very sweet. We ended with actually playing a rendition of Spirit of God, which is a hymn that we understood both religions loved because it was, an origin.
Oh, Jesus. All right, I'm going to let this play for a second. I have got to go get something to drink. I'll be right back.
And him. And it was a nice visit. I think we visited them a couple more times. And I learned at a young age that just because we hand them a Xerox copy of all of Joseph Smith's wives doesn't mean that they're going to be like, sold. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. But yeah, I think more interesting was the fact that, yeah, I was learning about polygamy and all these sort of deep doctrinal things on my mission. And yeah. So I think, and look, and I think the way I always saw it is like, well, of course they're not teaching it in Sunday school. I didn't learn in high school about Benjamin Franklin's illegitimate wives either. Why? Probably because it's not relevant to the lesson on hope and faith. But I mean, I get it. I'm not. So I think that's just how I felt for a long time as a bit of an apologist. Like, well, it's there if you want to find it. But of course, we're not going to probably gather in church for worship and be like, today's lesson, Fanny
Alger.
Yeah. So that's, yeah. Anyway, I'm trying to think.
So how was your mission? Like what type of missionary were you and how did it go overall for you?
I loved my mission.
Yeah.
I loved, to this day, I can say I loved my mission. It was like it takes away my entire identity and past. We're all in the same clothes. I lose my first name. My name is just Sister Johnson. They put me with people I don't know from across the country that I would
Sister
never be friends with, to
Johnson.
live with otherwise, except that we met on our mission. I think that was good for me personally, like to learn about a little bit more about self-love and some of maybe my talents and gifts. Like, there was so much self-hatred and self-doubt before. And all of a sudden I learned, unbeknownst to me, I didn't know that I was a really good missionary, that I really cared about people. And I think I was a little bit more mature. I went when I was almost 23. I'd had some life experience. So when people would say like, need to go track, I'd be like, we're not tracking. Like, why do we want?
What life experience did she have at 23? What life experience did she have at 23 when at 35 she was still whining like a fucking 10-year-old girl? I don't know, Kalisa. I'm wondering that myself.
We want to spend time with people that don't want us around. Like, go visit a less active. Go visit someone that actually wants us to be there. Go listen to people. When people say you need to stop seeing them if they're not progressing, like, that's so stupid. If someone likes our visit, we're here to serve, whoever that is.
Shut up.
And
full of shit.
I valued so much, like, let's just listen to people. Like, everyone has a story. And I found myself so interested in every person's house we visited. Like, everyone had a story to share. That was actually one of my love of stories. Like, everyone has a story and we need to listen to them. And that's a lot of what I did on my mission, and cared about those that were members, but just maybe not attending. And yeah, visiting people over and over that maybe people, past missionaries had given up on. And I was mostly always training, so that allowed me
perseverant
to be in leadership. So I was also privileged. Like, I know that some missions are so hard for some people. So I also acknowledge that I was in really lucky positions to shine. Like, I was always training, and but people, I realized then that I did want to be a journalist, not just because I liked writing, but because I loved people, and everybody has a story to share, and they would open up and I would listen. I also had a lot of anxiety on my mission too, though, because I was idealistic and I thought I could help people, and I was worried about them at night, and I would go to bed with anxiety about how to help people. And so there was also that for me. Like, sort of this, like, you sit there and you listen to every person. You know this, John, you listen to people every day. And that's got to be hard at some point. Like,
just holding
space for all these people, holding space for so many people. So it was also really hard for me, but I love my companions. I love my mission. I was asked to speak at the mission conference in front of all the mission, like the mission president realized I was a good missionary, but I didn't follow all the rules. I put people first. I love the New Testament. And I think it was like sort of my mission where I concluded, like, I'm here because of Christ. Like, I really fell in love with Christ. I'd already done my study abroad in Israel. Like, I was a Christian first and foremost, like nothing, like, all that matters is that we touch people's soul for that moment and bring the love of Christ into their lives. But I also learned, again, that I think I was like, oh, like, I do have some talents and some self-worth and some value. And like, I am good at this. Like, people are valuing me. The mission president's valuing me. I'm valuing myself, and realizing maybe I can have a career. I think I felt empowered too. Like, maybe I can have a career. Maybe I can do this. Maybe I'm not as incapable as I think I am. And so I think I learned that on my mission.
Yeah, so many, even ex-Mormons today will say they'll always be grateful for their mission. You know what I mean? Like it can be a transformative experience.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she just served for a year and a half. Like
Can we
I
move
love
on?
that. Like whenever I'll never have that opportunity again. I don't think, I'm raising a family, having to make money. Like,
Okay,
just
we're
feels
coming up to
better.
the
And
most replayed segment of this video.
I also had parents that paid for it and were able to support it.
Hey, Katie Horton.
So timeline wise, were you already on the mission?
Dude, Katie Horton, what's up, girl? I didn't know that was you. Good to see you.
When,
Don't forget to close your
when
legs.
Elizabeth Smart was rescued?
And I actually even got a call from my family. They called me.
Oh my
They
God,
were
my
like,
family. My family called me when Elizabeth was found. They actually called me. They never call me, but I'm so shocked that they called me because they don't call me to check on me. They just called me to tell me that Elizabeth Smart had been found, and that the Latter-day Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints had found her. That's what they said.
Smart was rescued?
And I actually even got a call from my family. They called me. They were like
which they weren't supposed to do.
Yeah, but they did. They were so ecstatic and thrilled.
Oh, did you hear that? He's like, yeah, they weren't supposed to do that. Like, your parents aren't supposed to be calling you on this mission thing. Called out, which they weren't supposed to be doing.
Was rescued?
And I actually even got a call from my family. They called me. They were like
which they weren't supposed to do.
Yeah, but they did. They were so ecstatic and thrilled and they called me like Elizabeth Smart was found. Yeah, it was such a big deal that I got a call on my mission. I remember crying.
Like, oh my God, I got a call. And they weren't supposed to call me, but they did. Elizabeth told them to call me because I needed to know.
Praying, thanking God that she was found. Yeah. So, because I think she was missing for 9 months. So,
I'm so glad they called.
You mentioned in your outline something shocking that happened on the last day of your mission. Is there anything else? Any other story you want to tell about your mission?
No, I think I feel good about my mission. Yeah. So my parents came to Ohio to pick me up, so I could show them around and introduce them to all the people that I had met.
Nice.
And it touched my hearts. And it was the very first night they picked me up from the mission home in Cleveland and took me back to a hotel in Cleveland, Ohio. And I opened up my scriptures to read them and I couldn't read them. Like my eyes were blurry. And I thought, that's so strange. I can't read. I remember thinking, what if something's really wrong? Because they were so blurry.
Oh my God, my eyes are so blurry. Am I legally blind too, Dad?
And I said that to my parents, like, I can't read my scriptures. I remember my mom saying, well, it's probably because you didn't sleep the night before. You were just packing. I'm like, it's true. Woke up the next, read my scriptures. I remember my mom saying, well, it's probably because you didn't sleep the night before. You were just packing. I'm like, it's true.
What?
Woke up the next day, things were a little bit better. And later in the day, like I couldn't see. So I go home. The eyesight's getting worse and worse.
Jeez. This is about the mission, but she's already home and we're talking about her eyesight.
And your dad's legally blind.
And my dad's legally blind.
Right.
My dad's legally blind.
So, I mean.
Oh,
yes,
my
and
gosh.
I think that was part of my concern.
No.
I go and visit my friend, the one that got married, the one I was supposed to report back to. She flew me out to her new home in Kansas City. And I couldn't see I couldn't see the mirror to put my makeup on. Like, it was just getting worse. So finally mom's like, let's go to Costco and you can go get an eye test while I go shopping. And I actually go into Costco and it was like a return missionary as well. He's like, I think he was a student and he's like, oh, I just got back from mission 2. Let's test your eyes. Okay. And he was like, what do you see on the wall? And I'm like, where? He goes, straight ahead on the wall. I was like, I don't see anything. He's like, okay.
I see Jesus on a piece of toast.
Oh, well, okay. So finally he's like doing all these different tests. And then he said, so does anybody in your family have like like eye issues? I was like, yeah, my dad has Stargardt's disease. And he opens a textbook and starts reading about it. And he looks at me and he goes, I hate to break it to you. I think you have Stargardt's disease.
Someone at Costco said this to you. You're lying. They picked up a book. I think you're having like memories of Dr. John because he's the only one that picks up books and reads from them. You mean to tell me the guy at Costco at the eye place picked up a book and said, I'm sorry to tell you, you have
just help a brother.
You have whatever your dad has, disease, Hildebrandt disease. Yes, the live chat will be on. I fixed that. Thank you, Allie, for 1 month cootership.
Legally blind. And I burst into tears in Costco. I was like, okay. Well, I hadn't. Yeah, I was just like, okay. I go out. I wasn't going to tell the story, but it's a great one. Like he just like lays it out to me. I'm like, okay. And I can't see because my eyes are dilated. He's like, there's no corrective lens that's helping. You're legally blind and no corrective lens is helping it get better. And when he removed one, I could see that the thing he was asking me to look at was a giant E. So I find my mom and then I burst into tears and I tell her I have Stargardt's disease. That's the beginning. I'll jump to the end.
God.
I didn't have.
Can you imagine her poor mom? Her poor mom just wanted to go to Costco, right? And here's Warren. I can't see. I can't see. Mom, it's getting worse. And her mom says, fine, I got to go to Costco. You can go to Costco with me and you can see the eye people there. So mom takes her to Costco. She goes and get to do the eye thing and then comes to her mother and says, Mom, that's it. I'm blind. I've got what Dad has and it's over. And all she wanted to do was go to Costco and probably get some fucking things, right? My God. They're insufferable. Thank you, Dreams. And thank you for the reminder to hit the like button. Let's get the likes up, guys.
Have Stargardt's disease. He jumped the gun, but because of my dad's legal blindness, everyone just assumed that this was some.
Oh, yeah. The guy at Costco just assumed because your dad is legally blind and like everybody knows your dad. And like he knew because he was like another missionary person. And he said, I'm sorry to tell you, but that shit's genetic.
Stargardt's disease mutation. And it wasn't. I was finally sent for an MRI and I had multiple sclerosis. And
So we go from Costco to the guy diagnosing her to an MRI and multiple sclerosis. That would be a very long journey. Okay. Multiple sclerosis is hard to diagnose. And she's making it sound like it's very easy to diagnose. Therefore, with Lauren in this position, I'm calling bullshit. And I just have to. It's just what my gut's telling me. It's telling me there's something not right here.
Psychopathy.
So, yeah, she went from the eye doctor to an MRI, and voila, she's got MS. It doesn't happen that way.
My optic nerve was malfunctioning. And I also think
my optic nerve was malfunctioning. Is that a official diagnosis? Optic nerve malfunctioning. I've never heard that before. Right, but there's no journey there, Burlesque Nana. And I'm really sorry that your friend passed away. I have a very good friend of many, many years who also has MS, and she's had it since she was in her 30s. I don't typically question the diagnosis, but this woman lies more than she tells the truth. So I would expect more from the journey of diagnosis, symptoms, and things like that. That's a pretty big journey for someone when they find out they have MS. Like, for example, I remember my friend, she started dropping, she was a smoker. And she started to drop her cigarettes. And that was what, she noticed was the first thing that started her journey, if you will, of all the other things that came along with MS. So I would think that there would be a huge story there, as much as this motherfucker likes to talk, that there'd be a whole motherfucking book on the journey. But we don't even get any tidbits of that journey. That's what makes me call it a lie.
Legal blindness, everyone just assumed that this was some Stargardt's disease mutation. And it wasn't. I was finally sent for an MRI and I had multiple sclerosis. And so my optic nerve was malfunctioning.
She makes it sound like they took blood and said, yep, you've got MS. And if she truly had gone through that journey, she would not talk about it like this. Oh, wow, Ashley, that's crazy. Yeah, it's a journey. I mean, what else do you call it? It's definitely a journey. Maybe not one you want to be on, but sometimes we're on journeys that we don't necessarily want to be on that we're put on. It doesn't not make it a journey. I didn't say it was a vacation. I said it was a journey.
And I also think it probably started happening the last day of my mission because of anxiety and stress, because it's your nervous system.
Oh my God. Do you hear this? She's saying she got MS because of anxiety and stress from her mission, which she said was so wonderful, right? It was so wonderful. She met all these wonderful people. She even took her parents and introduced them to all these wonderful people. Why was the mission so stressful that it gave her MS? This doesn't make sense. Mm-mm. Hey, Michelle, be careful driving.
For an MRI, and I had multiple sclerosis. And so my optic nerve was malfunctioning. And I also think it probably started happening the last day of my mission because of anxiety and stress,
My
because it's your
optic
nervous
nerve
system.
dysfunction.
And so who knows how long it had been in my
twitches.
body, but it was a relapse at that moment. And
Who knows how long it had been in my body? What had been in your body? What is she talking about? Who knows how long it had been in my body? What is she talking about?
I got on steroids and I got on medication. Yeah. And so it's stable today. I have relapse remission, but that actually made me think, like, I just need to stay home for a while. I went to.
Remember, this is 4 months ago. Hey, True Crime Kate. Good to see you back again. Thank you for your super
Hi,
chat.
Cooterville, so good to be back. Was listening to the epic book reading on a road trip, Projection and Leakage. So glad you're covering Mormon Stories, Jay. This was pre-planned PR campaign emo ahead of Christina and Family Rico.
I agree with you, and thank you for listening on your road trip. I'm glad I could keep you company. Let me fix this. I feel like the bottom is cut off here. Thank you so much for your super chat, too. There's no specific stories about the mission. There's no specific stories about being ill and diagnosed with MS. A lot of things can cause your eyesight to go haywire, especially if you have something in your family. So you would have to go through a lot of ruling out. And a lot of ruling out, it adds to a lot of, frustration, stories, doctor to doctor. I'm just not hearing that. But MS is one of those diseases that you can't question because there's no official way to prove it. It's not a drug. It's not a drug test that you can say, yes, I have this in my system. No, I don't. But I'm sick of her. I'm sick of her dramatic stories. I read that book, you guys. I sat here and read it and read it and read it. And trust me, I don't believe anything she says. And I don't believe she was stressed because she just said it was a great mission. I don't understand. You can't have it both ways.
I stayed home while I finished up college at the University of Utah. And yeah, that's just, I have multiple sclerosis and I have to manage it and I get exhausted but yeah. So, but things are stable.
I can't believe you do what you do with MS. I just blows my mind.
It really does blow his mind, Lauren. More than you know. More than you know. Thank you for the sub. Can you see what I see? I'm so sorry, Janai. I'm so sorry. That's what happened to my friend, too. She's completely disabled as well. I'm so sorry. My heart goes out to you. Bless your strength.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, So, fingers crossed, though. I just get scared.
What a horrible edit. Listen.
With MS, I just blows my mind.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, So, fingers crossed, though. I just get scarier as you get older a bit. But I'm keeping it maintained and yeah, do my best. And
You're keeping it maintained. Look at her. Look at that Duper's Delight. Look at that Duper's Delight. And she's looking right at Mindy. She's like, Mindy, are you believing me? Feel sorry for me, Mindy. I see right through this chick. It just gets scarier as you get older, but I've got it maintained.
as you get older a bit, but I'm keeping it maintained and yeah, do my best and take a lot of power naps.
It's like Ginger.
Take a lot of power naps. Yeah, I take a lot of power naps. I keep my MS contained. I mean, people who actually have MS are probably so insulted by this. Insulted. I'd be insulted.
Well, you know, fingers crossed though, that it just gets scarier as you get older a bit, but I'm keeping it maintained and yeah, do my best and take a lot of power naps.
It's like Ginger Rogers doing everything Fred Astaire did, but backwards with heels.
So, yeah, but yeah, I just remember that, and then trying to think what happens next. I graduate
Dating?
college. Oh, dating. Oh, yeah. Well,
Oh, fuck. Now we're getting on dating. You do not control your MS. Right. I mean, MS controls you. You don't have control over your body. And for her to assume so is absolutely insulting and infuriating to hear. Does she tell people she has MS to excuse her excessive Botox? Thank you for the super chat. No, she doesn't. But she does say recently that she wants to get Botox in her esophagus for coughing or something.
I came
Not
home, not dating. Yeah, I came home and, you know, I mean, maybe you guys help me figure this out. I've thought a lot about it actually since I've gotten older, but I just felt that men didn't like me. Maybe it was Mormon men in general. I don't know.
Jesus,
You wrote something
here we
about
go.
men. You said men don't like successful women. My impression is that's particularly true in Mormon culture, that a Mormon man does not want an educated, ambitious wife. Am I wrong?
No, you're
That's
true.
not me, but that's
You're true, but I mean, at this moment, I don't even know how successful I was. Right? I hadn't graduated college yet. I was kind of floundering, but I think also like I was kind of loud and outspoken and
Floundering? We know you were loud because you were always crying.
maybe not the most. I don't know. Like the
loud
first
or assertive.
assertive. The first guy that asked me out after my mission was actually someone that wasn't LDS. Ironically enough, it was a young single adult fireside, and he was the speaker. They had gotten him in. He was an inspirational speaker. He was someone in the community that was kind of a big deal and had an inspirational speech to give. And he asked for my number, and I went out with him, which didn't end well. It was just one date, but
It was one date. How many times did you get a second date, Walwyn?
Everybody likes me, everybody hates me. They want me to go eat some worms.
yeah, LDS. I did not date a lot even right after my mission. Like I still hadn't even had a boyfriend. So
Wow, man. This is wild.
like I still hadn't even had a boyfriend. So then and then I decided after I got home from my mission, though I was a little bit more motivated to graduate college, and I wanted to graduate in journalism. And I had this idea again for my mission, like I am going to be a broadcast journalist. I'm going to be a broadcast journalist. I graduate late from college. I think I was 26. And then I'm torn because again, I have this.
Okay, so she's 26, graduated college, and 3 short years from now, she's going to be in bed with her doctor and not kiss him. There's not one mention of MS in the book.
I need to date. I want to date. I want to get married. I'm 26 now. Like now I'm thinking if I've never even had like a boyfriend, like how am I going to ever, like I'm going to be like 35 by the time I even like meet someone that wants to get married. And so where do I want to start my career? Now I have to get into a career. Do I really want to go to a small town where I'd have to start broadcast journalism, a teeny tiny town when I'm single? Or should I just go to New York City, which is my dream? I wanted to go to New York.
Should I just go to New York? Look at like she had a choice. So my decision then was, do I start in a teeny tiny town or do I go to New York City and just go for it? She acts like she had all these fucking opportunities knocking at her door when we know damn well she didn't.
My career, now I have to get into a career. Do I really want to go to a small town where I'd have to start broadcast journalism, a teeny tiny town?
That's where you have to start in that industry, dum. Or was she going to go to New York City?
When I'm single, or should I just go to New York City, which was my dream? I wanted to go to New York. I wasn't going to.
Like, what are you going to do in New York? You have to have a fucking job. You have to have work history. You have to have a fucking resume. What were you going to do in New York?
Stay in Salt Lake. It was like either small town or New York City. And so I ultimately decided, like, my brother was in New York. He's like, you can stay with us here while you look. And so I moved to New York.
Wait, when did you move to New York? You said nothing about this in your book. I moved to New York.
And I was right when I moved to New York. So I'm at this place where I was like, okay, I've got to like make life happen for me because I'm single. I'm in New York City making contacts. And I am sent
for a doctor.
an article in the Salt Lake newspaper.
Oh, is this when she finds out that her daddy-o's in prison?
That starts with my dad's mugshot. And I'm starting to read it.
What year is this? Ish.
2006. I didn't think. I've actually never talked about this, so I didn't know. So
she just went to New York City by herself and lived there by herself with no money. I call bullshit. Stayed for a week. I mean, what? What'd you do? Go on vacation? What is she talking about? Thank you, NH girl. And yes, that's a very good point. It's a reminder to hit the like button, right, meow?
I started to read it, and it said that he'd been charged with securities fraud. And as I'm reading it, my friend calls me from Salt Lake, and she's like, Lauren, how are you? And I'm like, I'm good. How are you? Like, there was a lot of beating around the bush. Like, I knew why she was calling, but I hadn't even finished reading the article.
She's prepping for winter. You know how like the chipmunks put all those nuts in their cheeks? That's what she's doing. Thank you, Salty, for your super sticker. Thank you for your continued support. You missed Australia moments. Add Australia to that list.
I didn't know what was going on. So like, I'm good. She's like, well, how's your family? Like, am I good? Finally, she's like, well, Lauren, I saw the article about your dad. Like, what's going on? And I didn't want her to know that I didn't know anything. Like, I just started reading the article. So I remember just saying like, well, everything's fine. Like, yeah. Like, I couldn't tell her I didn't know. And so I was like, oh, you saw it? Like, I was just like, oh. So I hung up and I finished reading. And then I called my mom. She seemed okay. She was like being calm. I called my brother, the one I was living with in New York, Clark, and his wife.
Clark.
And I was just like, I've got to go home. I've got to go home and check on everyone. And Clark was like, don't go. If you go home, you're never coming back out to New York. And I'm like, I've got to go home. I've got to check on mom. I got to figure out what's going on. And he was right. I left and I never came back to New York.
You never planned on it?
Nor did I ever move to a small town yet. Because what happened next?
Melissa.
You know, and my dad's story, I'm not going to tell his story. I love my dad. My dad's an incredible man.
Not going to tell his story, huh?
So that's his story to tell. But what happened in the aftermath to our family to me is what I want to tell. But that was the beginning of probably years of tumultuous, really, you know, those moments in life where everything changes. In that moment, everything changed. And
sure did. Daddy-O got caught.
Like the first criminal trial I ever attended in full was my dad's. People don't realize that. I also feel like many things were unfair and wrong about his conviction.
Oh, of course
he was sentenced the first time only to 5 months. And then though federal charges came down for the same thing, which I think are ridiculous. And we went through the same thing again.
Oh,
and then
it's
he
ridiculous.
was, and it was later, and he was sentenced for a lot longer.
He deserved
to. Through that amount of time,
he's a criminal.
I mean, the things that happened, like
Now
overall,
there's a RICO.
like
Rico.
money became an ultimate, like, so here I was about to start my career,
Like,
but we were also like, as a family, like a debt that I didn't expect,
Like,
all of a sudden came on me too, along with student loans. The house, my mother had a mental breakdown. She's never been the same since. I had to actually move in with her for a little bit into
Jesus Christ. She already said her mom was in bed her whole childhood. Now, my mom had a mental breakdown. I had to take care of her.
teeny tiny apartment, and I lived there because there were self-harm concerns. And so I like stayed with her. Our house had to be cleared out because we thought we were going to be losing it. I remember actually being in there alone in this empty house with nowhere to go, just like crying, like, where do I go? The siblings sort of all floundered, and like we were all just like fending for ourselves. I remember so many people came to help, but you learned who your friends were too. Like, you learn the negative parts of humanity too, where people judge you, like the people you didn't know, you're like, oh, really? And then where other people are very warm and kind and wanting to help during a tragedy where others,
A tragedy?
want to.
A tragedy? I wouldn't call it a tragedy. I would say he got caught.
Not associate with you. My dad was never excommunicated. The ward always continued to visit him and care for him for the most part. And my mother, again, has never been the same since. Like, I don't even know where, to give it in chronological order would be pointless, but everything happened in years and years from losing our home. I, at one point, was sleeping on a mat in my friend's basement, very grateful.
Oh, look at this. We had the floor mats in Santa Monica with the ex. Now we have her on a mat in her friend's basement. Here's another inconsistency. How many floor mats has this lady slept on? Come on.
I, at one point, was sleeping on a mat in my friend's basement, very grateful for them. I finally started getting asked out immediately after my dad went to prison.
I started getting asked out after my dad went to prison. What?
I finally started getting asked out immediately after my dad went to prison. I had a friend say to me, I wish my dad would go to prison. Maybe I'd start getting asked out. She actually said that to me.
Do you feel like there was a connection?
I think there was.
Really?
What was that about?
I'm hoping you guys can tell me, but like, I've definitely thought like I was vulnerable.
Yeah.
I was helpless.
When I got excommunicated, young boys from my daughter's high school started hitting on her because they thought she'd be easy.
I feel like,
oh shit, John, saying it like it is, and thank you for the sub, Amy. He says, because they're easy. I was vulnerable. I was on a floor mat in the basement. And he's like, yeah, they do that because they think you're easy.
When I got excommunicated, young boys from my daughter's high school started hitting on her because they thought she'd be easy.
Wait, okay. Wait. I misunderstood that. Okay, wait. Yeah, so he's saying they thought she was easy. But he's saying that guys thought his daughter was easy. That's kind of weird, too. Do they think that? If you're excommunicated, if your dad's excommunicated, your daughter's easy? She'll have sex?
I'm hoping you guys can tell me, but like, I've definitely thought like I was vulnerable.
Yeah.
I was helpless.
When I got excommunicated, young boys from my daughter's high school started hitting on her because they thought she'd be easy.
Maybe they hit on her because she was pretty, or maybe they were attracted to her. Like, how do they know that they thought she was easy?
Yeah, I feel like.
Yeah, why was he excommunicated? Well, yeah, and him saying it like that as a psychologist because they thought she was easy. Ooh, I don't like him saying that with his daughter attached to it either. That's weird.
Started hitting on her because they thought she'd be easy.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like him using that term. He doesn't mean easy target. He means easy, like she'll spread them open. Unlike we do in Cooterville. We keep them closed. That's what he's saying. He's not saying anything about an easy target. He's talking about spreading them legs. And that's vile.
Yeah. I feel like I would have like
And
2
they're
dates.
Mormon boys, by the way.
Yeah. I went from like never dating to having like 2 dates a day. Like I was getting asked out so much and I hadn't changed. It was, yeah.
How are you meeting these people? Were you going to like young single adult wards, or were there apps?
No.
She's like, where were you meeting these people?
I was
free apps,
social,
right?
Yeah, I was social. You know, that was like, I'm an extrovert. And so I was a social.
Oh, so she was very social now. She hated herself, but she's an extrovert. See, this isn't meshing. Cindy Arnold, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for the deep dive. You rock, girl. Thanks. So do you. Thank you so much. John D. was excommunicated because his cousin is gay, and John was advocating for the LGBTQ community. Oh, nice, Lindsay. Email it to me. I was like, I'm an extrovert. So I was like very social.
Young adult. And again, like, even though I wasn't necessarily very flirtatious because like I said, I have brothers. I know how to be friends. Like I was friends with the elders on my mission. Like I do know how to like be friends with guys and girls, and I'm warm and I'm friendly. And so I'd go to social functions, but like, or like even guys from the past.
Okay, well, you didn't answer her question. She asked you, where were you meeting these people? Were you meeting them on apps? Were these guys from the ward?
Too, or like people, it was like guys and girls.
Oh, Mindy got her
so
on this
much.
one.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Easy.
Okay,
There's
we got to
high-
watch this whole interaction, okay? Because Mindy got her on this one too, because she's like, what kind of apps you on? And where are you meeting these people? Here we go.
School. Started hitting on her because they thought she'd be easy.
Yeah. I feel like I would have like
And
2
they're
dates.
Mormon boys, by the way.
Yeah. I went from like never dating to having like 2 dates a day. Like I was getting asked out so much and I hadn't changed. It was, yeah.
How are you meeting these people? Were you going to like young single adult wards, or were there apps?
No, I was
free apps,
social,
right?
Yeah, I was social. You know, that was like, I'm an extrovert. And so I was a social young adult. And again, like, even though I wasn't necessarily very flirtatious because like I said, I have brothers, I know how to be friends. Like I was friends with the elders on my mission. Like I do know how to like be friends with guys and girls, and I'm warm and I'm friendly.
Oh, see? I do know how to be friends with guys and girls, and I'm warm and I'm friendly, and you must believe me.
Do know how to like be friends with guys and girls, and I'm warm and I'm friendly. And so I'd go to social functions, but like, or like even guys from the past too, or like people, it was night and day. Like all of a sudden,
wow.
I'm like,
is that why you like wrote your own article about like your identity like being stolen, and like someone made a dating profile for you? Mindy's got her number. She knows what's going on. 2 dates a day. Shit, man. Woo.
getting asked out so much.
That's really interesting.
Mindy. She says that's really interesting. I love it. I love the condescending but honest tone, right?
Then
wow.
I'm like getting asked out so much.
It's really interesting.
It is interesting, isn't it?
And I'm friendly. And so I'd go to social functions, but like, or like even guys from the past too, or like people, it was night and day. Like all of a sudden,
wow.
I'm like getting asked out so much.
It's really interesting.
Yeah. And I'm staying in Salt Lake now, and I get a job at a nonprofit organization. So neither the journalism or the New York City plan, but I just need to pay off debt and survive, and I was accepting a lot of the dates too. Like, this is true. Like, I was accepting a lot of dates too, because I wouldn't buy food.
I was going to say, you're going to get fed.
I got fed. I like when people say free meal.
Oh, she's saying she did it for the free meal. Those meals are never free, Walwyn. She wants us to believe that they went out, all they did was eat din din, and never went out again. Twice a day. I got fed, she says. I'm sure you did.
Like, it was sincerely, I was getting fed. I would also go to social functions to eat. Like, there was a barbecue. Like, I was like, how do I?
It was a barbecue? Did you find this on Craigslist, or like, whose barbecue was this? Lunch date, dinner date? I mean, did you order 2 meals, take one home in a to-go box? Like, what's going on here? Seriously, like, I was being fed. I went to the barbecues. I mean, we went to the barbecues. We were poolside in our turquoise bikinis.
I would also go to social functions to eat. Like, there's a barbecue. Like, I was like, how do I get food? Like, I didn't want to grocery shop. Like, I was trying to pay off debt, and I wasn't making a law. It was like a first.
Wait a minute. Why is she talking about these social functions and now talking about debt and trying to pay off debt? Did you get that? That was some leakage. The longer we listen, the more intuitive I get.
But there was a lot of leakage.
Listen to that. I wasn't making a lot. I'm trying to pay off my debt, but she talks about the barbecue. And then how she goes right to money.
Get fed.
I got fed. I like when people say free meal, like, it was sincerely, I was getting fed. I would also go to social functions to eat. Like, there was a barbecue. Like, I was like, how do I get food? Like, I didn't want to grocery shop. Like, I was trying to pay off debt, and I wasn't making a law. It was like a first time job out of college at a nonprofit, and I was working full time.
Oh my God, here we go. I was working at a nonprofit. Oh my God. That's what John says he does. He said he works for a nonprofit. Why is it always nonprofits? Barbecues, nonprofits, debts.
First time job out of college at a nonprofit. And I was working full time. And so, yeah, I would accept a lot of the dates.
Did you see that as a silver lining, the increase in, or the?
I mean, what would your job in accepting dates have to do? You're claiming it was for the meal? Because you didn't have to buy groceries? Wait a minute. There's definitely something more going on. Come on. I got out of college and I just decided I didn't want to get paid, so I went to work for a nonprofit for free. MAGA. She was stuffed.
Time job out of college at a nonprofit, and I was working full time. And so, yeah, I would accept a lot of the dates.
Did you see that as a silver lining, the increase in, or the emergence of date invitations? Or
Maybe.
just desperation, or, like.
No, maybe. Like, I did want to meet a man. Like, if I was going to be in Salt Lake City, I did hope to date. I don't know if it was all, and like I said, like, yeah, I think. Probably. But it came with its,
Robbie.
There were a lot of guys. Yeah. I mean, like all dating stories, there's frustrations.
Some not great guys.
It's, there were a lot of guys. Yeah. I mean, like all dating stories, there's frustrations.
Some not great guys.
Yeah. Yeah. I had my first boyfriend.
Oh God.
Yeah. So
here we go. You had your first
yeah.
boyfriend.
But no one I wanted to marry or.
Oh, what? I had my first boyfriend, and yeah. So it took us how many hours? Oh my God, she's insufferable. 2 hours and 24 minutes to get to the first boyfriend, and that's all she gives us? That's all she gives us is the yeah, and the weird lip things. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. I had my first boyfriend, you know, so yeah. So, yeah. But no one I wanted to marry.
God, that's so obnoxious. Like so dramatic the way she does that. Yeah, the things she does with her mouth. It's like, talk, quit it. What about your first boyfriend? He's like, yeah, tell me. What about your first boyfriend? We've waited fucking 2.5 hours to hear about it.
Great guys.
Yeah. Yeah. I had my first boyfriend, you know, so yeah. So, yeah. But no one I wanted to marry or no one, you know, or yeah. So,
I mean, I'll just try to imagine what that might have been like for you. And I can say that Utah is always feels like a very small place. Like there's always 2 or 3 degrees of separation from any of us with each other. So if Utah's if Mormonism's a really small place and Utah's an even smaller place and Salt Lake City's even a smaller place, to have your dad be the subject of a federal news story, to be a prisoner, I mean, how was that for you? Like socially, right?
yeah. Yeah. It was awful.
Sarah.
Yeah, it was a talk. It was actually, I remember a particular date. This guy really liked me and I didn't like him, but he kept coming around with giant flowers and he thought that we were a thing when I wasn't into him. But I remember him saying like, he's like, I'm telling my friends about you. And they're like, wow.
Wait, what? This woman is so hard to believe. Listen to that again.
I didn't like him, but he kept coming around with giant flowers and he thought that we were a thing when I wasn't into him. But I remember him saying like, he's like, I'm telling my friends about you. And they're like, wow, how interesting you came into her life at this time, you know, to help, like almost like to rescue me.
Wait, what? I thought she was with. Wait, I thought that she was with her husband. Because she said, oh, he wasn't there for me. He didn't care. What is with this shit? How interesting that you came into her life at this time when her dad's going to prison. Like, what?
You know, to help, like almost like to rescue me.
Ashley.
Yeah, which I didn't like that. Like nobody needs to feel sorry for me.
So I'm curious,
God,
after your mission, but then after your dad becomes a national news story, how your Mormon faith is sort of absorbing and
I wouldn't say her dad was a national news story, would you guys? I would say it was more like a Utah story. I never heard of her dad before this. I'm a good person. I'm warm. I'm kind, right? What are you saying? That's going through my mind. You know, we have gone a long time. This has actually been quite enjoyable with you guys today. Time has flown by. And I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys.
progressing and evolving, especially as you're living now in Utah.
Yeah.
And trying to date and figure out what to do with your career.
Yeah. You know, I'm clinging to it. When this sort of thing happens, your entire reality as you know it sort of disintegrates. In fact, I think I have a lot of, I'll say this, empathy for these other criminal trials that I cover. Whenever there's another family member testifying or talking about their father or the person they love, or they can't, Chad Daybell's kids, a case I've covered a lot of.
Oh, here we go. It only took 2.5 hours for her to bring up Chad Daybell's kids. Huh? She's comparing her testifying to Chad Daybell's kids.
Testifying or talking about their father or the person they love, or they can't.
Hey, Monty.
Chad Daybell's kids, a case I've covered a lot of, when they can't see what he did. I have a lot of empathy because they are clinging to what they believe their entire life was.
Mm.
That like, this is the life they know, this is the parents they know, this is the dad they know. And if they have to, I can't even imagine. My dad, it was a white collar crime. I can't imagine what you'd have to do to face that your dad, to jump ahead to Chad Daybell, like had children buried in his yard. I have a lot of empathy for children.
Oh my God. And what the fuck?
children who can't, to jump ahead to Chad Daybell, like had children buried in his yard. I have a lot of empathy for children who can't.
Wow. I have a lot of empathy for children, as I just say, he had children buried in his yard, because that's a lot of empathy, right? Right. Unbelievable.
Dad, to jump ahead to Chad Daybell, like had children buried in his yard. I have a lot of empathy for children who can't see their parents' crimes.
Okay.
And I think that I'm clinging to my faith deeply because I want my family unit and the tradition of my family to stay intact. In fact, I probably am more desperate than ever at this moment to find a man and get married in the LDS temple and get this Mormon fairy tale more than ever, because my reality has just completely has been blown to smithereens. A lot of my siblings are no longer active. You know, my little brother's not going on a mission now, and I was trying to encourage him to go, and he didn't want to go. My sweet brother Jamie, and nothing. I can't control anything.
Hear that voice?
My sweet brother Jamie.
He didn't want to go.
Going on a mission now, and I was trying to encourage him to go, and he didn't want to go. My sweet brother Jamie, and nothing. I can't control anything, but maybe, you know, I think I was actually desperate to hold on to my faith at this moment because I just wanted to control something and bring everything back to what it was, which is what I also say when I see people after crime hits their family wanting to just have things go back to what they were. It's never going to. So I think that's where I was. But I say that.
So did you have empathy when you copyright struck Kresha? Was that your empathy coming through? Was that the empathy you had for them after, you know, being so overly involved with their family through the worst thing they'll ever go through in their entire lives? Was that your empathy that made you fill out that form and then click that button to file it with the CCB? Was that your empathy? So much empathy.
But before, I do think things were shifting and changing, and I had a different perception on my faith and religion at this point too, which was probably also making it more difficult for me to find a good Mormon man to date. You know, things were happening. Prop 8 was happening during this time. My dad had actually served his 5 months and was home during Prop 8, and it was before the federal charges and the federal sentencing. So he was home at that moment.
Hold on. What's Prop 8? Am I missing something here? What's Prop 8?
During Prop 8. And at this point, before I jumped to Prop 8, like as far as LGBTQ rights go in high school, like before my mission, I had gay rights postcards in frames in my back.
So this is about gay rights? I'm sorry, I don't know what Prop 8 is. I'm not into all this lingo. What is Proposition 8 though? Like, I don't know what it is because I just treat people like people. I don't need a proposition to fucking tell me to do it. But right. Okay, so gays could marry. Okay, got you. My sister's gay and she got married before that. I didn't know it was Prop 8 or whatever. But my sister went to Puerto Rico to get married to her wife. And that was before you could get married. I think it was, I don't know, Michigan? Or maybe they made it federal and then it was nationwide, right? Okay. She's saying it like it's second nature for her. Prop 8. My dad, Prop 8. You know, it's like she's saying it like it's a normal thing that she taught, you know? Is it because they were against it? California had a vote on gay marriage. Sorry, guys. California had a vote on gay marriage, and the Mormon Church poured billions into stopping it. For real? Oh, okay. I mean, I could see where they were against it. You know what I mean? Well, my sister lived in Michigan at the time, but they went to Puerto Rico to get married because they couldn't. Prop 8 was California for the Mormons. Okay. Okay, thanks for filling it in. I did not know that. Okay.
Charges in the federal sentencing. So he was home at that moment during Prop 8. And at this point, before I jumped to Prop 8,
California. Okay.
like as far as LGBTQ rights go in high school, like before my mission, I had gay rights postcards in frames in my bedroom.
Are you kidding me? Who even believes this? I had gay rights postcards in frames in my bedroom. Hey, Mr. Cole. Good to see you, my favorite viewer. Hey, Bloom. Thank you for your super chat. Former Mormon for 35 years. If you say Prop 8 on a Mormon platform, every Mormon knows what that is. Got you. Okay. Thank you. I'm just loving how you guys can fill in the blanks for me because I'm literally ignorant on a lot of this stuff. She is actually, Michelle. Yeah, that was a long time ago. They're still married. Yep. All's good.
Did you know my nephew, cousin George Parkinson?
George lived with us.
Yeah.
I love George.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
So he was my cousin.
His cousin lived with Lauren?
Cousin Brett's son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was living with us when he passed away. I love George.
Huh? Why? What? Wait a minute. He was living with us when he passed away? Now, isn't that a little weird?
Did you have a sense? Did he ever talk to you about being gay, or did you have a sense?
Yeah, he was my little brother Jamie's really good friend. Well,
did he have AIDS? I mean, why did he die? Why did this gay cousin of his live with her? What's happening? Why did his gay cousin live with her? And he had AIDS? But why would he need to live with her?
Well, he ended up being a dear family friend. And yeah, we knew and we loved him as we loved many other.
We knew. I mean, how did he die? If he died of AIDS, of course you would know, right? I am so confused right now.
That we knew were growing up and were gay. And he ended up being a dear family friend. And yeah, we knew and we loved him as we loved many others that we knew were growing up and were gay.
I don't like this at all. Which brother, Clark?
And the neighbor.
Oh, he was in a relationship with one of her brothers? This is weird.
Neighborhood I grew up in really embraced those who were gay. And in fact,
we really embraced those that were gay.
I remember seeing you at George's funeral. You didn't know me then, but
Wait, I remember seeing you at George's funeral. You didn't know me then. I thought Jamie had a girlfriend when he passed. What's going on? I'm so confused. Can you guys help me out with this?
Really embraced those who were gay. And in fact, I remember seeing you at George's funeral. You didn't know me then, but I remember that was in my ward building, and I came down, and we're jumping ahead now, but I remember how beautiful Brett, your cousin's speech was. I looked around and I saw Governor Levitt was in there. Gordon.
The governor was at this. What? Then the wait. So we have the brother dying. We have the aunt dying. We have this guy dying, and the governor's at his funeral. Does the governor go to everybody's funeral in Utah? I'm just curious. Is that normal? Lover. Who's George? I don't know.
Speech was. I looked around and I saw Governor Levitt was in there. Gordon Hinckley's son was in there. Yeah. You were in there. It was like every.
Who's Gordon Hinckley? I've heard that name. Who's Gordon Hinckley? Gordon Hinckley. So this was John DeLynne's cousin. Lived with her, and he died when he was living with her. This is DeLynne's cousin that died. I know her younger brother died too. Oh, the prophet thing. Okay, I heard it from Kresha. Okay, that's where I heard it. Thank you. Oh, wow, Ashley. I'm so sorry. That's a long time. Hey, Bert and Ernie.
Gordon Hinckley's son was in there. Yeah. You were in there. It was like everybody joined together for this precious boy, George, who died too young. And his father, Brett, stood up in that chapel and said, the most important thing we need to speak about is that George was gay and that you all accepted him. And that was actually a beautiful moment. For me, it was George's funeral. I didn't plan to talk about this, but you just brought George up because we were all there to love George, and we did. And I think that was my experience with LGBTQ growing up was we loved our gay brothers and sisters. It was confusing. It was confusing with what we were taught. But I remember that the young women's had George.
That boy, George. Yeah. What? I don't know.
Fashion.
No, we didn't get an explanation why he lived with her. Why did he live with them?
Because he loved fashion, and they had him for mutual when they teach the girls about clothing. You know, I love George.
You would have come to his Shiva, right? Like the wake.
Mm-hmm.
I think I met you there.
Yeah.
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 I think that's when we first met.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She doesn't want to look at him when they talk about this. This is odd. This is an odd interaction.
Yeah, I love George.
You would have come to his Shiva, right? Like
you would have come to his Shiva, right? And then he goes like his wake.
The wake.
Mm-hmm.
I think
and he's like, I think that's the first time we met. And she doesn't want to look at him.
I met you there.
Yeah.
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 I think that's when we first met.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I would say before that, like I remember like my experience, I wasn't necessarily a major advocate. I didn't really understand my first experience with LGBTQ rights actually was in high school, where my high school, East High, was in national news because there was a gay club and the district was shutting down all gay clubs. And it became national news. And there was a walkout with my school. And I remember just thinking sort of then, well, this is fun. We get like a period off of school. We get some class time off and there's all this media. And I was just sort of more of like a spectator of it all without a strong opinion. But then after the walkout, I went back to class and I had French. We had this wonderful French teacher. And rather than teaching a French lesson that day, she was leading a discussion with the whole class. And that was like the first moment I remember thinking, gosh, I should really care about this. Like I just didn't have a strong opinion until that French class. because I saw all these kids that I hadn't really conversed with before. And she was allowing this open discussion for all these children to share their thoughts on this walkout on the gay clubs. And this girl was raising her hand saying, it's not fair. There needs to be a separation between church and state, and talking about it. And I remember thinking, oh, she's right. Yeah, there does need to be. And like, that was a moment for me to realize, like, this is important.
This is important. Shiva me timbers. That's hilarious. Thank you, Wake and Bake, for your $5 super chat. I appreciate you. Hey, idiot. I hope you get caught up soon.
We loved our gay brothers and sisters, but yeah, it was confusing and complicated. None of my siblings were gay. I didn't have to deal with it on that family level. But I think that I always thought that once gay marriage was legalized, gay temple marriages would be a thing. Like, that was my fantasy. I guess I just sort of assumed that was going to be a thing one day. All religions and churches change, all of them. That's also why I don't have an issue with, like, when I see change in the church, like, and I may be a bit of an apologist there, because that.
Wow. She's going to contradict herself, because she's like, later on, I don't like the change. I don't like having to say Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I like to say Mormon. I'm fine with saying Mormon. And Blue Jay says, Jay, I just want to say thank you. You've kept my mind off my sadness the last couple days. Yesterday was the anniversary of my brother's murder. It helps for a while. Thank you. Wow, Blue Jay, I'm really sorry for the loss of your brother, and I'm really extremely honored that I could brighten your mood. I really am. That means a lot. And I'm glad that you're here.
That's what churches and religions do, is change and shift. And I think that's a good thing. I celebrate that. And so I just always assumed that once society accepted gay marriage and made it legal, gay temple marriages would be happening, and we would be having gay bishops, and so goes the progression of life. But, you know, so I came back from my mission, and again, my dad had just come back from his 5 months behind bars, and Prop 8 is happening. And at this moment, I was just like hopping around to different singles wards. I had my records in my home ward, and I remember being really confused. Like, why is the church backing this? Like, this is upsetting. Like, what are they, like, why are they trying? Like, I thought we wanted this progression. I really thought we were all like waiting for this to happen. Don't we want gay marriage to be legal? Because then everything's great. But I remember trying to process it, like probably some cognitive dissonance, like, okay, it must be this 501c3. Like, okay, like we're going to lose our nonprofit status. There's got to be something like complex that I'm not understanding. So because the church I know wouldn't do this, that I've decided in my brain. And my dad actually started an email thread, and all of the siblings were sharing their different thoughts about it. And I went and dug up the email that my dad wrote, because it was a very profound moment for me. Like, he was listening to all of us. We were all emailing. We were in on Gmail. So again, like, I'm trying to like figure it out. I think I must have written in this that like, maybe it's like, we have to keep our nonprofit. Like, why would the church be doing this? And we're all talking, and this is what my dad says to all of us. I'm just going to read it. He writes, "Children, thank you for your thoughts. And Lauren, that was a fascinating outline." Don't know what I said, but "Children, thank you for your thoughts. And Lauren, that was a fascinating outline. I am going to contribute. I oppose Prop 8, and I regret that the church has taken a public stance against it and seems to have called for the saints to actively campaign against it. First, I strongly disagree that a civil political right, as in marriage, voting, medical treatment, as in contraceptives, abortion, public education, as in creationism and prayers in schools, individual privacy in the home, who you have sex with or marry, should be."
I wonder if she said anything bad about gay people in her texts or something, because she's really going hard for this. Like, she brought Shiva. I'm shivering right now. It's getting chilly in here. She's trying to get in front of something. That's what it seems like.
"Be shaped or curtailed in conformity around a religious doctrine. If the church asserts that gays cannot be married in the temple or by church officials, that is okay, and I accept that as the current doctrine. But that should not affect what the civil authority does. Churches have tried to control everything from women's childbearing decisions to business activity to even what sexual positions couples may adopt. Lauren notes the current concern that somehow a church could be sued or put another way, in some of the emails, lose their tax-free status. This is incorrect. A religion can have a doctrine no matter what the law says, and this is protected by the freedom of religion, expression, assembly, etc. Further, one cannot force a person, say a bishop or Baptist minister, to
Yeah, this is Lauren's PR. Remember, she said, I love PR.
perform a marriage by, say,
That was something. Maybe it was this. She says it.
injunction, etc. The claim voiced by many Mormons is that the church must do this to protect itself. Protect the doctrine, tax-free status, etc. This is exaggerated. It is alarmist to get us LDS people going to protect our church. That threat is misplaced. Further, gays who want to marry want to be responsible, monogamous, to be a family. These people recognize the value of marriage and family and want to embrace it.
Oh, this
And I
is
think
supposed to
they
be her dad? Oh, she wrote this shit. She wrote this shit for her dad, then. I thought this was something she wrote.
Should be able to adopt kids. God forbid an orphan be adopted by a same-sex couple married and ready to love a child and give them a home. Finally, my decision here is mostly affected by having been a father. I have watched many parents raise gay children and grapple with these issues. I have known many gay LDS youth that I cared for and saw struggle, and I realized a long time ago, when you were all little, that if one of my children confronted this in their lives, I would never abandon them, could never do that, and I would work to keep them attached in some way to the church I love. I would strive to come to know and accept their companion and hope they'd find the same happiness together as my other kids, and I would work to help change the policies of my church. I cannot see a loving LDS parent doing anything else. I could write on this for pages. I would like to know more about how to join with other saints and resist the passage of Prop 8. Dad.
Okay.
And I think that was like a moment for me where like I stopped the mush in my brain. Like I was doing this like cognitive dissonance, like dance, like, wait a minute, like trying to like fit this in like some sort of strange, like, why is this happening? And my dad said that. I was like, yeah,
Why is this
you're
happening?
right. And
What's
absolutely.
happening? We've
And
been
we had
live for so long.
You
Oh my
know,
God.
we had a sign in our yard, and I saw my dad actually on local TV out at the rallies, you know, saying vote no. And
her dad.
I was very proud of him, and I felt proud to be certain that I was right and that he was right. Like, I mean, I felt right. You know, someone's going to disagree with me. Like, it's an opinion. I felt good about I still feel good about it.
Okay,
and
Lauren. Move on.
I think that, like, clearly I was becoming
this
more and
chapter
more
is longer.
liberal in my thought processes, and that sort of created some differences in worldview and thought than with other, you know, people I was dating. Like, I had my friends, and I wanted to meet a man similar
People I
to
was
me, but it was
dating,
also
people
becoming,
I
I
was
think, a little bit more
dating.
complex. And I remember also during this time, as an LDS woman, this just made sense for me too. And it was hard for me to understand others who didn't see this way. Because for me,
What is she talking about at this
like, if you go back, like, one of the theologies I love about the LDS faith is Christ's plan versus Satan's plan, right? Like our origin story, even before the origin story of Joseph Smith, the pre-existence origin story is
Keto.
Satan had a plan, Christ had a plan, and Christ's plan was that everyone gets to choose and do and be like, you do you. You get to do whatever is best. You get to be you and live and have freedom of choice. And Satan's plan was, I want to control all of these things. And I want to control what you choose and how you do it so that everyone can make good choices. Like,
so
this is
profound.
like, this is
Like,
the temple. Like, this is
like
the
the
plan of
temple.
salvation. And we chose Christ's plan as a church. And so for me, Prop
Good
8 was the opposite of Christ's
point.
plan. Like, it's so frustrating to me because, like, what I loved about and still love about the LDS Church theology is this sort of metaphor of
What
Christ
metaphor?
versus Satan, and that everybody deserves to live life the way that they see fit. We are not to control somebody else's choices. That is not what Christ wanted. And I think that's also why I identify so much as a Christian. Like, so it's so hard for me to understand oftentimes why the church chose to do that, or why.
Oh, I can get down with that.
To me,
Across
that
from
is
Christina.
our theology. But we would never try to stop anyone from
everybody
getting
has a
married if
crush
they
on
loved each other.
Christina.
I think that was maybe my issue of the temple too, is
What?
like, to me,
What is it?
like, to me, the temple is hell. Because you're only putting people together that have made all of the same choices and are the same people and have lived the same way to be there, and to judge them that they can be there. I mean, everything they're wearing is white. they're often white, depending on the temple, at least, in Utah. And it's like to me, heaven
what's it like?
Is so many different people in one room together.
You are amazing.
Just loving one another and not having these guidelines and these rules and these laws. And so I think that I was just so disappointed by Prop 8 and confused that what I thought was our theology and belief wasn't what really was.
Why is everything so broken up?
Thank you for sharing that email from your dad. I found that really beautiful. And, particularly.
Mindy knows that fucking Lauren wrote that. Look at her. She's like, thank you for sharing that email. If looks could kill, damn. I would love to know the story behind George living with them. Because why didn't George live with his cousin, Delyn? I'd like to. That's the only question I have. Why didn't the cousin live with his cousin Delyn? And why did he live with Wowen?
From your dad. I found that really beautiful. And, particularly the part where if he was ever faced with having an LGBT child, to never abandon them and to accept their partner, I thought that was really beautiful.
It was beautiful.
Thank you.
And also, I mean, there's two things that stick out to me. One is the contrast of your dad being convicted, as a felon? And all the assumptions and or stereotypes that might come with somebody who's convicted of a crime.
Mm-hmm.
And then
he's
this
wild,
lovely, and he's Mormon, but yet he writes,
wild.
and faithful, but he writes this lovely, empathetic, progressive letter of support in 2008.
He doesn't believe
very
it.
early from Mormon timeline perspective in support of the LGBT community. So that's a real stark contrast in my mind that
Yeah, it's a contrast that's not making sense to him. So exactly, Ashley. He says contrast instead of bullshit. Just like the other story about the library. No eye contact with Mindy. You guys are seeing it. Oh, she said that George was good friends with her brother. Oh, maybe they were in a relationship. Maybe they were. That would make things interesting. The Mormons, I have interesting stories because they have to hide everything. So everything's taboo. If they just were, live life. I don't know. It's too much rules for me. Too many rules make unruly people. Do you not agree? I think we'll get through this. I just ordered pizza. I didn't realize it was going on 8 o'clock. We're going to finish this chapter. And then we will continue this tomorrow. So we'll keep going for now, though.
I guess in part I'm wondering how you made sense of that, right? But it for sure shows that your dad
make sense of it.
Was clearly more complex than the stereotypes we might have of, I'll just say, a convicted felon. And I don't even know if you like that term, but
a lot more complex. A lot more complex. And I'll just say another reason I want to avoid all the legalities, not only is it his story to share, but because it's also very complex. And I think I'll always struggle with the state of Utah, actually, and their politics and what they did to him. And some
now
of the corruption in the AG's office.
Oh, now he's a victim. I think she's looking at notes. I think she's looking over at notes. I think there might be a little table right there. But now her dad's a victim. I know there's a part 2. I know. It's not as long though. This one's longer.
That we don't need to get into.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more to
Hold on.
To him and some of the corruption in the AG's office, that we don't need to get into.
There's always corruption. He did it. He's a convicted felon. It is what it is. She's still denying it. See, how can you respect that? I can't respect that. I can't get down with that.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more to it. And
I mean, your dad has a lot of depth and a lot of empathy and a lot of sophistication by what I'm hearing in that letter. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, he doesn't buy it. He's just saying, if you're saying he wrote that letter, then he's got depth and empathy. But I don't think he believes that her dad wrote that letter. He knows what to say, though. I'll give him that. He's very good at, responding the way he is.
But there's a lot more to it. And
I mean, your dad has a lot of depth and a lot of empathy and a lot of sophistication by what I'm hearing in that letter. That's all I want to say.
yeah, he is that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah.
the only other thing I'm going to say, and I've made this observation a lot on Mormon Stories,
Your dad
the
didn't write that.
people, I've always I've said this a million times, and people have asked this about you a million times. It's like, how is Lauren still Mormon? You know what I mean? And it's so weird to hear you call yourself, how is Lauren still Mormon? You know what I mean?
I don't understand this. Corruption in the AG's office. Yeah, she's saying that he was wrongfully convicted. Jameson moved out of the country? I did not know that. Aw, thank you, Ashley. You guys do the same for me. These are hard. These couple months at the end of the year are hard for a lot of people for a lot of reasons.
I mean? And it's so weird to hear you call yourself an apologist, because you're not an apologist at all. But like these days on the internet, if you either hate the church or you're an apologist, there's no in between sometimes for this Mormon internet. But what I've often observed in this chair is that if you're raised in a harsh, strict, rigid, Orthodox Mormon mindset, that blows up and you end up leaving the church. But if you're raised in a type of Mormon mindset that's flexible, that's globally minded, that's even liberal or progressive or nuanced,
Oh, I don't know, Belinda.
it's a type of Mormonism that
I don't
can
know much about
stretch
it.
to last. And weirdly, in 2025,
If he died out of the
the
country,
people who are in their
that's even
30s or
weirder.
40s or 50s who have been able to stay in the church are the exact ones that were raised by your types of parents,
Yeah.
that raised you to be globally minded and to feel like you can be globally minded and still be a Mormon.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. I think the other thing that happened during that time, though, that also shifted a bit was still my struggle with polygamy. And speaking of stretching, I definitely had to stretch that view. And my conclusion was essentially deciding that, not only was Joseph Smith no saint, I decided polygamy was simply not from God and he was cheating on his wives. And, I don't know if that means he wasn't a prophet or a fallen prophet or no prophet, but I just simply didn't believe he was the guy to really revere. And he didn't. So I just decided polygamy was wrong. He was cheating on his wives. He's kind of a jerk. He's probably a narcissist even. Like those are all the things I concluded about Joseph Smith.
Yeah,
And
she's looking at notes. Look.
Yeah.
I actually wrote something in my journal that moment too. So I think this was like sort of like a big sort of transitional year for me. And I
mean, that's also a really interesting parallel is Joseph Smith was beloved, broad-minded, and he ran afoul of the law.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she's Mormon when it's
So anyway.
convenient, huh?
Yeah. So I wrote this in a 2007 journal entry. So that would be before Prop 8. I wrote, I believe in Christ and consider myself Christian because I believe in loving one another and not judging one another. I believe in
She's got
faith
more
as an action
writings.
word. I think the LDS Church is full of
She really
inspiration and
thinks she's
answers and
great
helps us
with
learn about
writings.
a loving God. But it is not for everyone. But I choose it to worship Christ. And it is the religion I choose to practice my Christianity and belief in God. So in other words,
yeah,
my belief in God, the LDS Church was my vehicle to worship God. That was my village. That was my community. That was
Colleen,
my
welcome in.
place
Felisa, I agree with
to
that.
worship God how, where, or what I may. Thanks, Joseph. Was Joseph, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah. Beautiful. Powerful.
So that's where I was sorting out my personal beliefs.
And that's not this is the one and only true church and all other churches are false. That's not the type of Mormonism that you're carrying. You're basically doing, in my opinion, doing religion like it was meant to be. I often say that religion at its best is the salt, not the meal.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically saying, this is my tribe. This is a framework for hope.
Mhm.
It's a framework for confidence. It's a framework for structure,
Mhm.
for morals and values, for community. But it's not all the hateful, bigoted, bad, bureaucratic things, right?
Exactly. And something else happened too while my dad was away. And again, it was after
that's
his
kinda gross.
first charges and
When
convictions
she
that
said,
then there was
"Thank you,
more. There was
Joseph."
additional. It was heartbreaking. And so I went
I
back
didn't
and
realize she was talking about the pedo guy when she said, "Thank you, Joseph." No, this was 4 months ago.
sat through his entire criminal trial, but I was also, I think, even though I was holding on to faith, I was, once everything happened, I started drinking and I started
Drinking
alcohol,
Mhm.
Not an alcoholic, just more so like at this
Socially.
point, socially at this point.
Wait, hold on. I had that same question. I'm confused too, Eve B. I'm confused why she's struggling with polygamy when the LDS Church disavowed the practice back in 1890. Why was that a struggle for her? Especially if she wasn't, the FDLS people. If she was just, a little bit Mormon. Okay, hold on. Drinking alcohol. That was also in the book, and Xanax was in the book as well. She fucked up at her anchor job twice because of Xannies. It's in the book.
Not an alcoholic, just more so like at this
Socially.
point, socially at this point, does anything matter anymore? Just sort of,
Well, we're thinking
I stopped wearing my garments. I'd stopped paying tithing.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the weird thing is Jesus
What a
drank
rebel.
alcohol. Joseph Smith drank alcohol, right? Like most of the early church leaders drank alcohol.
I didn't feel really guilty about it.
Yeah,
I was just like,
Yeah, you don't feel real guilty about much, do you?
yeah.
Yeah.
But I still loved, as you say, my faith.
Yeah.
So career
Okay, so we're going off this Joseph Smith's morals. Okay.
wise, what's happening at this time of your life with your career?
At this
Your career
point in
here
my
we go.
life, I am realizing also just how alone I am. Like my dad is now facing additional charges.
I'm alone.
I have paid off some debt.
I've
I'm
paid
not
off
meeting
debt.
anyone. And I'm like looking at my life. I am nearing, 28, 29. And I'm like, what the hell am I doing with
Here
my
we
life?
are.
I have saved no money. I have no career. Like the job I am working at isn't a career builder. I've now dated a good amount and it's not going anywhere. And I'm sort of finally like panicking. And I'm having this like, what the hell am I doing?
Panicking. We heard that in the
And
book.
if I'm going to be on my own in life, like I've got to do something with my life. And so I still I want this LDS fairy tale. Like I still want, and I'm even wondering like, where am I going to find this? Like, I don't know, but Salt
my
Lake's not
doctor's
working
bed?
out. And the journalism career hasn't left
Try
me. I'm like,
that?
if I am going to have a career, I want
Oh
one
my
that I
God,
love.
Wait a minute. Remember she said she was in that doctor's bed? Did she go to a function and go home with that doctor and do the deed? Because she said, I didn't kiss him. And then remember Trisha made the comment to her about Pretty Woman? Was it Trisha that said, you're like Pretty Woman? Or no, it was fucking Susan Hendricks. Remember Pretty Woman didn't kiss on the lips? I need food. Luckily, I got pizza on the way.
I want one that means something to me. Like I've got to do this broadcasting thing now or never. Like if I really want this, like you've got to go for it because and it meant again, like moving to a small town, that was always, you just have to start at the bottom and it's really hard to get into. Once you get into it, you can't leave it. It's like the Twilight Zone, but it's like really hard to get into. And so the nearest town that would be like a starter market is Pocatello, Idaho, where my mother is from, where my grandmother is living.
Pocatello.
And it's 2.5 hours from Salt Lake City. And so I drive up there to try to meet them. Like, I want a job. And like, they're like, Pocatello is like,
okay.
Yeah, well, get in line. Like, so does everybody graduating from BYU. So I was like, I've got to do this. So I actually put on a credit card, a reporting workshop, or it was a private reporting coach in Los Angeles. I flew out there, make an audition tape, and then I just start driving to Pocatello every single.
She did a fucking week-long training thing for journalism in California. She's making it bigger than what it was.
The weekend for like the next 7 months. Every weekend, job shadowing or working for free at the NBC affiliate station until they essentially like give me a job. Like I just won't go away.
Okay.
And so when there is finally a job open, they're like, do you want it? And I say, yes, please. And so at 29 years old,
I see that
start
too, D.
my broadcasting career. So it took a while, but I was like, now or never. And
at 29, she starts her broadcasting career, you guys. Career. It took a while. I was like, it's now or never. So I started my broadcasting degree or career at 29.
I'm moving to a town that I do not want to be, in East Idaho. And
I thought you liked it there.
Yeah. I'm going to make a home there for the next 2 years.
Huh?
It's going to be $19,000 a year. And I move in with my grandmother and,
Wait,
and I start work, and it's hard, and I don't have a lot of money. I'm eating Costco free samples. My grandmother, my grandmother's husband, my
Costco
grandpa
again.
died when he was 65. She's a very frugal widow and doesn't have a lot. I'm paying her $100 a month for rent.
Come
I
on.
like the Costco sample ladies knew me by name. They were like, hello, they need to pay you more there. I'm like, I know.
So she got diagnosed with an eye thing at Costco, and then the sample ladies got to know her because she wasn't doing the 2 dates a day. She was working for $19,000 a year.
Oh, let's hand over the taquito or whatever.
Just make the rounds and
make the rounds for lunch, and work in there. It was a very lonely time during that time. My dad calls me to tell me that he and my mom are getting a divorce. He's very sad about it. He's like, I'm so sorry. I take time off of work to drive down.
Oh my God.
And testify at his federal sentencing. I stand there and while I watch a reporter in the courtroom take notes and share why.
She said this. She said this in the book. I could recite her fucking story. Holy shiznut. Hi, deep, dark, and disturbing.
Why my dad is such a good man and how he taught us to do stuff for Sandas and serve, and why I believe that they should be lenient on him, and come back up. I'm buying all my clothes at Deseret Industries, and
which, for those who don't know, that's used clothing.
Goodwill,
Yeah.
Oh,
Salvation
God.
Army. My news director actually calls me in her office one day and says, I'm noticing you're wearing the same clothes every day. Like, can I give you some hand-me-downs? And so she and her
Oh, come on. Look at her. You guys, come on. Someone at work? Who? Hang on.
Salvation Army. My news director actually calls me in her office.
The news director. I'm noticing you're wearing the same thing every day. Because she never went home. Whose bed were you in? I don't even know what to make of this.
Office one day and says, I'm noticing you're wearing the same clothes every day. Like,
Can I give you hand-me-downs?
can I give you some hand-me-downs? And so she and her daughter gave me a lot of their hand-me-downs.
Oh.
And
Okay.
it was a wonderful
Was it a
time to
blue
learn
dress?
and make mistakes and become a broadcast journalist for 2 years. There, I celebrated my 30th birthday. I thought,
What about your Aunt Ruthie's blazers?
and become a broadcast journalist for 2 years. There, I celebrated my 30th birthday.
I cannot. I mean, come on.
I thought I would be celebrating my 30th birthday, maybe single in New York City. And here I am celebrating it in Pocatello, Idaho, poor and broke, but working towards a career I really want. I don't have family. I have no support.
X.
My mother never healed from sort of the breakdown. So she's someone we actually more so take care of. And I am very.
I would like to know what what happened to her mom to make her like she never healed. Like, what do you mean? She never healed and that's why she's on hospice? I'm confused. Her poor mom. I feel bad for her mom.
I'm in the right place
Never
I
heard
need
of
to
her,
be, but I
John.
am
Not
very
once.
lonely and very vulnerable. I go to the doctors for anxiety. I have a fast heart rate. He's like, it's anxiety. Like, I am vulnerable. I go to the doctors for anxiety. I have a fast heart rate. He's like, it's anxiety. Like, I am wondering where my life is going. Like, what am I doing? And I remember writing in my journal, I have it. Like, it's just so depressing. It's so vulnerable. But I'm like, I just wish someone would
vulnerable.
rescue me.
Oh, rescue me,
I just want to
Batman.
be rescued.
Oh, this is where the fucking superheroes come in. Batman. Right? She was the Justice Warrior. He's Batman. No tights. Probably because the tights wouldn't fit around them. Thighs of his. I don't think they make big thighed tights for John.
And I think that probably sort of lays out the next sort of tumultuous years.
Oh, this will be about that.
So during this time, unhappy and Pocatello, trying to, maybe keep a foot into the Salt Lake City social scene to try to date. I am going home on my days off. Like, so I'm driving 2.5 hours to Salt Lake to continue to go on dates or whatever.
So you were doing escorting? Hold on. So you were doing this low-paying reporter job and you were escorting and driving 2 hours to Salt Lake. That's what I get from this. Oh, my God.
To try to date. I am going home on my days off. Like, so I'm driving 2.5 hours to Salt Lake to continue to go on dates or whatever. And there was one guy that I'd been going out with a couple of times, and he was being very aggressive with boundaries, like not like seeing me again. I don't mean like physically, but like pursuing me and seeing me again and not taking no for an answer. And at the end of this date,
right, Ancient Teapot, all her dates are in Salt Lake.
I'd like really concluded like, I don't want anything. I'm done, and so he drove up to the house where I was staying and my car was parked out front to drop me off. And I'm saying, I don't want to see you again. And he was like, come on, like just again. And I'm like, no. And, I like, it was so frustrating. Like I got out of the car and I'm sure I was rude. Like I was angry. Like I was angry at his pushing me. And
she's angry at the kid that kissed her first too. He was aggressive as well.
Like him, like, so I said, I might have said, fuck you. I don't know what I said. I might have just said, get out of here. Like I might have said, fuck you. I don't know what I said. I might have just said, get out of here. Like maybe that's my brain remembering.
Why would you say, fuck you? What do you do? What?
Remembering that I said that. I don't know. But I said something like, I was angry, get away from me. And at that moment, he grabbed my arm and started pulling me. And like to the point where I was scared, I started screaming. Like he was pulling me back to his car. And he started pulling me and I was screaming.
Did you have an encounter with Ted Bundy? What is she talking about? Was this Rex Heuermann? Who is she talking about? Who is this guy? This is unbelievable. Dude, she does not need to be following these true crime cases.
So this is like outside. And I ran to this grassy circle, like across the street.
She ran to the grassy knoll.
And he chased me.
Oh,
and
he chased her to the grassy knoll.
He grabbed me and he shoved me.
He pushed her on the grassy knoll. Did you call the police?
I fell hard. And at that moment, I think he realized what he had done too. And I looked at him and I was like, maybe that's when I said that first, just like, get the hell away from me. I don't know. And I ran. I got up. I just started running. And he was like, Lauren. And
Oh, Lauren. Lauren, come
jumped
back.
in my car actually, because my car was there and that was closer
Oh.
than like where I could get, like he could have kept following me. And I drove to my friends. I was freaking out. He actually drove all the way to my friends. I ran inside like he was sort of stalking.
She ran inside. He was stalking. Listen.
And I was freaking out. He actually drove all the way to my friends. I ran inside like he was sort of stalking, and
he was stalking. I ran to my friends. I ran inside because he pushed me in the grassy knoll and he started stalking.
He actually drove all the way to my friends. I ran inside like he was sort of stalking, and it was a married couple. They know who they are, and
it was a married couple. They know who they are.
Dear friends of mine, and he called him and said, "Did you do this?" He said, "Yeah." I tell her I'm sorry, and he said, "Go away and go home." But like these were just some of my dating experiences. Was while I was like so desperate to be rescued. You know, like I just think it's like a good representative of. I just didn't know where my life was going, and here I was 30 years old. And during this time too, there was a guy from Provo that I'd gone a couple of dates with that was like wanting to come up to Pocatello, like drive 3.5 hours to see me. And I kept saying, "No, don't come up. Like, please, we're good."
Oh, this
and
is, wait.
He would keep saying like, "No," like it was the same thing. It was like really.
Oh, so this guy was begging to come to your house in Pocatello too, right? Just like your ex-husband. Your ex-husband was like, "Please let me come up." And you were like, "No." And you were like, and he was like, "Yes, please, but I love you." And you were like, "No, you can't come." And this guy did the same thing. This was in the book, but she said it was the ex-husband doing it.
With that was like wanting to come up to Pocatello, like drive 3.5 hours to see me. And I kept saying, "No, don't come up. Like, please, we're good." And he would keep saying like, "No," like it was the same thing. It was like really aggressive.
Love bombing?
Yes. Thank you. Really aggressive love bombing. Extravagant gifts too. Like he was like, "I just landed. I'm home from France. I want to bring you something." I was like,
"Oh, I'm from France. I went to Paris." Who was it? Scott Peterson? Remember Scott Peterson? He spent his New Year's in France, in Paris. Was it Scott Peterson? "I'm home from France. I want to bring you a present." This is the sapphire necklace. This is the sapphire necklace. He brought me a sapphire necklace.
So sweet, like to the point where you feel guilty. Like I felt guilty, like declining him, but he was like, "Please." And there was this one moment, again, it was the same thing. He said, "I just landed. I want to bring you a gift from France. It's 3.5 hours." And I said, "Please don't come. I'm really tired." He's like, "Well, I'm going to make an executive decision. I'm coming."
I'm making an executive decision. Or was this John? Who is this?
And so I wrote him an email and I said, "I will never have feelings for you. Do not come."
Oh, okay. She sent him an email. She's so ballsy and direct.
And at that moment, he called me upset.
Oh.
And he said, "I'm so sad. I heard you, but can I just come up for some closure now?" And at that
now we're on closure. The closure that, oh my God.
That moment, my heart like felt soft for him. And I was like, "Yeah, you can." And that was the beginning of a tumultuous 3-year relationship of ups and downs with this man.
Ups and downs.
And a lot of love bombing.
No, this is the ex.
No,
Scott Peterson killed his wife, Lacey, back in 2001, was it?
Push and pull, a lot of like when he was in, I was out. And so then I'd be like, "Okay, I'll date you." And then he would leave. And I didn't know what that was. Like to me, as a Mormon woman, I'm looking it up as what all the prophets and apostles are talking about, men who can't commit. So I'm just like thinking like, okay, this is another man who can't commit and he's great and he's so in love with me and he's in love at the moment.
She's going to let him come over. He's going to bring the fucking necklace.
And I'm like, "Okay, let's do this." He runs. But we're long distance the entire time. And he's saying like, "You have to come to Salt Lake City to date me. Like you have to come back to Salt Lake. Like this is never going to work."
No, he didn't say that because you were on your way to Salt Lake and he said, "Turn the fuck around, you crazy bee." He did. He said, "Turn around." Those were his exact words in her book.
This is fucking crazy, yo.
And so there are actually mass layoffs at my station in Pocatello. It's been going on.
Mass layoffs? That's not what her book said. She said she took too many Xannies.
I've been there for 2 years, and they actually asked, they're very kind, like, do you want to stay? I was like, no, I don't. Like,
They asked very kind, do you want to stay?
Save somebody else's job. It was like a kind.
Oh, she saved someone else's job by giving that one up. What a fucking martyr. Oh my God. She's insufferable.
Thing. You know, I was able to get unemployment and move back to Salt Lake. And I was like,
unemployment in Salt Lake? What?
Okay, I'll move back to Salt Lake now and be with him. And the moment I moved to Salt Lake, he was
You didn't move to Salt Lake. He told you to turn the fuck around.
like, you know what? I'm out. And he moved to Arizona.
He moved to Arizona? I thought he was, what? I thought he moved to fucking Boston. What's going on? Now he's in Arizona? Or are you thinking you're Lori Cox right now?
Another one bites the dust.
And so at that moment, once again, I've left this job for a man. I don't have a broadcasting job. I'm in Salt Lake City. He's left. Here I am, 31. I'm like, what? Like, or 32. I don't know. I'm like, what?
What? I thought you were like going to the bar with your girlfriends you worked with. Huh?
What the hell? Like, I just keep desperately like wanting this like fairy tale. Like, I just want something. And I had been in love with him. And so I thought, I have got to move on from him. Like, I was done with him. It'd been 3 years. I was like, I am done. It's over.
This wasn't the marriage?
And that's when I started online dating. And I was,
wait, this was pre-marriage? She was with some guy for 3 years besides the ex-husband? But she's describing this person just like the ex-husband.
like, I've got to meet someone. And I was also looking for a broadcasting job. And I had actually was landing and interviewing with a local station in Salt Lake City while doing some online dating. And I just was landing my dream job in Salt Lake because that's what was my ultimate goal. I just wanted to be a news reporter in the city I grew up in. So I land this job. I'm landing.
That was an edit right there too.
This job with my dream station, or my dream job with a local station. And I meet this guy. We meet for lunch. And yeah, he's divorced. He has a bunch of kids. He's Mormon. He was in the bishopric. Handsome. He tells me how he was on the 40 Under 40 business magazine cover.
What? Dude, she got around.
And explains that he's divorced because, you know, of an emotional affair with a high school girlfriend. I'm thinking to myself, it was probably an actual affair, but I'm not judging them. And why would you don't need to tell me on the first date. You know, whatever, you know, you can, you know, tell me later. Happens. But I am also really desperate to just move on from this ex-boyfriend too. And so
she just called him an ex-boyfriend. But she described him as the ex-husband as in the book.
Really rushing things and seems really interested in me. And I'm like really open to it because I'm like, I just want to meet somebody else. And so this is the same week as my first week. I tell him I'm starting this job and he's like, congratulations. He sends me a dozen roses.
What?
He comes over the next day.
Who is this?
He's watching me on TV. He's like, you did great.
He's watching
the first week. And then it's like, I think the third day, he comes over, and I'm living in a dining room at this moment, by the way. It has French doors, and I've put up curtains. So it's like a studio.
I thought you lived in an apartment.
So I've put up curtains, but it's like right off the front door of a house. So like, you know, it's where I sit, it's where I sleep, it's where I do everything. It's my apartment. So he comes over and he comes into the dining room.
Oh, this is a mix between the ex-hubby and AA Ron. Is this about AA Ron?
Room and shuts the door. And he starts kissing me.
Oh my God.
Then, you know, he pushes me on my bed. And I just remember, like, look, I ended up dating a lot in my years. And I've kissed a lot of men. And I
did not kiss that man. Why are you talking about how many men you've kissed right now? What is going on? Aaron is a guy that she dated that was in her book. Oh, baby, I'm a star. Whoa, baby, baby. Is that even better than doing that?
I've kissed a lot of men. And I, but it was something I never experienced before. Like, it was very aggressive. And
she said that her first kiss was aggressive too. Okay.
I was trying to push him off of me, and I couldn't. And I realized what was happening, and like I knew it, and I was like, he's like, I said it in my mind, like, he's raping me. And I all I could think is, what do I do? So what do I do when this happens? And it's like, you say no, and you push him over and over and over again. And that's what I did. I said, no. I was shoving him. I was pushing him. I was shouting no. I think I said no well over 200, 300 times throughout the.
Oh my God. Lauren, I want to see this chat. They have a live chat.
Entire thing. I just kept repeating no.
Oh, people are saying you're very brave, Lauren. You can never disappoint me. You're amazing. I'm so freaking proud of you, Lauren. Wow. Hold on. Okay.
Oh, like, I just didn't stop saying no, and pushing him and trying. And
trying?
At the end, and it was an assault, but at the end, the last thing he said is, I can't believe that you say that you are a good girl and you.
At the end? A good girl. Oh my God, you guys.
But at the end, the last thing he said is, I can't believe that you say that you are a good girl and you let me do this. And then he left. And I remember thinking, it was very, I don't know what I'll say, but I went to work the next day. And as I went to work the next day, he started calling me and I wasn't picking up. And so he started calling me incessantly. And at the same time, this is the next day, my ex-boyfriend,
this is terrible,
starts calling me, and I'm not getting his calls either. And
ex-boyfriend's calling.
And I can't believe that he's calling me either, because, like, I don't want to talk to either of them. And so, like, the more I don't talk to them, they're both incessantly calling. Like, they're both like, and if my ex-boyfriend knows, he would be so angry, and not because of what he just did to me, but because of the jealousy. And I don't want to talk to this guy ever again after what he just did to me. But they're both, like, with my not answering, they're both incessantly calling. So I finally pick up his call, the guy that assaulted me. And he said, are you not interested in me now? And then said something about my coworker's ass looking nice. He's like, well, then, maybe you can hook me up with your coworker.
What? So she was jealous about the coworker because he said her coworker had a nice ass? Hold on a second. So did she sleep with a guy and then he talked about her coworker's ass and she couldn't handle this? Maybe you can hook me up with your coworker. She has a nice ass. That's what he said. Okay. So in other words, he treated her like a whore. And she's pissed.
And he said, are you not interested in me now? And then said something about my coworker's ass looking nice. He's like, well, then, maybe you can hook me up with your coworker. And then I remember I went live on TV And it was like the worst mess up ever in life. It was my first week and it was my worst mess up ever on live TV. You know, it was just mortifying to me. And it's,
You guys, she says like 1,172 times. Sorry, I should say everybody says like 1,172 times in this live stream. The word like. I had to know, so I just searched it.
it's my first week on this job.
This isn't
And
meshing
the guy
with
called,
book,
you know,
by
he
the
texted
way.
me. He's like, that was terrible. Like what, you know, and my ex-boyfriend keeps calling. So I finally, you know, I leave work and I finally pick up my ex-boyfriend's call and just get rid of him because I can't handle the guilt either of like the fact like he's calling me again, you know, we're over and like this just happened. And so he's calling me and I'm saying, I can't, like, don't call me. I'm dating someone. And he's out of the country, my ex-boyfriend. So I'm like, don't call me.
So her ex-boyfriend's out of the country? And wait, didn't she say that she said this to her ex-husband? I'm engaged when she met John? Check whatever. Okay, let me put it in. Let's see. Only 14 times. Let's see how many times John. John, 20 times. Or wait, no, and that's that guy's name. Wow, and that's that guy's name. This just doesn't make sense. This is not meshing.
I'm dating someone else and it's serious. And that like set him off. And he's like, absolutely not. Like, absolutely not. I was like, it's over. Like, please. It's been 3 years of this. And he's like, no, I am flying in tonight. And I'm like, I just want these two men to just like go away. And so he literally calls me and goes, I just booked a flight. I'm coming in to propose to you. And I was like, don't do that. And the next morning I go to work, still my first week. They're both still calling me. And my ex-boyfriend was like, I'm here. I'm picking you up at 7 tonight. Be ready. And the guy that had just raped me kept calling. And I had to text him and said, I'm getting back together with my ex, you know, like just leave me alone. And
So she told the guy that raped her that she's getting back together with her ex. Why is she even talking to this guy? What is happening here? Oh, you think the guy was married? No proof of it, but okay.
And then he started like going crazy on my phone too. Like it was like crazy. And then he started panicking, I think, because I think he knew that I don't want to know. It was just like the most overwhelming moment. So that night, a limo driver picks me up at 7 a.m. And so I throw out
PM or 7 a.m.
7 p.m. Thank you for correcting me. And I throw out like the other guy's flowers for the ex-boyfriend. And I go out for this like extravagant, like I don't even like extravagant night. He's controlling everything and he has all these things planned. He includes my family. And he proposes to me that night. And then the last thing, like he likes like taking me to all these places. And the last thing we do is arrive at this restaurant at like 10 and I have a ring on my finger and our families are there. And then I have friends that are like, what are you doing here? And they're like, you have a ring. I'm like, I know.
This is the
I just got engaged. Like, so I went from like, it was the wildest moment. I'm like, yeah, I'm engaged. And at that moment though, because of what had just happened with that other guy, like I just was like, just get married. Like, I just need to get married. Like, I just need to marry this guy. And that like made this situation better. Like, I was like, this is better and safer. And I don't want to deal with like, so it was like all of this like accumulated to like, I think when I look back, like why I said yes. And like, I just think there was a lot going on. And my dad was behind bars at the time. Like there was still. So anyway,
Claudia.
he flew away right after proposing. And I planned a wedding long distance on my own. And this is another beautiful thing about the village and the community. Like I had no family, like I had no money. And my ward family, my home ward family that I grew up in, this ward that we talked
On
about,
prime
they came
crime.
together to give me a wedding
Oh, the
of my
cake.
dreams. Like,
The wedding of my dreams. Oh my God. I still love him.
they were so nice
I stalked him.
to me.
He made me go away after that.
Like, I had a fairy tale wedding with like no money.
No money.
And
I was on
they were also like this is like something I love about Mormonism too. Like, they were all worried about me. Like, they had heard like maybe this isn't like
because
the right relationship for Lauren. Like, there's something going on. And I remember it was
only
my
Mormons care. Only Mormons.
visiting teacher from that ward that was like, "Can I take you to lunch?" And I picked her up and I actually said to her, like, "I don't know, like, he can be a little bit selfish, and you know, like, he knows that I don't like the temple, but he's demanding that that we do like a session before we get sealed, and he's upset that I would never want to do that." And she's like, "That's a red flag." And so she like gets her husband, and they're like, "Lauren, like, if you cancel this wedding before you do it, like, everyone that participated in this will be okay." Like, it's
No, I think this is the first X is what I'm gathering. I'm trying to figure it out.
okay. But I tried to break it off before, but I went forward with it, and I married him, and we got married, and that was I won't share too much, but it was a very what I consider a very emotionally abusive marriage for 2 years. And I won't share too much. Just like,
look at how her cadence changed when she said an emotionally abusive marriage for 2 years. Like she turns it right on and off. My
what
eyes
I consider
twitching.
A very emotionally abusive marriage for 2 years. And I won't.
No. That doesn't. Listen how she changes. She's so upset that, and then all of a sudden she's just normal.
Abusive marriage for 2 years. And I won't.
That is so faked.
Is a very what I consider a very emotionally abusive marriage for 2 years. And I won't share too much. Just like a couple of things I just want to say to you, like, after my ward family like gave me the most incredible dream wedding I could have ever been given, there was a lot of shame too. And so I didn't reach out to people. I didn't finish thank you cards. I just kind of hid because I think shame keeps us hiding. Like, I was so ashamed that like they gave me that kindness, and then this is the situation. And so I just kind of like isolated myself. And I remember like I had nowhere to live. I didn't have a family. And so like he had flown out to like move in somewhere in Boston, and I was going to go out and meet him. So I had to live at his grandmother's house for like a month.
Okay,
and again,
hold on.
I had quit my job once again. So like,
okay, so now we're at the X and her living with his grandma. Okay. We're going to go just a few more. Let's see. Actually, we're going to stop there because that's where this chapter ends. So that's a good place to stop. We're going to stop at 3:19. We will pick this up tomorrow. Hold on. All right, I've got it written down. Oh my goodness, this is just, I can't take no more tonight. Hi, Summer. Come over here. He flew far away. Come up here, Summers. No, come over here. Come over here. Come on. She's being a brat. Oh my gosh, it is just, woo. There's a lot going on here. But we will pick this up tomorrow. I'll be live earlier tomorrow now that I've got everything fixed, my audio and stuff. So, yeah, thanks for sticking around for the long stream. I figured that going over this would be a long stream. But I am going to redirect you guys after this one over to J is for Justice. If you're familiar with the YouTuber Ryan Upchurch, on Friday, we're going to be reviewing his deposition in a case where he's being sued for basically saying that a missing girl who was eventually found deceased wasn't real. So freedom of speech, or should there be a line drawn? We're going to be reviewing and discussing that on Friday on J for J. So after we get in the Cooter DeVille, stay put. Then you can click the notification bell over there so that you don't forget about it. but that will be on Friday. So let's get in the Cooter DeVille, and I want to thank you guys all for being here. I really do appreciate you. If you could subscribe if you like what you see, and hit the like button so we get out into the YouTube algorithm. It really does help bring more attention to these videos, which raises awareness.
A Cooter DeVille. I think the devil drives a Cooter DeVille.
I think the devil drives a Cooter DeVille too.
Over the hill. Not against her will. I got time to kill. Way down in Cootersville. Okay.
But yeah, thank you very much for your support and everything that you do for Cooterville. And it's really nice having you here. Let's see if we can get our Cooter credits to work. Hopefully next time our Cooter chats will work. So we're going to have a little segment coming up here soon called Cooter chats. And those will be working just like a super chat. I hope you guys will replay this. If you came in late, I will chapter this up after I get some pizza in my belly, which just happens to be out on my porch right now. But look at all the new Cooters. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your generous super chats. I really do appreciate it. If I missed yours during the stream, I hope you see your name up there. You are appreciated. So I will be live here tomorrow. I'll make some kind of a, event sooner or later, but we'll finish this up tomorrow. Hopefully I will see you on Friday over on J is for Justice. And yeah, everybody have a good night. See you tomorrow. Keep them. Well, I guess you can open them now. Go ahead and air it out, Cooters. See you tomorrow morning.